This will be the syllabus for this particular topic, that is Linux. Under this topic, we do have different modules, and under those modules, we are going to cover Linux from a very beginner kind of a person to a pro person in the current IT industry in terms of Linux. So, if I talk about the modules that we are going to have in this particular uh, chain of, or I would series of Linux topics, then the very first one, the very first module will be the understanding Linux concepts. Okay, so those who are not aware about the terms Linux, after that we are going to discuss about in depth of Linux. So in module 1, understanding Linux concept, the very first one we are going to work on what is Linux, why Linux is being used in everyday. There is a thing in Linux called Unix. So, what is the difference between Unix and Linux? Which is the which particular flavor was earlier invented? After this, once we are very much clear with the background of Linux, I mean, now instead of the hypothetical way, we are pretty much sure that yes, Linux is a kind of operating system. We are pretty much sure about that, and we are completely good to go with all the in and outs of Linux in terms of theoretical, or I would say in terms of what is the logic behind using Linux in everyday. Once we are good to go, then we will proceed on the module 2. So download, install, and configure Linux. Generally, guys, as you are becoming a DevOps engineer, it is this particular module is not mandatory for you to follow, where we are going to install Linux onto some virtual box. We are going to talk about the different installation of different Linux distributions. So I would personally, apart from this, another thing is that as we are proceeding our training in terms of cloud, I mean, after some time we are going to have training on the cloud platforms as well. So this module 2 is not that much important for you, but for being or to know Linux from the base, it is good if you know the installation process of Linux as well, because there are some scenarios where, let's say, if you work in a company which are still using some of the, I would say some part of infra is on base operating system, not on cloud. So there, this particular module is going to help you, because we are covering what we are covering in this training we are covering from zero to hero. Means if we talk about Linux, then it includes the installation part as well. So under this, once this module is completed, then the third module comes is system access and file system. So what is system access and file system? In this particular topic, we are going to discuss about how we access our Linux system. Okay, now let's say if you are using a Linux operating system, how you can connect with the other Linux operating system. Suppose if you are using Mac OS, then how you can connect with a Linux server. Suppose if you are using a Windows system, how you are going to connect with the Linux server of the organization, or that you have configured. So in that way, we are going to discuss about the system access. Now, file system. The file system is a very important topic. Generally, if I would say, those persons who are working or who are preparing on the RHCSA and RSE, those are very much familiar with this particular term, file system. File system is nothing but it is a way that how we are handling our files in Linux. So this is all about file system. Although this name seems little bit short, but it is very in depth in terms of, I would say, knowledge. And if you want to know more about Linux, that how generally Linux work, you should be I would say you should be very much confident on this particular topic. Uh, File system, you can consider those who do not getting this term. I'll give you an example. Let's say if you are a Windows user, because now or in the past everyone has used Windows. So let's say we do have C drives in our Windows. In under the C drives, we have the system related configurations. We do have D drives, we do have F drives. The similar way Linux also works. It has some directories, it has some drives where system related configuration files, I would say your application related configuration files. Apart from this, if you need to do some kind of a customization where you need to put those particular customizable files, So all these things we are going to cover under this file system. Okay. Then under this file system, we are also going to introduce about some of the important commands that are being used. Let's say find, locate, what is the difference between find and locate? Because after this, when you are going to jump into, I would say, scripting part, then this find command is going to be very useful. Suppose if I'll ask you that, hey, you need to search something into your operating system, how you are going to do that? In Windows, it is very easy. Why? Because we do have a GUI there. GUI means we have graphical user interface there. But this Linux is completely, I would say, reverse to it. We are not going to work on the GUI part there. We are completely going to work on the CLI part, that is command line interface part. And we are going to compare each and every task. Let's say if you are searching something in Linux, then what are the other parameters we can use? Let's say if you want to search on the basis of a file which is having space of less than 10 GB, or let's say you want to find on the basis of the name, let's say you want to find on the basis of the date of creation of the files. So such kind of a scenarios we are going to have in this particular topic. Because as being a DevOps engineer, there are some little automation task you can get. Let's say for the server maintenance, what you have to do, you have to create some scripts where, let's say if a script is some files are lesser than 1 month, you need to delete that. Then you are not going to look for each and every file. You are not going to look for each and every file's date. Oh, this was created at that time, so I can delete it. So there we are going to use this find command. So this is one of the scenarios that might be, I mean, most of the companies right now are using with the find command. Apart from this, how we can change password in Linux? The similar way we change password in Windows, the same way we can change password in Linux as well. Apart from this, what is wildcards? So suppose if you are not confirm about the complete name of the file, so Linux provides you a facility of using wildcard, where just putting some alpha, or I would say some special symbols, you can search for, let's say for some files, for some directories. So you can search on the basis of this. Then we are going to discuss about the soft link and hard links in Linux, because this is very important. When we are working with Linux, we should know about the basics of soft link and hard link. Even the guys who are preparing for the RSCSA interview in some organization, or they are preparing for the system admin job, definitely they are going to face this question, that what is the difference between hard link and soft link, how we can unlink a hard link or soft link. We are also going to, in the previous module, we are also going to compare what is the difference between the Linux and Windows, that why we are using Linux in into this particular course, why we are not using Windows. Then on to the module 4, we are going to cover up the syntax. Let's say we are going to cover up the daily users command. Let's say user add command, user delete command. Suppose if you need to monitor some server's performance, then we are going to cover that thing as well. The file permissions, because as being a DevOps engineer, it is your responsibility that each file in your server should not be accessible to each person. It should be accessible to the person who is authorized to use it. Let's say if I give you a scenario, you work as a DevOps engineer. So generally DevOps engineers are having the all the root privileges, or I would say super user privileges with them. I'm not saying 100% super user, but somehow they can access all the files. Okay. Now let's say if a developer come to you, so it is your responsibility that developer can only access the files which is required for the development of my software. There is nothing related to the infra files for the software developer. So there we are going to put the file permission. We are going to work on the file ownership, means who owns the file. Apart from this, we are going to use some helping commands as well. Let's say man command, let's say what is command, and other as well. Now in Linux, it is not mandatory for you to type the complete command. What you can do, if you know one or two characters of the command or one or two words of the command, using the tab, the keyboard tab, you can complete your commands. Apart from this, how we can add some text to a file, what is standard output, how we are going to implement files, what are file maintenance command, display commands, text processors. So these kind of a things we are also going to cover now. In terms of text processor, again, one thing come: cut, short, grep, awk, unique, wc. So these are the commands that you are going to use when I mean when you are doing any kind of a scripting. Majority of the commands are going to be used from this. Apart from this, I would say split command. These all commands we are going to work there as well. How we can truncate any file in Linux. Suppose I don't want to. So why this particular truncate is being used? Let's say you are managing a server in your company, and every day you are working on some logs. Now, what happened after 3 days or 4 days? You are pretty much sure that that particular file is going to take 10 GB or 20 GB of the space, and after 3 days those logs are not required to me. So instead of logging onto that particular server and uh, I would say cleaning it on or regular or alternate days, we are going to use the truncate command or log rotation kind of a things we are going to use over here. Then system administration task. So under this module, we are going to cover up all the things which is related to the Linux system administration. Let's say what is the text editors, how we are going to use the sed command, what is the use case of sed command. Now, under the module 3, I would say module 4 and 5, definitely you are going to face some of the questions that what is the difference between awk and sed, what is the use case of using cut command, what is the use case of using sort command. So we are also going to cover up such kind of a interview questions as well into this particular module. Apart from this, user account management, that suppose if you are I mean let's say some new person or joins your organization, what privileges that particular person should have, because he's not a DevOps engineer, so you cannot give the complete access to that person. So we are also going to filter that access as well into the user account management. How we can switch user from, let's say, user A to user B, we are going to, then we are going to monitor the users as well. Into this particular topic, how we are monitoring the user. Let's say if you are having some unauthorized access on your server, so you are going to monitor that as well, because that comes under the SOC part, that is security operations centers part. Okay, how we can communicate with the users, how we can use the LDAP. Generally, what happens in the organization, let's say if one person joins and I have 1000 servers, so I cannot log in on each and every server, and I cannot provide, although it is possible for me to log in each and every server and provide that access. But instead of wasting so much time on this, generally companies work on the LDAP concept. And what they do, they have a centralized server where they put an entry of the user, and that user can access the all the servers which comes under that particular rule. So we are also going to discuss on this. I mean, we are not going to have a complete practical implementation on this, but we are going to have the idea that how generally LDAP works. Okay, because suppose if you join one organization, they are using LDAP in different manner, and in some organization they are using LDAP in different manner. So I don't want you to be in a confused state. So that is why we are going to discuss this particular thing as well. Now, system utility commands, we are also going to discuss. Let's say what is date, uptime, postname command. So whatever the day-to-day commands that we are going to implement, we are going to uh, have in this particular module as well. Now, schedules. So this is very important. Let's say why this process and schedules is so important. Let's say I'll give you a scenario. Suppose I'll give a scenario to Suman. Hey Suman, this is the script, and you have to execute this script at 2 a.m. every day from Monday to Friday. So now there are two approaches you have. One is that Suman should wake up at 2 a.m. and he is going to execute it from Monday to Friday. Instead of this, what he can do, he can schedule this so that, let's say, he put a script or he put a cron. Generally, scheduling something in Linux is called cron. So he is going to do a cron which should run at 2 a.m. on every day. So such kind of a approach we are also going to use, because these kind of a questions can be asked to you. Suppose I need to implement a script to run at this particular time, how you can do that. So this we are going to capture that. Okay. Now system monitoring commands. Let's say if I give you a scenario that my server got crashed. Now, as being a DevOps engineer, it is your responsibility to find the RCA for that particular things. So these commands you are going to use when you are looking for that particular issue. Let's say if my server got crashed, what could be the possible reasons for that? Or if my server is having some latency, what could be the possible reasons for that? So we are going to cover up this as well. Now, OS maintenance command, system logs, generally at which path the system logs maintains, because without logs we cannot troubleshoot anything in Linux. Not in Linux, I would say in any technology, without logs we cannot troubleshoot anything. How the logs are maintained, how and what is the location of the logs, so we are also going to discuss that. Generally we can change the location of the logs, but this in this particular topic we are going to discuss about the default logs location. Okay. Now how we can change the host name, and what is the host name, what is the use case of host name. So this will be covered up here. Now finding some system information, this is also a system administration kind of a task. What are the different architectures available right now, some terminal controls keys. Apart from this, what are the terminal commands that we are going to implement, how we can recover the root password. There is SOS report. Generally this is not considered in RSCSA exam SOS report, but some of the organizations are working on the SOS report concept. So I'll just give you idea on this as well. Now what is environment variables, how we are going to use the environment variables. Apart from this, once these modules are covered, then we are going to jump on to our new you can consider it as a module, or you can consider it as a technology, because shell scripting, as being a DevOps engineer, it is good that you have some hands-on on some scripting, whether it is Python, whether it is shell scripting. But in this particular course, we are going to cover up the shell scripting part, where we are going to discuss Linux kernel, what is shell, type of shells, shell scripting, that what are the scenarios being covered in the IT industry, basic shell script, what are the loops there. And on the basis of all these things we are going to cover up some real based scenarios. Let's say I'll give you a project to create a script that take a database backup on this particular time. Let's say I'll give you a scenario of create because such kind of a scenarios are being asked to you whenever you are going to give a DevOps engineer interview. Definitely people are going to ask you, do you have any knowledge in any of the scripting language? So we are going to cover up in that manner that you can even answer, yes, I have knowledge in this scripting, and such kind of a scenarios I have created by my own. I have done the scripting for this part. So we are going to cover up this. Let's say right now, if I would say those people who are giving the DevOps interviews, some bubble sorts are being sorting questions are asking to you, asked to you. Apart from this, there is a scenario called fizz buzz concept. This is also being asked. So we are going to cover up such kind of a scenarios. What I'll do after each and every topic, I'm going to tell you that you can face this kind of a question into your interviews. You can face this kind of a question in the interviews, so that suppose if you are not able to recall it that time, but you at least know the concept of that thing. Okay. Then networking and servers. So this networking is related to the Linux networking. Okay. Let's say under this particular thing, we are going to cover up with the how we can troubleshoot in Linux on the basis of if there's some network related issue there. Okay. This is not again I'm saying this is not the network administration, but this is the part of Linux networking. Okay. What is the NIC port? How we can download files using the URL? What is the curl and ping? Apart from this, this is very important thing, yum, that is yellow update modifier server you are going to configure, because in Windows generally what we do, we go on to Google and just check a particular package for the Windows. The similar thing happens in Linux, but you have to download the package using CLI. So we are going to work on that scenario as well. Then there is a thing called patch management in Linux. Each and every company is doing this thing, patch management. So what is patch management is, let's say if you are working in an organization and you got a report or you got a mail from your higher management that you have a server in your infra which is having some vulnerable threats into it, and you have to fix those threats, and those vulnerable threats are related to your Linux OS. So how we can resolve that particular threat? So we are going to cover up that. Or let's say if you have updated some particular package or updated some particular software in Linux, then how you can again degrade it. It is not I would say it is not recommended to degrade it back, but somehow if you stuck somewhere and you need to, there is no solution uh, available, and the only solution available with you is to degrade it, then how we can degrade this particular software? We are going to discuss this thing. So generally this particular thing, patch management, seems very small topic, but it is very important because each and every company do the audits under, and as being a DevOps engineer, it is your responsibility to have the green report for that audits. Either you are doing it manually or you are automating this thing, but at the end of the day you are responsible for doing the patch management on the servers. I'm not saying that you are going to log in on the servers and doing the patch management, no, but the strategy for that you have to plan. Okay. uh, Apart from this, we are going to discuss about different protocols: SSH protocol, what is the telnet protocol, DNS protocol, let's say NTP protocol, what is the default port of each and every protocols, because this is also asked in the interview question. Let's say if you need to change the default port for SSH, how you can do that? You should know about that. Let's say if particular service works on port 80, then which protocol it is using, so you should know the answer of it. So I'll give you a complete sheet of it, that which protocol works on which port, so that you can get a good idea of the ports and the protocols. And then there's Apache server, central logging will be there. Uh, some kind of a Linux, or I would say OS hardening is going to be there. How we can install the open LDAP, we can do. Although it is not mandatory because companies are using either the enterprise edition of the LDAP, or I would say custom free version of the LDAP. But I'll give you a brief of it, that how the LDAP generally works in the organization. Let's say now you need to trace from, let's say if you try to log in from your server and you are hitting google.com, then what network or what traffic your particular request is taking to reach google.com. We are also going to trace that particular thing, because all of the things are going to be covered in Linux, and you are going to use these things in DevOps, because DevOps is not just automating the things, but DevOps is also troubleshooting the things. Okay. Now disk management, generally how we can increase our disk, generally and guys, believe me, all the things that we are going to do, we are going to do on the cloud servers. We are not going to do on the physical servers. Why? Because the same thing, maximum of the market is on the cloud. So the, as per the demand of the market, we are going to cover it on the cloud. But the concept behind increasing or decreasing the disk partition will be the same, either in cloud as well as in data centers. So why this disk management is very important for you, and what is this run levels? Because generally each and every operating system works on some predefined run level that says 0, 1, 2, 3. So what is the use case of each and every run level, and how whenever we are accessing any server, on which run level it is working? So we are going to discuss that as well. Apart from this, if I talk about the disk partition, so how many disk is being utilized, because in the windows you can just click on to that particular location and you can see, okay, I have 500 GB of the space, out of which 200 has been used. So you can check. But how you can monitor the same thing in Linux. So we are going to discuss that particular thing in disk partition. And let's say if I give you a scenario that I do have a 30 GB of the disk attached to my server. Now, what happens? Somehow, or due to my application utilization, my disk has been in disk utilization has been increased, and the disk which is attached onto my server having space 30 GB is going to be completely utilized. So, how we can increase our disk size without restarting our server, so that thing we are also going to discuss. So this is all about the uh, Linux introduction and what the things that we are going to cover up in the coming days. Apart from this, what are the prod scenarios available there? So we are also going to discuss that thing. And guys, apart from this, after each and every module, I'm going to give you some interview questions so that you can just go and check that what kind of a questions that you can face in the coming days when you are preparing for the DevOps engineer. So after this call, what I'm going to give you, I'm going to uh, give you the names of some prerequisite software for the persons who are Windows users only. Because for the Mac and for Linux, it is not required to have those software because we do have the shell available for that. So मैं सॉफ्टवेयर का आपको नाम बता दूंगा, आप एक बार उनको ट्राई करना इंस्टॉल करने का. इफ यू आर एबल टू इंस्टॉल इट देन दैट्स गुड. इफ यू आर नॉट, वी कैन have or we can install in the next class. So in this way we are going to process our training. Apart from this, इनिशियल में मैं आपको एक सर्वर बनाना बताऊंगा लिनक्स का ऑन AWS और एनी क्लाउड आई वुड से, बट जनरली वी आर गोइंग टू कवर अप AWS. तो आप लोग अगर चाहें तो डायरेक्ट उस पे काम कर सकते हैं. फॉर द पर्संस हु आर नॉट विंडोज यूजर्स, आप चाहें तो डायरेक्ट उस पे काम कर सकते हैं. बट इफ यू वांट टू वर्क ऑन मैक और लिनक्स which is your local laptop, so you can work on that as well. But in the future, definitely we are going to completely work on cloud. Okay, so guys, इसके अलावा, I mean, apart from this module, there are some if there is something new is added, so we are going to cover up that. Let's say if there is a scenario, or I would say I have faced that scenario where I was giving you training on to, I'll just give you a scenario. Let's say when I was giving you training on the system monitoring command, then I'm going to give you the training in the way that you are debugging the on prod scenario. Let's say one scenario I'm going to tell you right now, that suddenly you have a CPU utilization of 70%. Okay, due to which what is happening, your website is, because your website is hosted on to that particular server, so your website is having little bit latency. So as being a DevOps engineer, as being a SRE, as being a Linux engineer, what are your task, or what the things that you have to check, and how you are going to respond on that? Let's say if your system is down, you are not directly going and uh, doing the debugging on it. The very first task that you are going to do, you are making your system up. Once it is up, you have already captured the required logs, then you are doing the debugging. So in that scenario we are going to work. Then another scenario, let's say if you have scheduled a cron and the cron got failed, how you can check and what is the reason of that particular cron failed, and how you can generally how a DevOps engineer debug that particular scenario. Apart from this, let's say if you are doing some scripting, then under scripting, what is the best way that you can minimize your code and you are getting the same output? What are the compress strategy that you should follow in your organization, and how we can compress and uncompress thing, and what is the use case of compress and uncompress? So all the things will be covered up there. Okay, now, uh, yeah, apart from this, there is a thing called soft link. Now, you will say that suppose if I have created a folder, then what is the use case of creating a soft link for that? So I'm going to give you a scenario in that as well. Let's say how the soft link is working, how the things are. soft link generally you are going to do for the reference purpose. Okay, let's say if you have a directory 1 and directory 2, your base directory will be directory 1, but you have to make your instead of using your base directory, you have to put a reference to some other directory or to some other location. In that scenario, soft link is you have to use soft link. Okay, and what is the difference between hard link and soft link? Please make the concepts clear on that, because definitely you will face such kind of a questions. And related to the scripting part, I have already told you that how we are going to approach that thing. Apart from this, suppose you are doing the hands-on by your own, and you encountered with an issue. So please don't keep that issue with you. Try to ask that issue in the class or in the group that we are going to have, so that other persons, let's say if one person has faced the issue and after some time some other person has faced the issue, so please do not keep that issue with you. Please try to broadcast it so that other person, even might be, I'm not saying, there are some scenarios which even I don't know, and you have resolved it at your own. So that will be a new learning for me as well. So please broadcast the information whatever you got. Okay. Now go to the other topic. So this is the very first topic of Linux, that uh, understanding Linux basic. Okay. So why Linux is so important? So I mean, those who has used Linux, the very first thing is Linux is free to use. I'm not saying it is completely free, but there are some distributions available of Linux which is free. But the similar case is completely reverse with Windows. Although there are some persons who are downloading Windows from different sources of Google and use it freely, but logically Windows is not free. You have to purchase a license for Windows, but that thing is not required in Linux. There are some distributions, let's say distributions like CentOS, Ubuntu. So such kind of a distributions you can use freely. There are, whereas some distributions which you required licensing, let's say Linux, Red Hat. So such kind of a flavors you are going to have the license for them. Okay. So before going deep into the topic, let's get back to the basics. So what is Linux? The very first thing is Linux is an operating system. Okay. So just consider this thing. Let's say this is your operating system, this is your hardware, and this is your user. Okay, and whatever the things are processing, all the things are processing between the hardware or user is doing with the help of operating system. So if anybody is going to ask you what is Linux, so your answer to that Linux is an op- open source operating system. Okay. Please try to include that word open source operating system whenever you are defining about Linux. So again, come to the back seat. Again, if anybody is going to ask you what is Windows, then your answer that Windows is an operating system, but that is not open source. Now, what is open source? Let's say my name is user A, and I have joined open source community, or when I'm using a Linux, I'm using Linux, so I'm part of open source community. But I think that this particular thing into my Linux operating system is not suits me. Okay, and I want some kind of a changes into it. So you can customize those things in Linux, whereas that thing is not available in Linux. And even when you customized it, you can broadcast that thing as well. You can push your changes to the open source community, and if that is good for the operating system, they can release it into their next branch, okay, or next version, whereas this thing is not uh, available in Windows. Let's say if I say uh, you have to customize something in Windows, so is it possible for you that you can customize, let's say, VLC media player, or I would say any kind of a software available in Windows, available for Windows? Can you customize it? The simple answer is no, you cannot customize it. because that owns by an organization which is called Microsoft, and Microsoft is only having the copyright to make some changes into the operating system. But the same case doesn't goes with Linux. You can do the customization at your own in Linux. Okay. Now, what is Linux and what is Unix? And why Linux came into the picture? The very first thing, before the Linux, there is a terminology called Unix was available in the market. So Unix was nothing but you can say it is the initial phase of Linux with some drawbacks. Now, what are the drawbacks and who has invented Linux? Who has invented Unix? We are going to discuss. So Unix was invented by AT&T laboratory, by AT&T, whereas the Linux was invented a person named Mr. Linus Torvalds, and he has invented Linux in the early 90s. Okay, now Linux is mostly free, as I have already told in my past slide that Linux is mostly free. And what flavors of Linux is free? I'm going to give you an more detailing on that. Linux is open source. The similar thing, let's say if you want to make some kind of a changes into it, you can do it by your own. Okay. Now, what is Unix? So right now, if I would say Unix is majorly used by some of the organization, let's say Solaris, which is owned by Sun Microsystems. Okay. Apart from this, if I would say Unix was having or Unix supports very few file systems, means you do not have more varieties of using file system in Unix. Let's say if Unix uses file system A, then either you like it or not, but you have to use file system A. But whereas in Linux, you have multiple availability, or I would say uh, Linux supports multiple file systems. So let's say if you like one file system, there are some file systems named as, let's say, ext4, let's say ext3, or I would say xfs. So these are nothing but these are the name of the file systems. Okay, so you have the more or you have the broader range of file systems in Linux. Apart from this, what is the difference between Linux and Windows? Okay, the very first thing, it is almost free, whereas you have to purchase a license for Windows. There are some also, I would say, disadvantages of using Linux for the persons who are non-technical. But I'm not for the non-technical person. It can be a disadvantage, but for a technical person, it is an advantage. Let's say if I talk about Linux, Linux is not easy to use or it is not user friendly. Why not user friendly? Suppose if anybody who doesn't know anything about Linux and I want him just to copy one file from folder A to folder B, so I'm pretty much sure that at the very first time he won't be able to do that. Whereas if I ask a person, hey, you need to copy one thing from this file to this file in Windows, he can easily do that. Okay. Apart from this, if I talk about reliability, so Linux is more reliable as compared to Windows. Let's say if you are using 10 or 20 programs at the same time on Windows, so definitely you have faced this issue. When you check your task manager, you can see that there is very high utilization in Windows, and sometimes your Windows laptop got hang. So to get rid of it, you need to reboot that particular thing. But this doesn't goes with Linux. In Linux, what you have to do, let's say you can run multiple programs at the same time, and there is no requirement to reboot that particular Linux server. And not only the day one, you can run the same program for a very longer time, because it is not, I mean, reboots are not frequent in Linux, I would say. Apart from this, Linux is being used by most of the enterprises just to create their software. Whereas, suppose Windows you are using in day-to-day life, let's say creating your PPTs, let's say you are doing some game, you are uh, just playing some games, or you are watching some movies. So you are doing such kind of a stuff with the help of Windows, but this kind of a stuff you cannot go with Linux. Okay. Now, if I talk about the multitasking, let's say you are running a script on your Linux server, and at the same time you are doing something else, or you are doing, I would say, or you are running different scripts on the Linux server at the same time. So such kind of a facility is available in Linux. Just don't consider it for one or two scripts. You can consider it for n number of scripts or n number of tasks. But if I talk about it in terms of Windows also comes with the multitasking, but it has some foundations on it. Means you cannot open multiple files at the same time in Windows. So definitely you are going to face some kind of issues in that. Apart from this, in terms of security, Linux is far away as compared to Windows. Why? Because for Windows, you required some kind of a antiviruses to make to run your system flawlessly. Whereas if I talk about in terms of Linux, you do not require any kind of a uh, I was saying, uh, yeah, you do not require any kind of softwares, or I would say, I forgot the term. Just I have repeated. So you do not require such kind of a softwares to make it secure. Instead of it, what you are doing patching in Linux. So what is patching? I have already told you. Let's say you got a report, red report. You can say you got a red report from your management that this particular software can cause such kind of a security threat in your Linux. So what you can do, instead of purchasing any external software, you can uh, upgrade the version of that particular software by your own. So in that terms, it is very secure. Apart from this, if I talk about in terms of information security, whatever the algos, or whatever the algos are created, it is not easy to crack any code in Linux, because in the background Linux works on some algos. Let's say some chop algos. These are the name of the algos. Some, I would say, sorting algos. So Linux works on those, whereas this thing doesn't goes with Windows. Okay. Now, in terms of open source, Linux is open to public. Anybody can use it. What you can do, you just go onto the official website of, I would say, CentOS, or I would say Ubuntu. You can download the distribution that you like, or the version that you like, and you can install it in your system, and you can easily use it. There is no requirement for you to pay for the support of it. Whereas this thing doesn't goes with Windows. What you have to do, although you can download the Windows, there are some cracks available to downloading of free Windows, but you cannot use it freely. Definitely at some point of time, definitely you need to purchase your license, or you need to upgrade to a licensed version instead of using the free version. So this is the basic differences between the Linux and Windows. Now, distributions of Linux. If I talk about the distributions of Linux, right now the distributions which are dominating the market are Red Hat, CentOS, and Ubuntu. So these are the, and some others are available, let's say Fedora, Debian, SUSE. So only I have given six names here, but apart from these six names, there are other distributions, let's say Mint is available. Apart from this, right now, what the organizations are doing, they are taking a copy of CentOS, and as I have told you that you can easily customize it. They are customizing it as per their use cases. Uh, the best example for that, let's say Amazon Linux. So what is Amazon Linux? Amazon Linux is nothing. They have taken a copy of the CentOS, or I would say Red Hat flavor. They have done the customization as per their organization, and they have launched that particular uh, OS onto their cloud portal, and the organizations are using it freely. Okay. So in this manner, you can have a download of a distribution and customize by your own, and you can use or you can just release it to be used. Okay. Now, question again comes, people definitely going to ask you, if there are so many distributions available in the market, then definitely there is some benefit of using a distribution. That let's say if I give you a scenario, I want to use Ubuntu instead of CentOS, then you have to justify me that why I should go with Ubuntu instead of CentOS. So the reason is, if I talk about only these three, okay, the very first thing here is, you can get an question that, okay, distributions of Linux, if I would say, there are two kind of a distributions. uh, I would say distribution architecture, you can consider it a distribution architecture. So there are two kind of a architecture available in the market. One is the deb architecture, okay, and another is the rel architecture. Now, what is dev architecture? What is rel architecture? So, under this architecture, I would say rel. These are the most dominating architectures available in the Linux market right now. So, what is the difference between the dev architecture and rel architecture? Interview questions, or I would say questions you can have. Examples of rel architecture can be Red Hat, okay, and CentOS, the mostly used OS for rel architecture, whereas for dev architecture you can use Ubuntu. Uh, the difference, you can have an answer that what is the difference between Ubuntu and Red Hat, or I would say Ubuntu and CentOS. The very first thing is the architecture difference. CentOS is having the rel architecture. So whatever the packages, whatever the software available for this kind of a uh, architecture are called the RPM. RPM is nothing but it is an acronym for Red Hat Package Manager. Okay. And for Deb, those are the Deb, I would say, PPKG kind of a packages you can have for it. Now, apart from this, if I talk about the updation, then Ubuntu gets the frequent updates. When you check for the any new update available in the new district, or any new update is available, if you compare the updation, then Ubuntu provides you more frequent update as compared to CentOS. Why? The reason is, as I have told you, that CentOS uses the rel architecture and Red Hat is not free to use. Okay. So what actually happens, suppose if Red Hat provides an update, then it is only available with CentOS, or CentOS provide an update, then after some validation, uh, or after some time, it is get released. Whereas Ubuntu is free. So uh, that is why anybody can provide the update, or anybody can have the updated packages in Ubuntu. So this is the major two differences between the rel architecture and dev architecture in Linux. So who are the users of Linux? So you just name the organization. All of the organizations are using Linux. Suppose the best examples, you can say NASA is using Linux, US government agencies is using Linux, any healthcare company is using Linux. Uh, Whatever the bullet trains are running, the servers behind are Linux. The ATC, the air traffic control servers, are completely based on Linux. Any stock exchange is completely based on Linux. So I would say, any entertainment industry who is running their website is completely hosted on Linux operating systems. Any e-commerce leaders in the market, they all are the users of Linux. These are the major contributors, or I would say the big users of Linux right now available in the market. Instead of this, I would say, even you will shocked to know that Windows is also, Microsoft is also using Linux in the back end. So any organization who is launching their website, who is creating their website, their product is completely developed on Linux. Why? Because of the uh, use cases that we have discussed here. So these are the reasons that everybody is going on Linux. Okay, I would give you some prerequisite so that you can be uh, on the same stage in the training. What I required from you, those are the Windows users, those who are the Windows users. What you have to do is uh, Windows users. Okay, you have to install these softwares. Uh, Either you can install Mobile Xterm, okay, or you can use Putty, or you can use iTerm. So these are nothing but these are the I would, or you can say you can install Ubuntu WSL. So these are the softwares, okay, that you have to use for accessing your Linux servers. First thing, okay. Apart from this, if anybody wants to install their VMware, okay, then they can install the VMware software. I'll give you a hint that how you can install your OS on VMware software. Okay, for the Linux use, and apart from this, you either any cloud account you should create. Okay, any cloud, I would say AWS or Azure or GCP, that is totally up to on you. But we are going to have AWS because it is very friendly to use the very first time, I would say, and it is easy to understand. So I would go with AWS. So you have to create your AWS account. What you have to do, you have to register yourself on AWS. Please try to create your AWS account today only, because it takes some time to make your account applicable. Okay, so this is for the Windows users, and this is for all. You have to focus on this. And once all the things are done, let's say if you have installed Mobile Xterm, you have installed any kind of a software, uh, please just give me a go ahead, so that on the basis of that we can process our training. And I would request you to just create your aid any cloud account as soon as possible, I would say. Another thing, please create your GitHub account. I have told you that we are going to cover GitHub after the once the Linux is completed. So it is good if you are creating your GitHub account, because from now onwards, I'm not saying now onwards, once we have started the GitHub chapter, then whatever the things, or I would try to push the things on the GitHub account so that you can just download it there. And this is not only applicable for me as well. What is happening right now in the market, people can showcase their cloud or any kind of a development skills. They generally provide their GitHub account URL. Anybody, let's say, have given their GitHub account, then people can access their account contents, and they can check that on what particular thing the person has worked. So it is also good for you as well, not for this course, it is also good for you. So please try to create these things, and please have this prerequisite completed. This was the syllabus that we were discussing about. What I'm going to do is just wanted to know that who has tried to create their account. So in that series, I'm going to show you that in cloud, I would say in cloud, how we can create our own Linux system or our own Linux server. There are two things right now. When the cloud is immersed so much in the IT, then people are not provisioning in-house setups. They are completely going on to the cloud vendors, and they are creating their own clouds over there. But what I'll do, I'll provide you a sheet where it is each and every step is mentioned. Suppose if you for just practice purpose, if you want to install the Linux system on your local system, how can you do that? But let's just start our first class by creating the first server. This is the very first class, by creating the server onto a AWS account. So guys, for that, what you have to do, once you create your AWS account and you are logged in into your AWS account, so there's a thing over available here. You can see it is saying some Mumbai geographic location it is giving here. So in terms of cloud, if I would say, this geographic location is called region. So what is a reason is, a reason generally is, don't be I mean, don't think that we are starting our cloud from day one. No, it's just to give you an overview that how we are going to create our resources on cloud. And definitely we are pursuing it, with Linux only. but the very first thing that we are doing, we are creating our first server on cloud. Okay, so guys, over here you can see there are around 20 reasons available in AWS. Okay, we are creating our resources in Mumbai region. It is not mandatory that you should create your account or serve or resources in Mumbai region only. You can create your resources in any of the regions. Okay, but why I'm choosing Mumbai region? Because it is very near to my geolocation. So that is why I'm picking Mumbai over here. Okay, so once you selected over here, so there might be a probability that you can face the latency, but there might be a probability. I'm not saying that definitely you are going to face that, but for the good practice, it is said that if you are launching a server which is very nearer to your from where you are hosting your application, then that is good. And apart from this, each and every geolocation on the basis of the availability of the resources does having the costing. Let's say if I talk about the AWS has launched their first region as North Virginia. So after that, they have developed so many regions that we are seeing right now: Ohio, California, or Oregon, Mumbai, Osaka, and all those. Now, if I talk in that term, after selecting this particular region, so now I'll tell you what is reason is. Let's say uh, this is a reason. Okay, let's say this is your Mumbai region. So it is nothing but it is a geolocation. Okay, so under this geolocation, what it exactly the thing is working behind that, you are creating your resources in Mumbai region. Actually, uh, this thing is called your reason. First thing, there are two things generally in AWS. One is reason, another one in zone. So what is reason? Reason is the geolocation for any data center. Okay. Whereas what is zone is, zone is nothing but it is the physical availability of the data centers. Let's say this is my data center A. I would name it as D1 and D2. So now, if I say that what is the difference between a data center and a region is that the very first thing, a region can have multiple data centers. The very first thing, the region can have multiple data centers. Why? Because if a region is having multiple availability zones or multiple data centers, then it is providing the concept. Then we do have a concept of high availability. Let's say we do have in Mumbai region, we do have two data centers. That is one data D1 and another is D2. Somehow, what happens that there is a some kind of a downtime in region in data center D1. Now, what will happen as cloud provides the high availability feature? So, whatever the application we do have at that time, our application is not completely down. The traffic will start to serve from the another availability zone. So, in that manner, generally a high availability works in clouds. It is not related to only AWS. The same thing works in any of the cloud vendors. Okay. Now, so, are you clear with this reason and availability zone concept? Can we move forward? So, I'm not saying that only there will be two availability zones in any region. There can be three availability zones as well. Depending on the region, it varies from two to three. But I think only there is one reason. I would say far beyond. There is only one reason where it was only a single availability zone. I think it was located in, I think, Osaka. I'm not sure. Might be it has been upgraded now to two availability zones, but earlier it was having a single availability zone. So now the server service in AWS is called the EC2. So EC2 is nothing but it is an acronym for Elastic Compute Cloud. Okay. So for creating your server, what you have to do is you have to click on EC2. Okay. And over here, what you have to do, you can click on instances. So generally this dashboard is showing that how many servers are running. So you can see that I have created so many servers where only a single server was running. So as of now, I'm just stopping this server. Okay. Uh, and I'm trying to create a new server. So what I'll do is, let's say for creating a new server, I have to click on launch instances. So once I clicked on launch instances, here in the name and tags, I can provide the name of the server that I'm going to create. Let's say I'm creating this server as Linux test. Okay. So this is the very first server that I'm creating over here, Linux test. Now, when we goes down application and OS images, so this is the actual thing that we are configuring for our server. It says that what kind of a flavor server you want. Let's say you want to configure Amazon Linux, you want to configure Mac OS, you want to configure Ubuntu Linux, you want to configure any Windows, Red Hat. So you have so many options available here. So depending on your use case, you can choose any of the server, but we are going with Amazon Linux. Okay. So under here you can see that it is providing the AMI. So AMI is nothing but it is for Amazon machine image. So this is the ID of this particular image that we are using. Okay. And you can see the name here is Amazon Linux 2023. So it is the latest one. So using a latest AMI can reduce the cases that you need to do the frequent updates in your I would say in your infra. Let's say if you are using some AMI which was launched in 2022, so definitely there will be some updates available. So you have to do it after some time. But when you are using the latest one, then it is having the most latest updates with it. Okay. Now, under the description, you can see that it says that you are launching this image, and uh, this was, I think, this on this date, this particular image was launched. This is the architecture. It is 64-bit. Generally, as you are aware, either it is Windows, Mac, or I would say Linux. Each and every OS has been divided into two parts. One is 32-bit, another one is 64-bit. So right now, it is a 64-bit, and that is it is having the kernel 6.1. So what is kernel? We'll discuss it after some time. Let's just create our first server. So here we can check our architecture. So we have to create the x86 one. Okay. Now here, this is the instance type. So what is instance type? Instance type is nothing but you are giving the your server specifications over here. So when you click on T2 micro, so generally for the free use cases, I would recommend you to just go with this instance type. Why? Because this is free tier eligible. Instead of this, if you are going to use any other, let's say T2 small, so it is not freely available. For the practice purpose, you can start with T2 micro. Okay. Now, under this T2 micro, you can see one is family, another one is the vCPU. So in cloud, everything is called vCPU, that is virtual CPU. And because when you, I mean, when you are taking any server, definitely you are going with the specs of it. That what kind of how many cores of CPU you are going to use, how many GB of RAM you are going to use. Okay, so such kind of a thing. So I'm going with the one CPU and 1 GB of RAM as of now. Now, in cloud, generally what happens for the authentication purpose, we require some key pairs. Uh, so, uh, so that we can connect with the server, and even cloud can understand that the person who is having that particular key is connecting to the server. So this is being used for the authentication purpose, because if you are present physically, you can easily log in into the server. But what about the cloud? So cloud is won't be able to understand that who's going to log in, whether the person is authentic or not. So that is why we have to create a key over here. Now you can have I mean, generally you have the very first time you have to create your keys over here. So when you click on create key, it will ask you the name of the key, that which key you are going to use. So let's say if I'm putting as Linux, just giving Linux underscore test. So here we do have key pair type RSA and ED255 and PAM and PPK. Okay. So the persons who are working on MacBook or Linux, please install this key pair RSA and PAM. And the person who are working on Windows, so they can install RSA and the PPK format. Why? So because there is a difference in the algos of Linux and Windows, I would say. So that is why for Windows, generally the PPK format is being supported if you're trying to log in with the Putty software. Whereas for Linux, they do have their own shell. So there is no requirement to convert it. So that is why you have to select the .pem format here. So once you have selected these things, you have to create a key pair. So now when you create the key pair, it will ask you that where you want to download this particular key pair. So I'll just choose my location. Now this key pair will be saved on your local system. So the next time when you are trying to log in onto that, Okay, so you have to use this particular key. The very first time, I'm saying the very first time when you are creating a new server, I'm again repeating my words. When you are creating a new server, you have to create a key pair. And once you are logged into the server, then you can do the customization in that. And next time, it is not mandatory for you to use that key pair. Okay. Now it asks for the network settings. So as of now, we are not making any changes into the network setting. We are just taking it as default. And I'll just give you a brief of it that it is the VPC that is we are using, or I would say the network that we are using. So this is the default network of AWS. We have not created our custom VPC. When we are digging more into AWS, we will start creating our instances in custom VPC, and those servers won't be accessible to the outer world. Those will be accessible in the custom network only. In that manner, we are going to create our resources. Okay. So under here in the configuration storage, it asked me that how much GB storage I required. Each and every operating system required some space to boot up. Okay, so that volume is called the root volume. So that is why we are taking our root volume here. Let's say I'm initially giving it as 8 GB only. Okay, so once I have selected that, there are some families of the storages are also available. Now what we are going to do, when we clicked on the configure storage, let's go down. Okay, and there will be chances that you have to create additional volume, you have to attach additional volume with your server. So we will do it later, but as of now, I'm just creating a default server for you. So just click on the launch instances. I'm again going to show you the configuration. I have nothing I have done. I have just given the name. I have selected the image, and this I have selected the instance type. I have created a key pair, and then I have configure my storage, and I'm clicking on launch instance. So once I click on launch instance, so what actually AWS is doing right now, it is creating an server for me in the Mumbai region in its data center. And what I'm doing right now here, I am creating that resource by the AWS console. Okay. So to check that what whether my server has been created or not, either you can click on instances or you can directly click on the this instance ID. So instance ID means the server that you have created. Each and every server is having a unique ID associated with it. So that ID is called the instance ID. Uh, so no two servers can have the same instance ID. Each server will have the unique instance ID. So when I click here, you can see this that my server has been right now in the running state. The status is initializing. Now, what does this initializing means? So it is actually creating the it is just allocating the network to my server. It is attaching the I would say hard drive to my server. It whatever the specifications I have selected, it is configuring my server in that way only. So let's just refresh our window that and see whether our server is so. After I would say few seconds, you can see that right now the status which is showing initializing here, it is going to show you as status check or status passed. So when you click on this, you can see that there are details here. So what details are these? That this is your instance ID. Okay. Now this is the details about your Linux server. This is the public IP address of your server by which we are trying to access our servers. Okay. This is the private IP. Now, what is public IP and private IP? I'll tell you about now. The instance state. What is the instance state? It is right now running. This is the DNS. So DNS is nothing but it is an acronym for domain name service. So what it actually is, I'll give you a brief of it. Let's say if I ask you, hey, you have to remember my number instead of my name. So is it easy for you to remember my number or is it easy for you to remember my name? I think it will be easy for you to remember my name, correct? So in that manner, server also work. Each and every server is having their own IP. So it is not easy for us to remember each and every IP of the server. So definitely we resolve that IP with some name. Let's say we'll name this server as Linux test. So next time if I ask you, hey, just log in onto that Linux test server, so it means I'm asking you to log in on this server whose name is Linux test and IP is this one. Okay, I'm not going to say you, hey, log in onto, even it is not possible for me, or it is not easy for me to remember the IP of the server. So that is why we just denote each and every server with some name. So that thing is called domain name service. Okay, so it is not related only with server, it is with IP as well. Okay, and here you can see the host name of the server. Okay, this is the private IP DNS, this is the public IP DNS, and this is the private IP DNS. And this is the instance type that we have selected. The auto assigned public IP is this one. Apart from this, if I would go down, you can see when I switch to the security one, we have not done any kind of a customization in the security. So nothing is there. It is completely default. In the networking, we have chosen the, I would say, existing subnet of AWS. So nothing has been changed over here. So this was the availability zone I was talking about. So here you can see this availability, this server has been launched in AP South hyphen 1A, means this server is launched in Asia Pacific. South means India. One means AP South, one means in the Mumbai region, and A means availability zone number A. There will be some server which will have availability zone number B, C, D, like that. So this server has been launched in availability zone number A. Means I would say data center who will be denoted as A in Mumbai region. Okay. So now when I switch on to the storage, you can see that my storage has been attached with my server, and you can see the device, root device name is this one. It is not mandatory for us to remember this name. We just have to see the, here you can see we have chosen 8 GB of RAM, which is attached with my server. Okay, and you can see the status of this. It is attached. The time, attachment time was this one. It is in GMT. Now when I go into the status check, you can see right now it is in initializing state. So these are two kind of a check: system status check and instance status check. So might be we are going to discuss it about more in the coming chapters of AWS. But definitely you are going to face such, you can, the question can be asked that what are the checks available in AWS. So your answer would be there are two checks available in AWS. One is system check and another one is your instance check. Custom, or I would say default monitoring dashboard of your server. So what is actually AWS is doing, it is creating your server, and it is also creating a monitoring dashboard for your server when the time you are creating your server. So this dashboard is the default one which is being provided by AWS. You can customize this dashboard as well. Nothing to worry on this. Right now you can see we do have a dot available here. It says that that this server was created at this time. So what will happen, guys? Why this dashboard is required? Let's say somehow in the night you were not available in shift, and you came to know that your server was restarted. So how you are going to debug that? You will just log in onto the cloud console. You will check that at what time the server got restarted. So for that, what you have to do, you have to select the server and you have to switch on to the monitoring part. Under monitoring, it will show you the time when the CPU utilization was completely down, or I would say, yeah, the utilization was completely down, or status check was not available for a particular duration. It means your server was not available at that time. Okay, and this is the tag. Generally, each and every server you can denote it with some tag. So let's connect our server. I think our server is completely ready. Yes, it is ready. Here you can see the status has been changed from initializing to 2 by 2. Okay. So what we, for connecting to our server, what we have to do is we should copy the this particular IP. This is the public IP, and we can check that by which username. Because let's say if you are logging into a Windows operating system, definitely you are logging with some username associated with it. Let's say user A, user B, user C. Because whenever you want to log in into any system or in any server, definitely there is a username or a user for that. So let's see what is the default user. Generally, each and every cloud provides a default user to log in into the cloud console very first time. Okay, so we are going to use the same default user. So for checking the default user, what we can do, we can click on the connect. It says that your default user is EC2 hyphen user. So we are going to use that user only. Okay, just this one. Now what I'm going to do is, the protocol that I have to use to connect my Linux or Mac operating system with the Linux system should be SSH. So SSH is nothing but this is called the secure shell. Okay, this protocol works on the port number 22. Remember guys, each and every protocol is having a unique port number associated with it, because networking works on the protocol and ports. Because suppose if I'll give a command, let's say SSH, so my networking topology is not going to understand what is SSH. So I have a default port number associated with each and every protocol, which is defined by the I would say internet authority. So then I'll give a hyphen I option. Hyphen I is for the identification. Okay, now I'll choose my, just a second. Yeah, I'll go into the, don't be confused about that. First of all, I'll give some permission to my file. I have given this permission. Okay, now what I'll have to do is SSH hyphen I. Now I would give the identification name or the key that I have generated. This was the key that I have generated, the username, okay, that AWS was giving to me, at username at, and the IP on which we want to log in. Okay, so we want to log in onto this particular server. Let's say this is the server on which we want to log in. I'll just do a copy and paste for this one, and here you have to give a yes. Generally this is the very first time when you are trying to connect with any server, it is just doing the fingerprint check. The identification that you have used, it is trying to check that the correct identification is being used or not. So when you press yes and the identification is perfect, then you are able to log in onto your Linux server. So in this manner you can create your Linux server on AWS, and you can log in onto your Linux server. Now, before connecting to this server, you can see I have told you that SSH generally works on the protocol 22, but I have not given anything related to 22 over here. Why? Because SSH by default works on 22. If my protocol is being customized, let's say from 22 to some other protocol, let's say 122 or 222, then I have to give an option of providing the custom port for that. But as I have used the default port, so it is not mandatory for me to provide a port over here. Now this is my AWS server. Okay, now if I show you that I have connected to the correct server or not, the very first thing that I can show you is this one. The RAM that I have chosen was around 1 GB. Here you can see 1 GB. So guys, this command, that is free hyphen m command, this command is the command in Linux which you can use to check the RAM of your Linux server. With this command you can check that this is the total RAM of your server, how many of the RAM is being used, how many RAM is free, how many bytes or KB data is shared, how many is in buffer, and how much RAM is available to use. So with this command, you can check that what is the RAM specification of your server. Apart from this, we have attached a 8 GB of storage to our Linux server. So when this command df-h, which means disk, it will say disk free hyphen h means human readable format. When I click on it, it says that this was the hard drive name that we have connected. Let's say if I'll show you again, I'll go into the storage. Here you can see it was xvda. Okay, and it is having xvda, correct one. Okay, 8 GB was created. So this is the 8 GB storage has been attached. and the remaining storage that you are seeing here, let's say dev temp fs temp fs temp fs. So this is the uh, storage which is attached by AWS by default, so that they can boot up their system. Boot up means they can start, at least start their system, or make their system to be in a available state. So in this manner, you can create your own Linux server on AWS. Now, if I talk about this, okay, so let me just finish some more things as well. Okay, so let's say if you are using a Linux system, okay, and you are using a Mac and you are using a Windows. Now, the and suppose you have created a Linux server. So, how you can create a Linux with this? For connecting a Linux system with a Linux system, you have to use the SSH protocol. Okay. For connecting a Mac with a Linux, you have to use a SSH protocol. Whereas for connecting a Windows with Linux, either you can use the putty, okay, or you can use the Ubuntu WSL, or I would say you can use the custom softwares like just a second, MobiXterm. So these are the custom software that you can use for connecting your Windows with Linux. Now, again, let's say if you are using putty, then you should download your, either you should download your key as a PAM file, and later on you can convert, and there is another chance that you can download it as ppk file and then you can import it. Whereas for Ubuntu WSL and MobiXterm, there is no requirement for you to convert your PAM file. You can directly, the way I have connected, the same way you can connect as well onto your Linux system. So and apart from this, guys, it is please do not lose your key, because suppose if you lost your key and you have not imported your identification onto the server, then next time it is not possible for you to log in on your server without the key. So the first time when you log on to the server, please import your identification on the server, and then you can work this in the same manner. Okay, so click on start local terminal. It's good if you have installed MobiXterm. Okay, so do one thing. Although it won't be possible for you to log in. Just a sec. Yeah, it won't be possible for you to log in as of now. What I can do, just for the training purpose, what you can do. Okay, SSH EC2 user. This one, and the IP was, yeah. I have given a command to execute on your MobiXterm. Can you please try to execute it? Hyphen EC2 user at the rate, uh, yeah, 143.194. So actually doing for you, remember I have told you that initially we have to give our identification with the option hyphen I to log in onto our server. So what is actually happening right now? So what is actually happening? You can easily able to connect with your server when you do have the identification. Right now, you do not have the identification. That is why it is giving a permission denied at your end. So let's say when the next time you create your AWS account, and once you have created your AWS account and you have created your server, and when you after next time what you have to do, you just write this command ssh hyphen I along with the username and IP. In that scenario, you will able to log in onto your onto your Linux server. Either you want to use the MobiXterm or you want to use the WSL, you can go with any of the approaches. I would suggest that you can use the MobiXterm. Even what I'm going to show you, run the command free space hyphen m Okay, so even you can see the command that I have executed on my Linux server was giving the same output, whereas when you are running the same command on Windows server, or I would say Windows system, and you do have a Linux plugin installed on your system, it is giving you the respective outputs. Let's say this command I'm using in Linux to just check my RAM. Even you can see when Sayyad has executed this command at his end, he is also getting the RAM. I'm sure that Syed, you are using 16 GB of system in your 16 GB of RAM. And can you please try to execute df space hyphen h command? So here you can see that this is the I would say hard disk partition he is running working right now. I think he has 500 GB of partition with associated with the drive G431 associated with drive E. So guys, now you can have two approaches. Either you are directly creating your servers on Linux, and I would say you are creating your servers on AWS and you are accessing it and doing the practice on cloud directly, or for locally till the time your AWS account is not created and you want to just do the basic I would say hands on, you can go with in such approach as well. So if I talk about the syllabus part, the first thing was creating our own Linux server. So that we have done. Okay, we have discussed about the Linux versus Windows, and some more part on this we are going to cover up. I'm going to share you the slide where you can, if let's say for the practice purpose you want to install Linux on your local system using a virtual box, I'll give you a slide. You can try at your end, and if you face any issue, you can come to me. But we are taking cloud here. Okay, so if I would go back to my server, now you can see I was connected to some remote server. Okay, so as I was connected to some remote server, each and every server is having some timeout limit. So as I have not done any work for the time which is associated for the timeout, my server has thrown me out from the server because let's say if 5 minutes was a timeout there and I have not done anything on my server, then it will throw me out from that. Okay. Apart from this, guys, you can see here I have used the command chmod 600 and the key name. So what does that command? This is related to some Linux permission. Please do not that much focus on this. Just the very first time when you are creating your own PAM file, use this command. So what actually this command is doing, it is giving some specified permission to your Linux PAM file that it can allow, I mean, this Linux file should have the appropriate permission to log in onto your Linux server. For an example, let's say if I change this permission, that says 00. So what does that mean? I'm giving no permission to it. And now if I'm trying to log in onto my server, it says that I do not have the appropriate permission to log in on the server. Okay. So again, if I made some changes to this, let's say I have to give 600 only. Okay. Now you can see I'm able to log in onto my server. Why 600 only? Why we cannot give I would say more than 600 or less than that. So that is a topic of discussion when we were discussing about the permission. But as of now, whenever you are trying to log in to your server, you have to use this permission, and you have to use this permission when you are connecting your server from Linux to Linux, Mac to Linux, or from Mobile XTM or Ubuntu WSL to Linux. But this kind of a permission is not required when you are trying to connect from putty to your I would say other Linux server. Okay, you are getting definitely EC2 user at the rate IP, some random IP, correct? So what you have to do, you have to run a command sudo hyphen I, sudo hyphen I command. So what it is actually making you, this particular command is making you the root user, or I would say super user of the your server. And earlier the EC2 user was not the super user of the server. Okay. So what this is the very first command that I was going to tell you when we are starting about the chapter of Linux. I was coming to the point. Uh, yeah. So let's say when you log in onto the server and you are logging with the default user, or I would say a non-root user or non-admin user. So in the introduction of Linux, I told you that the non-root user and the default user is not having all the privileges to access all the files. So that is why, as being a DevOps engineer, you definitely have the uh, I would say root level of privileges or admin level of privileges associated to it. And if you want to switch from a normal user to the root user, then you have to use this command, that is sudo hyphen I. So this command will make you a root user. Apart from this, you can use another user, sudo su. Sudo means you are just giving a admin privileges. Su means switch user or super user. Okay, so when you run this command sudo super user, so this command is also making you the root user of the Linux system. So when we have connected with this particular command, let's say we have created this server. Now what Okay. Now, when you run, another command, another specialized command that you have to use in your day-to-day task. So, whatever the command that we are discussing, you are going to face in your day-to-day roles and responsibilities when you work as a DevOps engineer, or I think might be some of you are also already working in this field. Let's say right now, the way I switched from one directory to the another directory in in Windows, the similar way I have to switch from one directory to the another directory in Linux. So how we can do that, and currently in which directory we are working, we have to know about that. So the command that I'm going to use, pwd. So pwd command is an acronym for present working directory. Okay, so it will tell you that currently in which Linux directory you are working. So when you execute this command, it says that right now you are working in the home EC2 user directory. So what does that home EC2 user directory means? Each and every user is having its home directory. Let's say just compare it with Windows as well. Okay, now let's just compare the same thing with Windows as well. Let's say this is your Windows system. Okay, and you have created some user, let's say user A and user B, or I would say some other random user C. Now when you log in, you can even check right now, when you create any user in any operating system, that user is having its own associated workspace or home directory with it. Let's say if you create, this is a Windows server. Okay, let's say when you create a user A, it will have its own working environment named as A, for user B named as B, for user C named as C. So this A user cannot access the working environment of user B, and user B cannot access the working environment of user C. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is all, this is the same scenario you do face in Windows, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so now, and let's say again in this Windows, I do have a super user, or I would say admin user here. So I think admin user is the person who can access all the directories. He doesn't require any kind of a special permission to access this, correct? Because he's already having all the privileges. He can access all the directories, correct? Yeah, the administrator. I think he can access all the user directories. And you can also see the other users who are the non root user, NRUs. The NRUs or non root user cannot access the admin directories as well, admin home directory or admin working directory, correct? So the same thing goes with Linux as well. So when I say this home EC2 user, it means this directory is the working directory for the root for the user EC2 user. Now let's say when you create another user in Linux, it will create another working directory for him. N number of users you are going to create, you are going to have n number of user directories. I'm again clear with my words. No two users can have the same working directory. Okay, let's say Okay, so suppose if you want to check that what are the things available into your current directory, or you want to list the contents of the directory. So what you have to use, you have to run the command ls. Ls means list. When you run it, it says that right now you do not have anything in this directory. That is why it has not given anything to you. Okay. Now let's say if you want to change the directory. So what you have to do, cd space slash. So in Windows, every the directory that you are trying to access should start with a slash. Okay. Let's say I want to switch to the root user directory. So when I run again a command ls, this particular directory is also not having any files associated with it. When I do the present working directory, it shows me that right now I am into the root user directory. Okay. Now, let's say if I do another thing as, uh, let's say if I go to the directory as var log. Okay, var log directory. So when I change my directory location from, let's say, root to var log, do not worried about this directory. I'm going to tell you about this. Suppose, so what you have done, you have changed your directory from one directory to the another directory, and let's check that does this directory is having any contents. Yes, it has. So you can see in this manner, you can see the total number of contents available into your directory. Another command you can use, ls-a command. So what does ls-a command is going to do for you? This command will show you the all the directories, all the files along with the hidden directories or hidden files. Let's say uh, right now here you can see there is no hidden file available here. So it is giving you all the files. Okay, now let's switch from another directory. Okay, let's say if I need to change from, if I do present working directory, it says that right now I am working in the var log directory of my Linux server. Now let's say what I have to do is, let me change my directory from var log to some another directory. Let's say, okay, I'll just go into this directory only, cd slash. Okay, when I do ls, now you can see I'm getting so many folders over here. So these folders are about your Linux file system, that how we are managing our files in Linux. So this particular folder is going to show us, actually, this you can see that this, or whatever the configuration files or whatever the changes that you are going to do, what, let's say if you have added any peripheral device with your Linux server, even everything in Linux is considered as a file and folder. So when you switch to this particular directory and you check the present working directory, it says that right now you are into the slash partition or slash folder, which is having these folders available with it. If I try to check that whether this particular thing is having uh, any hidden files, so this is not having any hidden files. Now you are not able to understand that how much space of I mean, what is the space of each and every folder, and at what time this particular file was created. So what you have to do, ls space hyphen ltrh. Ltrh means it will give you the output into the human readable format. Okay. So when you executed this command, it says that under this folder, you do have these directories, and these directories was created around, let's say, January 30 at this time. These are April 18. So uh, these are created around 18 April. These are created around 26th April. So in this manner, you can see that you can get, okay. And apart from this, this is the size of each and every folder. So let's say SRV, it is having around 6 bytes, 8 bytes, 144 bytes, 17 bytes, and 16 KB. 2.9 KB, 16 KB. So in that manner, you can get the details about the folders and the space that the folders are having. And apart from this, the time when the files were created or modified. Okay. So what this particular, okay. So let's say this file, okay. So I'll tell you this thing, although this was a topic, but as you have raised a question, I'll tell you this is telling about the permission associated with this file. Okay, this shows that how many links are attached with this particular folder or file. This shows that who owns or who is the owner of this particular file. It says that root and root. So what does that root and root means, I'll tell you a little bit, but for now you should know that this particular thing is related to the ownership of the file. This is I have told you that this is your space. This is the month of creation, date of creation, and time of creation. And apart from this, here, let's say if I segregate, so let's start with this command only. Let's say if I pick this particular thing, okay, let's say now let me segregate it into different things. So when I click on it, let's just segregate this thing D R X. Okay, this one. Okay. Now, or what I will do is, now what actually each and every command is doing here is, let's say, so if I talk about this particular thing, here you are getting the name as D. So this D means this particular type of a file or this particular thing that you are listing is directory. If any file is having D associated with it at the very beginning, let's say this one, this is having D, this is having D, this is having D, this is having D, this is having D. It means this is the directory type. Directory type means it is a folder in Linux. Now, what is this L means? L means that it's a link. I mean, remember I was talking about a soft link and hard link at the very beginning when we were discussing about the basics of Linux. So this L denotes the soft link. Okay. Now, if I, let's say, if I create a file in Linux, let's say if I create a file in Linux with V1, now if I do ls-ltrh, it shows that I have neither I have D nor I have L, I have a dash. So this dash means that this particular thing is a file. Now you can denote it easily that D means a directory, okay. L means a soft link, and dash means a file. So in this manner, each and every file or folder is segregated when you are trying to get the permissions and details about it. Now, about this one, this particular thing, it tells you about the permission that this particular file and folder have. I would say I'm not opening this chapter because files and permission and ownership is completely a dedicated topic in Linux. But as of now, you should know just one thing, that this is the permission associated with this file or folder. Okay. Now this is the total number of links attached with this particular file and folder. Uh, the root means the permission who owns this file. This thing is also related to the permission. This thing related to the ownership of the file. Okay. This is the space, and this is the date and time of creation. Now, okay, back to this. Okay. Now, I'll ask you another thing. Let's say just segregate our, I mean, even with this particular name, you can check that in which file and folder you are, or what is the task that you are doing right now. Okay. Let's say if I do one thing, and let's just segregate in different forms. This one. Okay. And when I make little bit difference into it. Okay. Now, what this thing tells you about, this is the user, okay, by which you are logged in onto Linux. At the rate means user at the rate, and the IP or the host name by which you are logged in. Okay. Apart from this, what kind of a user he is, and I mean, which kind of a directory it is. Okay. Let's say if I'll tell you this particular dollar thing means right now you are not a super user, you are a normal user. If you become a super user, here you can see the denomination change from dollar to hash. Hash means that right now you are the root user. Okay. Let's say if you move to some other directories as well, home EC2, still you can see it is having a hash associated with it. Now if I talk about this particular thing, it tells you in which directory you are right now. Let's say if I move to where log directory, it tells me that I am currently into the log directory. So in that manner you can segregate your initial naming of the I would say command. Okay. Now this is the root user, and now let's say if I do this thing, so what does that mean? So this means that we are, if I segregate all the things, okay, now what this particular thing tells us about is, let's say, this tells that I am the root user, okay. This is the IP of the I would say host name of the server. I am into the root user, or I am into the home directory, home root user home directory, I would say root user home directory. So home directory means root user work environment, I would say. Okay, this is, and another approach is, let's say if I go into cd root, now what does that mean?
Directory clashed.
Yeah, the folder is root user. Sorry, I have done something wrong over here. Let me just uh, do this thing again. Okay. So what does that thing means? The difference, it is very important for you to know the difference between these two things. Okay. So if I do this command, let's say this one, and there is another command available, that is this one. So the both the things denotes in that manner. Let's say now user is same. Okay. The user is same over here. This is the same. IP is the same. The only difference over here was the slash and the tilt. So what does that mean is, it means if I talk about these two things are same, that is your user, that is at the rate at which you are trying to log in. This is the host name, and this particular thing means this is the root directory of your Linux server. Mark my words, there are two different things. One is the home directory of root user. Another thing is root directory of your Linux server. Okay. This is your root directory of Linux user, or I would say root user, and this is the root directory of your Linux server. Now, what does that mean? Let's say when you do ls-lt, you are not getting anything. Okay, when you do this, and now you do this particular thing. Now it means that you are under the root directory of your server or the main directory of your server, or you can symbolize it as the C directory of your server. Let's say C directory is having C directory is the I would say is having all the configuration, is having all the I would say whatever the things are required to make your Windows server available to use. The same thing is related to this directory. This slash means the root directory of the Linux server. Getting my point? Okay. So I think that you are clear with this. So just answer me one thing. Let's say if I create a file, let's say A, or I would say A, that where this particular file is created, root directory of my Linux server or root directory of my root user. So when you do this thing, it is created in your root directory of your Linux server. Whereas if I do this thing, tilt means this is the work directory or work environment of your Linux super user or root user. Okay. So when I create a directory over here, so here you can see when I do ls, or I would say this one, you can see this file is created. So this touch command means, guys, when you want to create a blank file in Linux, you can create it with touch command. Here you can see this file is having this permission. Here you can see at the very beginning it is having a dash hyphen here, which means that it is a file. Total number of links associated with it is 1. This is the ownership. Right now root is the owner of this. Total space and the time at which this particular is created. Okay, now let's say if I ask you, I need to check that what is the time on my server right now. So you have to run a command date which tells you that right now this is the time of your server. Generally AWS provides the time in UTC format. If you want to change the time, you can change it. We'll talk it about later on. So it tells you that right now it is Wednesday, April 26, around 4:50. If you take it back to, 5.5 hours, it is almost around 10:30. So in that manner, you can just check that what is the date on your server right now. Okay. Apart from this, Linux is a very smart operating system that you have not used any kind of a manual for your Windows, but Linux provide the manual for each and every command. Let's say if you want to see the manual and you want the more detailing about the Linux commands, then what you have to do, just type the command. Let's say ls command. You want to know more about the ls command, space, do one thing, man means manual. So it is man ls means manual of ls command. So it tells you that the name of the command is ls, which means list directory or list contents. Okay, synopsis is this. In that manner you can use the command. This is the direct description of the command. Okay, what kind of options you can so what kind of options you can use with this command? Okay, let's say hyphen a author and hyphen b block size, what is ignore backups. So the color, whatever the detailing you want about each and every command, you can get with this man command. Not about ls. Suppose if I want to get the man about the cd command, that is change directory command. So here you are getting the manual about that. Let's how we can have this cd command, what kind of a use cases we can work on with this command. So in this command you can get the, let's say if I do the man for sudo, so it says that the name of the sudo execute, okay, command as a user, what kind of options you can use with this command. So all the description you can get. So in this manner, it is not easy to get each and every detailing by using, whatever the details you want, you can have with this man command. What I want from you guys, that let's say if with the same flow that we are doing right now, so that I don't want you to be on the back seat on in this course, okay? Because the every day if we are doing the practice, then it is good. And right now, I would say it is not so much burden we do have in this. I mean, we are not going on a very fast pace. We are just going in a moderate way, so we can do the practice. Now, back to the AWS. Now, guys, I have told you that once you are done with the uses of your AWS resource, please stop that. So, for stopping that, what you have to do is click on the server that you have created, click on the instance state. After that, just click stop instance and just confirm that you want to stop this particular server. Just click stop, and you can see that your server has been successfully stopped. So just wait for few more seconds. It says that it is stopping your server. So what is happening in the background? I have pushed a command to AWS to stop my resources in the physical data center of AWS. Okay. Now, next time, let's say if you want to use the same server, now what you should do, click on the same thing, click on the instance state, and just click on your server start. Okay, now there are different options available here, so you can see this, that instance state is having stop instance, start instance, reboot instance, hibernate, terminate. So terminate means that you are deleting your server and you don't want to use it again. So if you click on terminate instance, you won't be able to access this server again. If you're starting and stopping, then it means you can, the time when you are using this server, you can start it. The time when you are not using it, you can stop it. In this manner, we can also, we can have the cost optimization, or I would say we can just stop our resources of overutilization. Okay. So I switch to the EC2 account. Now, under this EC2 account, uh, you can see that I need to switch to instance running. Now, this was my server. I'm starting my server. So, okay, apart from this, guys, let's say uh, I do have a server here. I'm just going to tell you one thing that is related to although AWS, but might be during this duration, suppose accidentally you delete your instance, how you can avoid that thing. So let's say here you are getting Terraform, Zabbix server, and Docker test lining, these kind of a server. So let's say if I click on one of these servers and if I just click terminate instance, and suppose accidentally I have clicked on that. Now what you can see here is that my instance is getting terminated. Terminated means I have deleted my this particular instance. I will not, from now onwards, I will not be in a state to recover this particular instance or particular server. So to stop such kind of accidental damages in our EC2 infra, we can also enable the accidental termination policy in AWS. So what does that mean is, let's say this is my server, okay, and I have to go into the actions. Under actions, I'll go into the instance settings. There is a thing over here which is called as change termination protection. So you have to click on this. You have to just enable this for now. Okay, let's say, and I have saved this policy. Now, what will happen when I click on this instance? Before that, I just wanted to show you. Let me just reload it. Here you can see that my service, my account has been, this particular instance has been terminated. Okay. Now, let's say I have enabled this policy in my Linux test server. When I try to do terminate instance, okay, so here you can see that I'm not able to terminate this particular instance. It says that failed to terminate an instance. This is the instance ID, may not be terminated. Reason, I have to disable termination instance attribute and try again. So why this policy is implemented in the this policy? I'm not saying that I'm implementing this policy in my AWS account. This policy is implemented in productions and organizations as well, because let's say if you there is one server which is very important for your organization, suppose that that is an Jenkins server. and you have not enabled this policy. Now what happened? A new person came to your organization. He was just looking for some instances, and what happened? Somehow he has deleted that instance. I would say that can be accidental thing, but he has deleted. Now you won't be in a state that you can recover the instance until and unless you are having the backup for that particular instance. So it is good practice that you are enabling this particular policy. So this policy is not uh, related to your instance start and stop. I mean, after enabling this particular policy, you can even start and stop your instances. But just to avoid such kind of accidental damages, you can enable this particular policy in your instances. Okay. Coming forward, whenever we are creating our servers, right now we are creating our servers with AWS console only. In the coming days, we will create our resources with Terraform. So at that time, we will not be logging into console and we are creating the instances the way we are creating right now. In the coming days, we will do the same thing with the coding exercise. Okay, with I would say with the help of Terraform. So for now, coming to the class, let's just click on the instance start. So here you can see my instance is right now in a initialization state, and just wait for the IP assignment to it. Yeah. So over here you can see one of the public IP has been assigned with my server. Let me just reload it. Let's just wait for some more minutes. Okay. So my instance is right now running and it is having public IP. So in the previous class, you can see that when I run history command, this was the IP. This was the IP that we were using the previous class. But today we got a different IP. The reason is same. We have not assigned any static IP over here. Okay. Now, if what I'll do is I'll hyphen I Linux test CR. Okay. C2 user. There it is one. And with this. So now, right now, I am in my server. When I check the date, this is the date on my server. When I do the host name, so you can see I'm getting host name. Now, what this host name means, you are denoting your server with a name, or you are denoting your host with a name that is called host name. Right now, you can see this host name is a little bit tricky for you to understand. So what you can do, you can change the host name of your server as well. How you can change the host name of your server is host name CTL. Okay, set hyphen set space host name, and you can give the host name now. Let's say I'll give the host name as Linux test. So here you can see actually what has happened, guys. In this particular, why this command was not working earlier. When we want to set the host name, we use this command, but this is the updated version. So for setting the host name, we have to use the command hostname ctl host name along with the name that you want to give to your server. So right now I have given the name as 123. So the name you are getting here is 123. Even let's say if I want to change this host name, I'll change it to Linux underscore test. Now when I'll do this, you can see that I do have the host name as Linux test. This is the private IP of my server. Now this host name thing is done. Now what I wanted to tell you was, so this was the Linux file or directory properties. Okay. So what does that mean is, let's say if I'll go into this particular thing, let me just take few examples. Okay. Now what this each and every terminology means we are going to discuss it. Let's say well, copy thing. Now here you can see that forget about the rest of the things. Just take the example for one. Okay, this one is your permission, and then are having now this root is so now what does this thing means is, let's say when I take this thing, okay, that is your D. It means whether this particular file is a file or a directory. Okay, so here it means D, so it means it's a directory. Apart from this, what kind of a permission this file have? This is related to permission of a file. Okay, apart from this thing will tell you how many uh, links you can see. This is for the how many links are available for this particular service. This thing will tell you that who owns this file. Owner. Okay. Now here again we are segregating this thing that we are getting two owners. So this is not the two owner. The first one is the user who owns this file, and the second thing is the group who owns this file. Okay. This is the size of the file. This was the month when the file was created, and this is the time when the file was. This particular thing is the time of file creation. So this is all about whenever you got a file name or file permission. So in this manner, you can check the file and size. Okay. Again, when I switch to another thing, instead of this D, definitely there will be some scenarios. Let's say I'll consider this thing. Okay. This thing I'm considering. So all the things here are same instead of this L. So what does this L means is it is for creating a soft link. So what soft link is actually do? It generally in our graduation, all of us has talked about the pointer. There was a thing called in Java that was pointer. So pointer was nothing but it is addressing something. So when you are, let's say you are addressing this path, user lib64 with this path 64, then and if it is having this particular arrow sign, it means that it's a type of a link, soft link. There are two kind of a links in Linux. One is soft link, another is hard link. So in the coming chapter we are going to discuss, but for now you have to just remember whenever you got L in the front in the very beginning of any permission, it means it is a soft link. Whenever you got D, it is a directory. Whenever you got hyphen, so this hyphen means a file. Okay. Now, yeah. Now Linux file types. So we are going to I'm going to tell you about that. What does that thing? But in the day-to-day, I would say uh, use cases, you have to remember only few of the file symbol. I won't say that you have to remember all the one, but you have to remember this hyphen D L, or maximum you can use this C, but majority of the time you are going to use these three symbols. Okay, the hyphen means a regular file, D means it's a directory, L means it's a link, whereas C means that it is a special kind of a file or a device. So let's say, uh, so when I go into the dev directory, okay, and now when you run this command, So here you are getting C in front of each and every file. So this C means this particular file is a type of device file. Means let's say if I have attached any kind of a peripheral with my server, so that I already told you that in Linux everything deals in file and folders. Okay. So that peripheral will have its own file which is denoted with the beginning of C. Okay. Let's say if you are attaching two NIC cards, network interface cards, then at that time you will have your another file. You are not going to create that file. By default, Linux will create it for you. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
now and one. So another is your socket. So socket is nothing but it's just a denomination uh, that you are using such kind of a function. So in that manner, you can denote a socket named pipe and block device. Let's say block device. I would say if you are installing some if you are attaching some hard drive on your server, which consists of your operating system. Okay, so in that scenario, you will get a symbol with B. So generally, you won't get such kind of a denomination on your server because each and every server is only having a single hard drive where the OS installation is done, because you cannot install the same OS onto two different drives attached on the same server. So that is why I asked you just to remember about these uh, one, two, three, or maximum you can go with C. Apart from this, nothing you are going to use in the coming days, even when you are doing the scripting as well. Okay. Now, uh, for the root we have discussed about. Now, let's say I'll tell you a scenario for this. Yeah. Okay. Now, I just wanted to tell you one. It is not possible for you to remember each and every command in Linux, but it you can remember the one or two characters of that command. Let's say if I ask you, hey, you need to add a user, so you won't be able to recall the complete command. So what you can do, let's say if it is related to user, you can just type us, and after that what you can do, you can press the tab. So what tab key generally do in Linux? It will provide you the all the available commands in Linux. So here you can see we do have user add, we do have user dbctl, we do have user del, user mode, users, usleep. So all these commands are here. Apart from this, let's say if you want to know that which command you should execute for checking the disk utilization of the server. So here you are getting with D that date and all those command. Here you can search the df command. Okay. So in that manner you can check that what command exists in your Linux system for a particular operation. Let's say if you want to see the RAM, so for RAM you can type free and you can just press the tab. The number of time whenever you are going to press tab, it will give you the outputs. Okay. Let's say free, and when we run -m command, it shows that the Linux is having 1 GB of RAM attached to it. So in that manner, you can recall each and every command in Linux. Okay. Now, so just wanted to know one thing. Any doubts as of now, or shall I proceed? Okay. Now I'll ask you a question. If I execute this command, so can any one of you tell me what is the hard drive partition here? Which one is the hard drive partition here?
Suite DA1.
Okay. Uh, and I mean, how you know that this is your hard drive partition?
फिर इसमें डेव के अंदर जो भी हमें दिखा है वो सारा
Correct,
हार्ड डिस्क का ही होगा ना.
correct. So it means dev, I mean device, and this device is created for you. So even let's say you have not mounted this partition. Mounting means although you have attached a partition on your server, but you have not made that server applicable to use that partition. You can only get such kind of a partitions here. But let's say if I have attached a partition on my server and I want to check how many total hard drives are attached to my server, then what I have to do, I have to execute a command lsblk. It means list block devices or list block. So it says that only a single hard drive, which is having name xvda, is attached with your server, and the majority of the partition is used with xvda1 partition. So in that manner, you can get the idea of all the hard disks attached with your server. For an example, as if now, let's say you are having this server which is having only a single storage here. Okay, now let me attach, or let me try to attach a storage. I'm just showing you for the I would say demonstration purpose. It is not necessary for you to remember this thing. So what I'll do, I'll go into the volumes. Okay, and under that I'll say create a volume, and I'm creating a volume, let's say of 1 GB, or I would say 2 GB. Okay, this is the availability zone which I'm creating the volume. Okay. Remember guys, please create a volume in the same zone where your server exists. Okay, otherwise you won't be able to use that volume in cloud, I would. So I have created a volume. The size of the volume was 2 GB. That, so here you can see right now we are in a state of creating this volume. Let's just wait for a few more minutes. So now I am getting this prompt as available. So here different states you can see, one is available, another one is in use. So available means that your this volume is ready, but this volume is not attached with any server. Whereas in use means that your volume is in a healthy state and it is attached with some resource. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to attach this volume. So we have to click on attach volume. Okay, and it asks us with the server. I'll select this server Linux test. This is the device name it is giving as per the recommendation. I mean, you can even change this device name, but I'm just putting it as default. I have attached the volume. Now, when you go back to the instances and you see the storage is under storage, let me just refresh it, click on it, go on to the storages. You can see that right now two storages are attached on your server. Okay, now, so logically, when I execute this command, it should show the 2 GB of the volume here, correct or not? Okay, so let's execute this command. Here you can see that I can see the 8 GB of volume which is attached with my server or having the partition XVDA, but I'm not able to get XVDF here. The reason is we have to mount our volume onto the server to make that volume applicable to use. But that is a coming chapter. But for the uh, demonstration purpose, I'll show you when you run a command lsblk, you can see right now two hard drives are attached with your server. This is XVDA, this one, and XVDF, which is of 2 GB. But right now, here you can see under the mount points, you can see that this volume has been mounted with slash partition, whereas this is not mounted with any partition. So due to which you won't be able to use this particular volume. How you can use that volume, we are discussing about that in the coming chapters, but just for the demonstration purpose I have added this volume. Now when I check in the dev, I told you whenever we are attaching any kind of a new peripheral to our server, the default file is going to be created. Here you can see that xvdf has been created, but before this xv you won't be able to get this xvdf. Getting my point, guys? So it has, generally whenever you are having a volume, so each and every volume will have a soft link. Why? Because when you do df hyphen h, so it says that XVDA, but when you see the same thing on this SVDF, so what does that mean? It is demonstrating your original volume with the volume that you can use on your server. Here you can see SDF, whereas here you can see SVDF has been demonstrated with XVDF. Getting my point? It is pointing to your volume that you can use on your server. So whatever the operations you are going to perform, all the operations will be stored under this SDF volume, but it will point on your server as XVDF. Now let's discuss about some user creation in Linux. So whatever the things we are discussing, it is totally basics of Linux, because uh, in the coming days we will discussing about more in detail. But as of now, let's say you switch to home directory. Under home directory, I already told you any number of user that we are creating will have its own home directory. Here you can see I have created two users only. One is EC2 user, another one is ABC and Suman. So these are three users. This is my by default user, whereas this is my user which I have created. So for creating any new user in Linux, I do have a command as user add. Okay, add the username. Let's say if I want to give a username as uh, Mukesh. Okay, so here you can see I have created a user with the name Mukesh. Again, I'll just tell you one more thing. If I create another user as Mukesh, so will it create or not?
Yes, it will create, I guess.
Why?
Yes, sensitive.
No,
It will. The first one is capital M, right? This is small m.
Yes. So, just I mean, you are very much clear now with the concept of I would say case sensitiveness on Linux. So it will create a user. Now this user and this user, although names are same, but these are two different users. This particular user cannot access this user file, and this user cannot access this user file. Okay. Now in that manner, you can create different users. Again, I'm going to, let's say, if I want to create a user, add user. Now let me create a user with the name Rakesh. So will this command work or not? Because as per my understanding, for creating a user on Linux, I have to use this user add command. But right now I'm using add user command. So will this command work or not? So the answer is yes, this command will work. Now I'm giving you a task that tomorrow you should come with a desk. I mean, I would say some detailing about what is the difference between user add command and add user command. That is a homework. You can note it down that what is the difference between these two commands, because there are two commands available in Linux. So definitely there will be a slight difference between these two commands. Okay. Now, whatever the users we are creating on Linux server, all the users are going to stored in a file. So that file is called your shadow file. What is so where this particular file is located? You can just do one thing. Okay, whenever you want to open a file in when you want to open a file in Linux, you can use the Vim. Vim is basically the vi editor, or I would say editor in Linux. Okay, the file is under etc shadow. So here you can see we have created a Mukesh user, we have created this user, this user, this user, and this user, and this user. So these are the users which are created in Linux. Okay, and there is another file in Linux that is passwd file. So what does that file mean? Although this shadow file and password file will consist the uh, identity and permissions of the user or details about the user, but the major difference between these two files here is if you want to get the more detailing of the user, that what is the actual permission the user have under which group the user exists, what is the user ID for that particular user. So then you have to look into the password, etc password file, passwd file. So we have created the user Rakesh. So you can see this particular user Rakesh is having the user ID this one, having the group ID this one. This is the home directory of this user, and this user is having bin bash. Bin bash means he can log in on your Linux server. Okay, when you change this bin bash to as bin no login, so what does that means? That this user, although is created on Linux, but it cannot perform the regular task, let's say login on a server or because this particular user is not able to log in, he cannot perform any task on Linux. So that is why what happen in organization, if anybody asks you, hey, you need to disable that user, but you do not delete that user, it means you just go into this particular directory and change this permission from bin bash to asbin no log. Getting my point? Whenever you are applying this flag under in front of any user, that user won't able to log in on your server. Now back to this. Okay, these are the two more important files on Linux. Now you have created a user. Let's say I want to delete a user. So which command I have to implement? I have to implement user del. Okay, let's say I'm deleting user ABC. So now I have deleted my user using the command user del ABC. So my question over here is, will this user ABC is also deleted from past WD and shadow file or not? Or do I have to delete this user separately by going into that file? Will this user is deleted from the past WD file or shadow file as well, or do I need to delete them from there manually? So the answer is yes, this user will be deleted automatically. Here you can see ABC does not exist. Apart from this, you can see that this user is also deleted. Okay. Now, why we are creating these users on Linux? What is the use case of creating different users on Linux? Because we are having the EC2 user. Why we cannot use that EC2 user? So the answer to this is, let's say uh, you have a very big organization. Okay, now as you all know that each and every organization is having some different roles. Let's say this is my user, I have another user, and I have another user. So my this user belongs from the development team. Okay, my this user belongs from DevOps team, and my this user belongs from testing team. Okay, now what I'll do is, this is my server, and I have given the EC2 user username and credential to all the users. Okay, I have given this EC2 user to all the three. Now, will those users, let's say this dev user or DevOps user or test user, will have the same uh, permissions to them, or they will have different permission, because we have only given a single EC2 user for their use cases. So will they have the same permission or the different permissions?
The rules are different. Obviously, they'll have different level of permissions.
Okay. So, but I have only given a single user for them to use, because each and every server can only have a single user. Let's say if I want to create a user over here, if I want to create another user, let's say user add EC2 user. So it says the user already exists, but you said that I mean the rules will be different. So is it possible for a single user to have different rules?
We have a level of group, root.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So what that is why we have to create different users on the basis of the roles they have. Let's say if there is a DevOps engineer, okay, there is a DevOps engineer. So the DevOps engineer is having all the privileges on the server. So the DevOps engineer will have all the privileges on the server. Whereas if I talk about the developer, so developer generally have the read privileges on the server. So that is why I have to create a specific username. Apart from this, let's say if all of them is having the same privileges or some unidentified user you have created, how do you know that who has, suppose if this developer has deleted some important file on your server, so you cannot track because all the users are having the same privileges. So that is why we create different user management on server, so that on the basis of their roles they can work on the server. On the basis of their permissions they can do the different functions on the server. And we can easily identify that which user has done which, or which user has executed which command. So that is why we created different permission. Right now I'm just showing you that how we can create user. We are not trying to log in with these users. Okay, now what I'll do here is, uh, I have created a user here. Right now each and every user is having the default permissions of Linux. Let me create a user with the name Vikas. So I have created. How I can give a password to a user Vikas? So that is this one, pass wd command you have to implement. Then the user on which you are implementing the password, you should go give the password. Okay, so now I have given the password to this user as well. Now what I'll do is, let me just try to log in onto this particular server, and now I'm not using my key. Okay, and what I'll do is, let me try to log in with the user Vikas. So according to you, am I able to log in on this server or not? Because I'm not implementing any kind of a identification. So will it be possible for me to log in? So the answer to this, the one answer, because this key is related for your EC2 user only. Okay. Now, actually, what happened? The next server works on the pattern of public and private key handshake. Now, what this public and private key handshake means is, let's say uh, you are creating a user, so each and every user is storing or is coming under its home directory. So let's go to the ec2-user directory. Under here, when you do ls-ltr, you are not getting anything. Okay, so according to you, under ec2-user there is no file. But when you execute a command ls-a means you want to list all the files including the hidden files. So over here you are getting a folder that is named as .ssh folder. So what you are going to do, .ssh. Okay, now when you do ls-ltrh, here you are getting a file name as authorized keys. So what this authorized keys is about, that your server will keep your so when you see this authorized key folder, okay, when you see this authorized key folder, here you are seeing that there is one key available on the server. Okay, this is the key available under your this path. This is your path, and just a second. Okay, now, okay, so I'll just continue, but I just answer one my one query. Okay, just a second. If I go into the home EC2 user dot ssh. Okay, now I'm exiting from the root one. Okay, I'm executing this command. Okay, and let's say I am executing. I'm again getting exit, coming to the normally, and I'm executing this command sudo su. What is the difference between both the commands? Can anyone of you tell me what is the difference between these two commands? One is your sudo -i and another one is your sudo su. What is the difference between these two commands? Even we are also the super user in this command as well. You can see we are the root users. So here you can see, when you executing sudo super user command, it is putting you in the same directory in which you are working earlier. Whereas this command is directly logging you under the tilt, or I would say its home directory. See, again, see, if I go under this one, this is the present working directory, root users directory. Whereas when I'm okay, what I'll do, I'll just go onto the home Vikas Budrist dot s. Go under this one, or I would say instead of this, I'll go under the EC2 -.ssh, and now I'm just giving Control D. When I'm executing this command, now you can see I'm into this home EC2 user. I'm into not the root users directory. So this is the only difference between this command, sudo su and sudo -i. You do have other differences as well, but this is one of the reasons that I have observed. You can also check that what are the other reasons of using this sudo -i and sudo su command. Okay, now, so I was on a part that when you do when you go into the .ssh folder, here you can see you are getting a authorized keys. So this, or what is this authorized keys, and why it is only accepting my EC2 user key that I was running? So I'll do one thing. I'll go into the directory once again. What I'll do, I'll go to the directory. This is my directory. Here you can see that I have used linux test.cer when I'll do cat for this. So this is my key. So now what actually this means, in Linux, everything works on the key handshake. Now what key handshake means, whenever you are, let's say this is your instance, okay, you have created this instance on your server. Not only the instance, I would say it is a server, because this is for all the use cases, okay, but consider it as of now EC2 instance. Now each and every instance is having two keys, okay. One is the private key of the instance or for any user, whereas another is having the public. Now what does public and private key actually do? This public key will always be available on your server. This, I'm repeating my words, this public key will always be available on your server, whereas this private key will be available on the user laptop or user system. Okay, now what happened, whenever you are trying to access this EC2 instance, let's say this is the user and he is trying to access this server, then the actual process which is going through this, or what are the barriers that we are passing, is this user is pushing a command with having the private keys. Okay, this is the private key. He has pushed a command with the private key to the EC2 server, and this EC2 server, which is having the public key, it will check that whether the fingerprint of this private key and public key is same or not, or the fingerprint exists or not. If the fingerprint exists, then the connection would happen. But if the fingerprint or handshake does not got successful, you will get the permission denied, or you won't be able to log in on the server. This is the actual process whenever we are trying to log in on each and every server of Linux. Getting my point, guys, or you have any doubt in this? Because this is very important for you. People are definitely going to ask you how you generally log in on your server. So your answer to this, as being a user, I should have the private key at my end, and I should pass my public key onto the server. And then when the handshake is happening between the private key and public key, then only I will be able to log in on the server. This is the actual thing that you have to do is. So just back to this scenario, remember, this is my key. Okay, now I am able to log in onto the server. Okay, what happen is when you see this particular, let's say if you go into the user, you have a SSH key on the server. Okay, now when you do authorize keys, you can see that this is having a public key on your server. This is having a public key on your server. So for this, what I'll do, I'll create another server. Uh, Let me use this Jenkins. Okay, so I'll start this server. I'll tell you how you can distinguish between a public key and private key and how you can create your own keys, because in the organization definitely you're required to create your key. Okay, now let's just wait for this server to start. Okay, so my server has been created. Let me just see which key I'm using Linux testing. Okay, now what I'll do is ssh hyphen I. Okay, I do not have a key. Let me create another server. Instance test one, and I'll select my server I have selected. Let me just select same. Create, and I would say one is created as server launch instance. Save. Just wait for this server till the time I'm giving permission of.
I remember this when the first class you said when we create an instance, we have to create a key also, right?
Yes, this is the server I have created. Wait. So this is the server. Okay, let me just log in on that server. Again, guys, I'm showing you this is the key test one. This is the private key. So the very first thing that you can check that whether your key is private or public, that the private key will have the begin private key and end private key flags on it. Okay, means your key will start from here, your key will end here. Okay, this is the very first thing that you can check that whether the keys are public or private. Now let me just log in onto the server, that is test.crt EC2 at the rate. Now this one. Yes, so you can see this is my different server. Okay, this is my different server. Now what I'll do is I'll create a user. First of all, I'll create a key SSH space hyphen SSH hyphen keygen. Keygen means you are generating your public or private. Okay, generating public private RSA key. Enter the file name in which you want to save the key ID underscore RSA. This means it is your private key. You just enter it, and now you can see that your identification has been saved in this. This is your private key and this is your public key because it is not having the extension of .pub. Another thing that you can segregate. Apart from this, I have already told you that when you check a private key, okay, a private key will have the end private key and begin private key flags on it, whereas the public key will have only one thing, that is it will have your SSH RSA and the later thing. Okay, so in this manner you can define or you can create how what kind of a public and private, I mean you can differentiate between the public key and private key. This is the server. Okay, so under this server you can see that we do have a home directory. Under home directory, when we were trying to connect with the user Vikas, we were not able to connect, correct? So first of all, let me just log in onto the user Vikas. Under this, if I do ls-a, the very first thing you are observing that there is no .ssh folder under this. So manually, what you have to do, you have to create this folder. Okay. Now go under this folder, create authorized keys folder under it. I'll tell you that how we are connecting with our server. Go to user.ssh. We are creating this authorized keys under here. Okay. Now this is your authorized keys folder, but when you see this folder, or I would say file, this is completely blank. Now what we are doing is, this is my operating system, or this is my local system, this is not cloud system. What I'll do is, I'll capture my I'll just take my public keys from here. Okay. What I'll do is, I'll generate my keys. This one, yes, yes. So I have generated my public key. I will take my public key, my user public key. This public key is not associated with your Linux instance. Okay, this is my public key. So what I have done now, let me just go under this. I have copied my public key. Okay, now saved it. Now what I'll do here is, initially, let me just give the permission as chmod, I would say chown hyphen r vikas hyphen r vikas colon vikas. I'm giving this. So just forget about this command. Now what I'll do is, let me just do one more thing. Instead of all these things, what I'll do, now I'm able to connect with the user Vikas. Why? I have my private key and I have pushed my public key onto the EC2 instance, correct? And this handshake appears, due to which I have logged in onto my EC2 instance. So earlier what was happening, guys, this was my EC2 instance. Okay, this was my EC2 instance, and uh, although I have created a user Vikas name here, but this user was not having its public keys. This user is not having the public keys by which it wants to connect. Okay, now what I done, I have just run a command onto my local system, that is ssh keygen, and this, just remember, this is my local system. Okay, I have executed this command. Now what this ssh keygen has done for me, it has created a id underscore rsa file, where an id underscore rsa dot pub file. Now what I have done, I have copied my public file onto the server, and I have kept my public key with me. When next time when I'm trying to log in with the user Vikas, I can easily log in. Even you can also log in with some other username, but what for that, what you have to do, you have to create a .ssh folder under it. You have to pass the key, and then you can log in with any of the user. So generally in that manner, the user authentication works in Linux. And what happens in the IT organization, this is also not your task, but I have given you the scenario because there are some organization where the user management is also managed by the DevOps team. But what happens in the IT team, IT team is responsible for managing the user management, and what they do, they create a LDAP server. That is a very part topic we are going to discuss. But for the scenario, they are going to create a server, and this server will sync with all your server. They will just create the user onto the LDAP server. They are not creating user on each and every server. From that LDAP server, your user authentication is going to be happen. Nothing they are going to do. But at the back end, they are doing the same thing. They require your public key, and they will push your public key into the LDAP server. Nothing than that they are doing. The concept will be same in every organization. If I talk about specific type of permission, then there are three permissions available in any file system or in any file or folder. For any file or folder, you have three kind of a permission. One is your read permission. Okay. Another one is your write permission, and another one is your execute permission. So there are three types of permissions available with every file or folder. Now, if I talk about that, what does that mean? A read, what is mean by a write, what is mean by a execute? So it means that
Yes.
let's say if you do have a file, so if you have a R permission for that, it means you are having the privileges to read the content of that file. Okay. Whereas if you do have a W permission means write permission. So it means that you do have the privileges to make some modification into that particular file. And the last one is your execute one, which means that suppose if there is a file and you want to execute that file, let's say if you have created a script, so even script is also a file. So if you want to execute that particular file, then you require the execute permission. The same thing goes with bat format in with Windows. I mean the bat format. Whenever you want to execute the bat file, so you should have the execution privileges onto that particular file. Okay, so what I'll do, let me connect with the server. So this is the server by which I'm trying to connect. So generally in Linux, everything consists of RWX. We are there. So if I talk about the file permission, so file permission are always treated in two different manner. The very first thing is that what kind of a privileges you have. Apart from this, who is having what kind of a privileges. So those things are called, let's say, user. We do have group and we do have others. So what a user, group and other means, what does read, write, execute means. So you have to be very much clear on this concept. Why? Because I would say in your whole life, whenever you are working on Linux, now I would say 99% of the cases are there where you are getting the issues related to file permissions or the privileges, that what kind of, who can execute that particular file or folder. Okay, so that is why you can stop me at the time whenever you are getting any kind of a doubt, but it is my humble request to you just to try to grasp each and every word, so that suppose after some days if I give you some exercise related to file permission, you are very much handy on that. Because what happens, even you would shock to know that suppose if a website goes down in your IT organization. I have seen such cases where a website, I would say, went down. So when I mean, we have done all kind of a debug that why that particular thing happened, why that particular thing happened. So it was a very silly, because at that time what we observed that the issue occurred due to a file which is not having the privileges to execute. So even you can get such kind of issues as well. So that is why it is very good if you are having very good knowledge on the file permission or user permission, or I would say file grant and user grant stuff on Linux. Okay, so in that series, let's say, now what I'll do here is, first of all, so before that, I just wanted to know that you guys are clear with whatever the things we have discussed in the past, and I think you have received the slides that we are discussing in the uh, live sessions. If you are still not getting, do let me know. I'll ask the team to share it on a regular basis. Now, what I'll do here is, if I talk about the file and folder, okay. So here, this particular last time we have divided our this command into different manner, into different fields. Now we will only take this particular thing. Okay, we will take this particular thing. Now remember, guys, when we were creating a new key pair, we were giving 600 permission, correct? For the very new pair on Linux. So why we are giving that 600? Today you are going to get the answer for that. So let's say I'll just take this thing only. This is your file permission. It is not related to your user privileges. This is only related to your file privileges or file permission. Okay. So I'll just take this command and I'll just paste it over here. Now this one, I have copied this. Now what I'll do here is I So each and every command is having three. This is this one, this is this one. Now, according to you, suppose if I say that, let's say this is the permission of file A. So what this actually means? So if I talk about the very first thing here is just divide this particular thing as well. That is completely different. Okay. Now what we are going to do here is the very first thing is this one. The another thing here is this one, and this is the third one. Now this read, write, execute, read, this means only read permission. This means only read permission. Okay. This one, and this one. So if I talk about the numbering for this, so this particular file is having a number of 644. So what is this 644? So in Linux, let's say if I talk about the read permission, then I'll talk about the write permission, and then I'll talk about the execute permission. Okay. So the numeric number that we generally use in Linux for the read is 4. Okay. For write, it's 2. And for execute, it's 1. So the total number, the maximum number that you can assign to a file is 7. Okay. Now, uh, before moving ahead, wanted to know that are you clear with this these three, because you have to just remember this thing: read, write, and execute is having permission of 4, 2, and 1. So another thing here is 4 to 1. Now the very first thing in any command, this particular thing is related to the user. Okay, who owns this file? This thing related to the group from which the user uh, from which that particular user exists. The other thing is the last thing is the others. Others means the person who can be anyone. Let's say if he is not the user, let's say if he is not from the group, he can be anyone. Let's say person ABC. So in that manner, we always divide our file permission in these three scenarios. Okay. So if I talk about this particular command, this one rw hyphen, so it means that let me just take another thing, this one. So here it means that the user is having the read and write privileges for this file. Okay. And the group from which user exists is having only the read permission for this file, whereas the others, let's say some other person, I would say a person A or person B, is having the read permission on this. So this means that this particular file is having the permission of 644. Is it clear? The very first field will always be user, second field will always be group, and the third field will always be the other person, or I would say third person. So this is all about this 644. Now we can segregate our this particular command into, let's say I want to assign a particular person into the group, I want to create a user, I want to give a particular access to this file. Okay. So now what we can do over here is I'll again create my file. Okay. Now you have to answer me. Let's say if you want to, the very first thing, if we want to change the permission of any file or folder, so what we have to do, chmod, which means change mod for the file. Okay. What mode we want right now? Can any one of you, according to this numeric number, what, or I would say according to this numeric number, what should be the number or what is the permission given to this 1 2 3 4 5 folder? I'll just remove it. Okay. So this is the new permission. So this is the new permission that is given here. Now let's say this one. So can any one of you tell me what is the permission this folder 1 2 3 4 5 holds? 755. Instead of the particular user who has created this file, whatever the user is, apart from the owner of this file, he can only read and execute. He cannot do modification into this particular file or folder, correct? Apart from the owner of this folder, nobody can make any changes into this folder. So according to you, if I talk about execute, what does that mean in terms of folder? Because a folder, we cannot run it as a script. What does that mean? What I'll do is, for changing the permission of a file, what you have to do, chmod, and the numeric number that you want to give. Let's say I just wanted to give 400 to 12345. What does that mean? That I am only giving the read permission for the user. I have given this. Now you can see the permission has changed, this one. Okay. So now the user of this file is root, and the group of this file is root. Let's say if I switch from root user to any random user, let's say EC2 hyphen user. Okay. Now, if it is the EC2 hyphen user, why he cannot check this particular folder? Why I'm getting permission denied? So what I'll do, again, I'll make myself as a root user. When you see this particular folder, okay, and you see when you see the general permission, the thing is that the file and folder can be only executed by the root user. It cannot be accessed by the EC2 user. Okay. So let's say for this particular folder, I just make the command. I'll just change this as, now I have made 6, I would say 400. Okay. Now let's say if I want to change the ownership of this folder, ownership, right now root user and root group owns this folder. I wanted to change the ownership. So how I can do that? Ch own means change ownership to which you want to change. Let's say this one. I would say EC2 hyphen user should be the user, or I would say the person who can access this file, and the similar I wanted to choose the user group as well, and I'll give 1 2 3 4 5. Now what does that mean? That EC2 user, and I mean EC2 user is the one who can access this 1 2 3 4 5 folder. So let's change from EC2 user to some other random user. Let me check which are the users available. Okay, so I'll just change it to Vikas. Okay, so first of all, I'll go here and I'll switch user to Vikas. Now what I'll do, it is going to give me error. Why? Because the root directory can only be accessed to the root person. A non-super user cannot access the root directory. So what I'll do, for your practice, what we can do, we just go into the home. Okay, under home we do have EC2 user folder. So instead of this, let's create a folder here, 1 2 3, or I would say testing name. Even you can see the permission for this. Okay, this one, testing. Let me change the permission of testing to, let's say, 400 testing. Now I'll do one thing. I'll change my user to Vikas. Vikas user has been created. Now let's see whether Vikas can log in into EC2 user. No, he can't. Why? Because EC2 user is only having privileges to accessed by EC2 user only. If you want to change this access role, what you have to do, make yourself as a root admin, change the ownership, let's say ch own, I would say Vikas colon EC2 user. Okay, and the folder name, this one, valid group. Now when I switch to Vikas, and now when I want to log in to this EC2 user folder, EC2, I can access that. Yeah, Suman. Now, okay, apart from this, I'll again try to do testing. It says permission denied. Why? Because this testing folder, although it is under, when you see, although this particular folder is under EC2 and EC2 is having privileges to be accessed by Vikas, but as this testing folder is having privileges of root, Vikas cannot access this particular folder. And even let's say I have created a user with the name of Vikas. Okay. Now what I can do, I can mark Vikas, or I can give Vikas as root privileges. Although he is not the root user, but whatever the privileges he is having, he can have the root user privileges. So he can after that, even he can access all the files and folders. So we are going to do that how we can create a particular user as a root. But before that, I just wanted to know, you guys are clear with it? Let's say you do have a file here. Okay, this is your file, and you do have two users. One is root and another one is your Vikas user. So by default, root can access all the files and folders, correct? You are clear with it. But I have created a user Vikas. By default, he cannot access everything. He can only access the files and folders which is having the privileges or which is having the permission of Vikas. Okay, but as a root user, what he can do, he can give some special permissions to Vikas. I mean, let's say whatever the permissions root user is having, if we give the same permission to Vikas user, then even Vikas can access all the files and folders which can be accessed by a root user. This is different thing. This is the user, but Vikas is a user who is having some specific permissions. Okay, this is related to the permission of a file and folder, but this thing I'm talking about, it is related to the permission of a user created on Linux. Okay, how you can give root permission to a user? Just go into this file, bim etc doors. Okay, under here, permission denied. Okay, I'll just make myself as a root user. Okay, now what I'll do here is etc sudoers. Now here, this is the file where you can give a user as root privileges. Okay, so here what I have to do here is, you can see allow root to any commands anywhere. Means if I give, instead of root, if I give Vikas, okay, now it means I have given the root privileges to user Vikas. Now let's say, let me switch to as Vikas user, and let me make Vikas a let me do one thing. cd, as I have given the root privileges to Vikas room. So what I'll do here is, let me change the password for Vikas first of all, because I forgot the password. Now let me switch as a Vikas user, and this user, if I want to switch to, now you can see I have made this particular user as a root user. Okay, now when he wants to access any file, he can do this. See, he can access any file. In this manner, you can give a particular user as a root privileges. He can switch from a normal user to a root user. And apart from this, this is a little this part giving permission is for a specific user will come when we are talking about the user management. But for the use case, if we give Vikas as the root privileges, So he can access or he can do all the actions which can a default root user can perform. The Linux is totally on the basis of the privileges we can assign to any user. Now, so what will happen? Let's say right now we are giving the permission on all, but there are some scenarios where you have to give permission on the basis of files, on the basis of folders. Let's say if you log in onto a folder, then let's say if you have a million of files on the server available, but I'll give you a permission that you can only access a single file on the server. Apart from this, you cannot access. These things comes under the server hardening of Linux. We are going to discuss that as well. But as of now, just wanted to clear your concepts on the changing permission. Okay, let's say if I want to give this user a permission of 600, how can I do? I mean, what permissions I'm giving to this particular folder? This one, I want to give 600. So we have given 600 permission to, I mean, read and write permission. So guys, remember when we were launching any new key pair, we are doing 600 permission, or we are giving 600 permission to that particular file. What does that mean over there? That we are only giving the read and write permission to the file to a specific user. Let's say I'm downloading it on my laptop, so I'm the owner of that file. Let's say if you're downloading that on your local laptop, you are the owner of it. Apart from this, it is a very bad idea as per the security and compliance concern. If you are giving 777 permission to any file, although you can log in, but that is not a good practice to do that. Okay, now what does this 777 means? Suppose if I give chmod 777 permission to Suman. So what does that mean? That this particular folder here, you can see now it's in green state. It means this folder is having the complete permissions. Means anybody can read, write, and execute in this folder. Anybody, I mean, any group can do anything, or any person apart from a user or a group can do anything in this particular folder. Now, what I'll do here is, this is we were talking about Suman. So let's say I'll just create a file, a script. Okay, how we can implement the things in script? Let's say I'll create a script for ping. Okay, ping.sh. Okay, now I'll give ping as www.google.com. Okay, now this one. Okay. Now I want to execute. Okay, so guys, so for executing any script in Linux, what you have to do, either you can just do ping sh as ping.sh. It is working. Why it is working? Because this ping is having the read write privileges by the root. Okay, but let's say if I change the permission as chmod as, or I would say that I'll just switch to Vikas user. Now I want to execute this ping file. Will it going to work or not? Let's see. It is working. Why it is working? And just a specific entry to this chmod 600 to ping.sh. So let me just change it to, just a second, and what I was trying to do, set, yeah, switch user to Suman. Now let me just try to first of all change the permission for this file. So let me just try So this is going to work. So what we are going to do, chmod 400 to ping.sh. Simple chmod 400. Okay, now let me just become a summon sh sh ping.sh. It is not working. Why? Because right now this file is not having the privileges, because I have just bound the privileges as to read only. I do not have the permission to write anything on it. Whereas earlier I was having the write privileges as well. So I have made the read privileges to this. So in this manner, you can uh, put some constraint onto your particular file and folder. But uh, apart from this, let's say I'll just make myself as a user once again. Okay, so uh, let's say if I create a folder with name test12. Okay, and now this I want to give, I'll just log in into test12 folder, and I say I'll create another folder under it as, or I create a file which is touch. So if you change this permission to let's say 775 or anything apart from 777, this highlight will be removed. Okay, this is done by default. So let's say I have created a file. So you can see the folder is home test12. What I'll do here is I'll change the permission of this test12 chown ownership. I wanted to change this to EC2 user. In this one, EC2-user test12. Now I have changed the permission of test12 as EC2 user and EC2 user. Now my question is, under this test12, we have created another folder, okay, which was I think some random. Yeah, we have created a file which is called ABC. So as we have changed the ownership of this particular folder test12, it means whatever the things is underlying this test12 folder will have the similar privileges, correct or not? So here you can see I have created a folder. Okay, I have created a folder, and under this folder I have created a file named as ABC. Okay, now what I have done, initially this folder was having the privileges of root. Okay, now what I have done, I have changed these privileges from root to EC2 user for the folder test12. Now as we have created a file under test12, which is ABC, so when we change the permission from root to EC2 user, will this file is having the same privileges or different privileges? He is the owner of the directory. That is why whatever the thing is available inside this particular folder will have by default the same permissions, which is having or I would say the permission of the folder, correct? And the group of this file, I have changed the user and group from root to EC2 user for this particular folder test12. Are available under this test12 will have these same privileges or different privileges. Let's say this is a folder, okay, and this folder name is A, B, and C. Earlier, this folder was having the privileges of root. Means the user and the group for this particular folder was root. Okay, this one. Now I have created a file inside ABC which is named as 1. So as I would say, initially I have created this file with root user, so it is having the privileges of root. Okay, Now, what I have done, I have changed the privileges from root to EC2 user. So now this folder is having the privileges as EC2 instead of root. Okay. Now the file which is under this folder ABC is now having the privileges of EC2, or will it have the privileges of root? When we are changing the permission for a folder only, so we have changed the permission for EC2. So guys, this is the serial console of your AWS. Let's say there are some scenarios where you are not able to log in with the CLI, or I would say your terminal. You can, for the debugging purpose, you can do it with it. But this is only applicable when you do have the public IP associated with your instance. For testing purpose, I'm just saying it that you can try with this method as well. Okay. Home, under home, this is EC2 user. Okay. So ch own EC2 user, colon EC2 user, to EC2 helper. Okay. Now let's try it. Yeah. So did you get what we have done? Actually, what was happened? This is a good example that I can show you. Let's say this was your user. Okay, let's say this is your user, and you have changed this permission from EC2 to some random user. So this user won't be able to log in on your server. Why? Because you have changed the ownership of this particular folder. That is why he won't be able to log. So what I have done, I have just logged in onto the AWS console and changed the ownership of that so that he can log in. So this is your actual production scenario. This happens sometime because every person is doing some kind of a debugging onto the servers, but some are not aware about the files and permission, and they make some changes onto the particular folder, particular user directory. Let's say you are a DevOps engineer and your junior is not aware about the file permission, and he made the changes onto your home directory. Why home directory? Because home directory is responsible for because whenever you are creating any user, its home directory is getting created. So let's say if he has made some changes onto the home directory, you won't be able to log in. So that can be your debugging, that if you face such kind of a issue in the future, you can go in that manner as well. Let's say if a person say, hey, I'm using the same key, I'm having the same privileges, I'm using the same key, but still I'm not able to log in. So you can check this thing as well. Okay. So I was saying to you that when I log in into the test12, here you can see this test12 folder is having the privileges of EC2-user. So when I switch it to this, you can see this. Still, this file is having the root privileges. Why? Because we have not defined in our command that I want whatever the things are underlying into this folder should have the similar privileges that I'm changing right now. So for this, what you have to do is, let's say, create another file for an example. I'm not saying you have to create another file, but just for the testing purpose, let's say touch. I'm creating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like this, some random number. Okay. Now change the ownership. When you are changing the ownership, ch own -r means apply recursively means whatever, let's say under this test12 you have n numbers of file and folder. So it is not mandatory for you to go and change each and every file permission. You have to just give this -r option. So as you have given -r, I want to change this EC2 user to, let's say, some Mukesh user. Okay, this one Mukesh, Mukesh, and this EC2 use, or I would say test1 folder. When I have invalid user Mukesh, why? Okay, Just a second. Because Mukesh is not having the privileges, I'll just choose this Mukesh one. Now you can see this. This folder is having the privileges of Mukesh. When I go under this folder and I see the permission, these are the permissions that I have. Now these permission will be changed for your user and group. It won't change your file permission. It will change your user and group permission, not your file permission. So for changing your file permission, you have to apply the same command chmod -r, whatever the permission you want to give, and the folder name or file name that you want to execute. So in this manner, we can have a briefing of the file and permissions. Suppose I want to give a file as a permission of no permission for any user, for any group, or for any other permission. So what command I should use then? I do not want to give any permission to anybody for a specific file. What should I use? 000. So it means nobody can access this file. Nobody can, let's say if I want to log in into this file, I can do that because I'm the root user. Okay. But apart from root user, nobody can access this file. Question, let's say I'll go under the home directory. This one. Here when I go into the Vikas directory, you can see that I have this. When you see, or I would say you do ls-la, you can see this .ssh is having the Vikas permission. Instead of Vikas permission, why I have not given any other permission to this particular folder? Instead of Vikas, why I have not given any other permission to this folder? So if it is the home directory of Vikas, then let's say if I change the permission to ch on, okay, -r as Mukesh and Mukesh colon Mukesh to Vikas. Okay, I have done that. So for the directory Vikas, correct? So that this is the thing, that whenever you are creating any user on your Linux server, make sure that after creating the user, that specific folder, let's say instead of Vikas, if I wanted to log in with Mukesh, okay, I am not able to log in. Why? Because there are some, yeah, because Mukesh is only having the read and write permission. He's not having any other permission. So that is why I'm not able to log in. So again, I'll do the thing, try to change this. So what you have to do here is, for the specific user for which you are creating, or the user that you are creating in Linux, it should have the same privileges for the user as well. Let's say if you are creating a folder for Vikas, then it should have the same privileges as the folder. The permission should not change. If you change the permission, your user will not able to log in on your server. Now, this one. Okay. Now, let's say I have given this 777 permission to this folder, Suman, and I want to delete some permissions on this particular, or I want to change the permission, let's say from 777 to 771. How can I do that? Okay, instead of 771, if I want to give a 755, okay, to Suman. So now, Suman, you can see your name is not highlighted over here. Why? Because earlier, as per the Linux compliance, you have opened your file for everyone, okay, which is not a good thing. As we have made some changes, because 777 is, it means that it is open for all for doing any kind of operation. So when you change the permission from 777 to 755, then only specific users available on the server can access specific roles only. So that is why whenever you are creating a user, just give 755 permission to them. Do not give 777 permission to any user. Okay, because even let's say there are some organizations, suppose if any one of you got a chance to work in a banking organization and you give 777 permission to a specific user, you will be in a big trouble, because in the compliance, because compliance generally works in a manner, it is going to check each and every configuration of your server. When they got that Suman user is available on your server, who's having all the permission, so the person who has created this user has to answer on that. So that is why make a habit to not give 777 permission to any of the file or folder in the Linux. Okay, even let's say I'm telling you this scenario, if anybody is joining your organization, please have a approval from the senior one from your organization. If anyone is leaving your organization, delete the user from the server, or from whatever the mechanism you are using for accessing servers in your organization. Although it is I mean, people are not going to question you on this initially, but in the compliance there will be a chance that you will be in a big trouble, that people are going to ask you, hey, this person has left the organization, but still you have created his username on the server. Because there are some persons who can access that server by putting, I mean, let's say I'm using a personal laptop, office laptop, I wanted to do some work, so I have placed my keys onto the specific server. Now what happened, although I have left my organization, my office key has been removed, but still I do have my private key on the server. So in that manner, there will be a threat that your server can be compromised. So please remove your user when he is leaving the organization, and please do not give 777 permission to any of the user. Okay, now what happened, let's say the same people has placed his personal laptop key, I'm not talking about organization laptop, personal laptop key onto server. After some time he left the organization, and still his keys are available on the server. So there will be, I'm not saying there he can access, there will be some chances that he can access that server. This is not only related to that employee, I mean, also that is why every company do the compliance, because they wanted to check the total number of available users on the server, and whatever because there are so many parameters available in the compliances. One of the parameter is that you have to disable the user, you have to delete the user once he has left the organization, because these are the scenarios that I have listened, or I have found in my career. So that is why I'm sharing it with you. So this is the generally a numeric mode. Let's say if you want to give in these two manner, you can give the permission on a file. I have given you the numeric mode. There is also alphabetical mode which you can give. So here what you are giving the read permission to the user group and owner. So in that manner you can also give the permission. I generally follow this thing, so that is why I have given you demonstration with this particular command. Okay, now if you want me, I can show you this command as well. Okay, so let's say I do have a file over here, this one ABC. So let me just change the permission for ABC user group and owner to, I would say, read, write, and execute. Okay, for ABC. So here you can see now ABC is having all the privileges. So either you can assign permission in this manner, or you can assign permission by the numeric number. Okay, so again is done. Our public, that is done. This is done. But the command is some different thing. Okay, so this is a briefing about the file and permissions. The another thing which is we are going to discuss, the file operations on server. So file permission operation, not file operation, file permission operation, that how we can create a group and user. Okay, how we can assign a specific user to a group, how we can give permissions to group, how, what is the priority of a user in a group. Let's say I give read write execution permission to a user, and I give read write permission to a group, and I assign that user to that group. So which permission will comes first, or which will the user is having the first priority, or the group is having the first priority? So this is history. History is to what is today's date? 4th May 2025. 4th May 2023. So when I log in on this 4th May 2023, all the commands are here. Okay. So copy 4th May onto temp folder and let me just CP it to my local CP. This one, this one, temp, and this is the command onto my local. So this is I have done. Basics of Linux servers. Okay. Second one, your DNS. Third one is your FTP service. We can, if we want, we can consider NFS, but when the cloud comes into the picture, I would say NFS is not that much required. Apart from this, there is another thing which is called Ansible, which is totally a complete different technology. So this is not a part of Linux, but it is a part of RHCE, that is Red Hat certified engineer. So generally, earlier what happened, that the RHCE exam is all about these servers. Okay, but whereas in the latest module, what happened, people have introduced Ansible exam as well there. So when we are discussing about Ansible, I mean the time when we are discussing about the Ansible, your whole RSCE module will be covered. I'm not introducing Ansible in between this, because before this, I would like to tell you so that you can have a better understanding of cloud technologies, Git technologies, and apart from this, the scripting basics, because there are some loops are going to be used over there, which could be tricky for you if we are introducing it in the mid of this session right now. Now, if I talk about this DNS one, guys, there is a service called in AWS, which is called your Route 53, which is actually the DNS service. And DNS generally, this is called the DNS server, but in AWS it is called as DNS service. Okay, so we are going to cover up this DNS over there. For the FTP, I would say there are two kind of a things. One is FTP and another one is SFTP. So we are going to cover up both the things. There is no difference. Whenever we are talking about FTP and SFTP, the only difference is SFTP is a secure one. Apart from this, there is a difference between HTTPS and HTTP that we are going to cover up when we are discussing about the load balancers in AWS. Okay, and the SAD command, I would say the SAD command I'm going to introduce in the mid of, I would say, scripting part, so that you can be more familiar with that. So now, from now onwards, why I was asking you to just do your practice, whatever the things we have discussed, because from now onward, whatever the batch we have, it is going parallelly. Let's say Linux plus AWS. By comparing that, generally things work in this manner in the back end, but on Cloud Console, it is showing it to you in this manner. So in that manner, we are going to proceed. But before that, what my personal recommendation whenever we are going the technologies with the cloud, let's say first of all we have covered up the Linux one. Then although Linux is little bit a lengthier topic that we have already covered, so now the thing is totally up to you. The next topic, what kind of a next topic you want? You want a shorter topic so that you can till the time you can do the practice for the Linux session, or you want another longer topic, let's say AWS one or shell scripting. That totally depends. But what I generally do, one longer topic, after that a shorter, then another long topic, then a short topic. This is actual pattern I follow. So that is totally dependent on you. So if I say small topic, then it is going to be uh, Git. Okay. If I talk about the longer topic one, then it would be uh, I would say shell scripting or AWS. Now that is totally dependent on you which topic you want to continue now. So Min is saying that he want to continue with a topic that is not related to somewhat Linux. Okay, then I think we can go with Git. So guys, few of the topics I'm halting right now. Why? Because the topics, let's say the DNS one, the HTTP, I'm going to cover. Let's say if I talk about the DNS one. Okay. So in DNS in AWS, this DNS is called as Route 53. Okay. Although I'm going to tell you how we can, it is very simple to create the record in Route 53. Okay. But how these records are actually doing the function, that we are going to cover in Linux. So that is why I'm going to take, first of all, I'm going to create a record in Linux. I'm going to show you how we create records in Linux. At the same time, or after once this DNS topic is completed, I'm going to show you how we can create the records on AWS, so that you can have the understanding of both the technologies, that how the things are working in the background. Let's say if I talk about the DNS, I have told you in Linux. So all the things in, or I would say any of the cloud will be working at the same, but the name of the service will be varying. That is the only difference over there. Okay. So, and the similar thing goes with this HTTPD. The HTTPD I'm going to show you when I'm going to host a website for you. Generally how we host a website, how we generally allow the ports, because there will be some cloud networking is also going to be involved. And there, what we are actually going to do, guys, right now we are using the custom default VPC, but at that time we are going to use the custom VPC. So that will be very helpful for you to understand generally how network connectivity works in custom VPC and all those things. So that is why uh, just starting the Git topic over here. So I hope that is good. I mean, that is good for, or that is okay with all of you. Or if you have any kind of a question, I'm happy to answer that now. So guys, the topic that I'm going to discuss right now is Git. So what is the Git? Why it came into picture? What is the use case of Git in real time scenarios? What kind of a questions you are going to answer in the coming days? Why Git is so much important in DevOps terminology, or I would say in any company terminology. So I'm going to tell you all of this. So first of all, guys, I'll just ask one thing. Let's say if you are working in an IT organization, okay, what happens? You made some kind of a changes into your code, and because of those changes, what happened? Or let's say if any of your team member made some changes into the code, and because of those changes, your website is not working now. So without any kind of a tool, or without any kind of a tracking or versioning tool, is it possible for you to detect that what kind of changes are being done and who has made those changes? Is it possible? So in that series, Git come into picture. So what actually Git is? Git is nothing but it is a VCS. Okay, VCS. So VCS is an acronym of version control system. Okay. So guys, right now there are n number of members available, or I would say n number of vendors in the market for Git. So the vendors could be, the first one is your GitHub. And guys, before starting this Git chapter, I mean, although I'm starting it is not going to be harder for you. What you have to do, just go onto the website github.com. Okay, and just create your account over here. What you have to do, just click on sign up. Okay, just give your email address. What it is going to ask you, just give your email address and register yourself on Git. Once you register yourself on Git, you can easily practice your things. And apart from this, the complete this training will be on complete prod based scenarios. Let's say if I'm making any changes onto my server or onto my local system, those changes I'm going to push to Git server so that those changes can be available for everyone to check. I would say, if I'm saying everyone, it doesn't matter that it is open for, or anyone in the world can access that. No, I'm not saying anyone who is working in your organization will have the privileges to access that only. So that is why just create your GitHub account, just go on to github.com, provide your email ID, and just sign up over there. Okay, so once you are done with that, why we are going with GitHub? The reason is because GitHub is one of the most used version control system in the world. Apart from this, it is for the beginners. uh, Generally it comes with two kind of approaches. One is enterprise edition, another one is your free edition. Okay, so we cannot purchase the enterprise edition because it is just a matter of licensing and all those. So we are going with the free approach. There will no difference in the command in free version, and as well as in the uh, I would say enterprise edition. Commands will be same, logic will be same, whatever the download and upload you are doing, that will be same in both kind of a edition. But why we are picking free edition? Because we do not want to purchase any license. Okay, so guys, the vendors available in the market, what happened, Linux was having flavors. Okay, one is your Red Hat flavor, another one is your Ubuntu flavor, whereas GitHub is having vendors. Okay, or I would say, so there are so many vendors in the market for the Git, that this technology is called the version control system technology. Most of the vendors are your GitHub, GitLab, third is your Bitbucket. Okay, so these are the three most used vendors in the market for GitHub. Now, who created this GitHub? So what happened, guys? You will shock to know that the person who has created Linux, may I know the name, please, of that person? So the person who has created Linux, which is Linus Torvalds, the same person has introduced Git as well. So how he has introduced Git? What was the use case that I mean he stuck that he introduced Git over there? So let's discuss about that as well. Okay, now let's say if we talk about Git for version control. So in the early 2000, Linus Torvald introduces Git. Okay, so what is the goal of Git? Why it is being used in into your organization, and how it is totally changing the perspective of IT scenario? Let's discuss about that. So guys, let's say I have this is my website. Okay, this is my company website, and this is running by some code. Now what happens, some there is a person sitting over here, which is A, another person B, another person C. So every person has created some files. Now let's say if each and every person is trying to push or upload their changes to the website, first of all, what is going to happen? My website code is going to be bulky. First thing. Second thing, let's say at every random time, each and every user is making any kind of a changes into the website, that will cause the downtime, because every time I need to make some changes, I need to restart my website. So that is going to cost so much downtime in my infra. Apart from this, as the downtime is there, cost is also going to be effect, because my business will be in completely shutdown mode at that time. So here Git comes into picture. So what Git has actually done, let's say guys, what Git actually provides, Git provides you a remote repository. Okay, on that remote repository you have to upload your things, and you need to download your things from that Git repository. So what happens actually, this is your Git. Now, okay, generally Git is also of two types. So before this, I want to tell you, Git is having two types. One is your distributed VCS or distributed Git. Another one is your centralized VCS. Okay, so the approach that we are going to use will be the distributed VCS. Why we are going to use the distributed VCS? So I'll tell you. So Let's say this is your repository. This is your, I'm considering it as G1. G1 means GitHub repository 1. Now, in this repository, you are having your all company code or whatever the scripts you have created for your website to run flawlessly. You have put all those under this repository. Okay, so you just consider repository as some remote location where you are storing your changes, where you are storing your codes. Okay, now what happened? Let's say I have a user A, then I have a user B, I have a user C. Now what happened? Each and every user download from this single GitHub repository. Now what happened? They can have two kind of approaches. First one, this is the default one. I'm not talking about the additional features. Let's say if every person has downloaded the code onto their, now this repository is on remote. Consider it, let's say a website which is GitHub. The user A, B, C are downloading it on their local laptop. Okay. Now what happened? Let's say user C created a file which is a.txt. Now he has pushed his or he generally uploading the thing in Git is called pushed. Okay, so he has pushed his changes to this GitHub repository. Now this repository will also have a new file which is created by user C, that is a.txt. Okay, similarly this person or user B has created a repository that is 1.txt. Again he has pushed his changes. This user is having, let's say, ab.txt he has created and he has pushed his changes. Now what happened? Whatever the work of each and every user has done, all will be available onto this remote repository. Why? Because after doing their work, they have pushed their changes onto the remote repository. Now in the same pattern, what will happen? There is a concept of parallel branching in Git. So what does that parallel branching means? Let's say if I have a remote repository, which is this one, if user A is downloading something, so on his local laptop, what he is actually going to do, he is going to create a branch or a parallel folder for himself, let's say as A. What he is going to do, he is going to push the changes into the A, and at the end he is going to merge it with the Git, so that at the end there will be a single repository which is handling all the codes of all the users. This is not only in respect of user A. Let's say if you have thousands of users in your organization, each and every user is creating a branch means each and every user is creating its own working environment onto his local system, so that at the end he can made the changes to the end result or end repository. Now what will happen, guys? Your website will serve the traffic or your code will be picked from this centralized repository, but it won't be picked from here. Whatever the changes you are making here, you have to upload those changes onto the GitHub repository, and your GitHub repository reviewer, generally this reviewer is the DevOps engineer. He is going to check, okay, the changes is good, that's okay. Then he merged his changes. Let's say this is my master repository. He merged the changes of this a branch with this master repository, and at the end all the traffic will be served from the master branch only. So this is the concept of how the things generally work in GitHub. Now what happens, guys? Let's say at any interval of time, user C has made some changes into any file and uploaded his change and pushed his changes into Git and merged. Now what happens? Unfortunately, there is something goes wrong with your website, and the best way or the shorter way to check that why this has happened, the DevOps engineer is directly going to check the which is the latest merge is done into the website or into the GitHub repository. On the basis of that, he can easily check that what are the changes being done, who has made those changes, and the DevOps engineer is directly going to catch that person and ask, hey, you need to revert your changes, otherwise the website will be in the down state. So in this manner, guys, you can get a track of each and every changes into your organization. Generally, this is the actual scenario happen in the IT industry. So in this scenario, this Git branching is being done. So there will be two kind of a uh, VCS are available. One is centralized VCS and another one is your distributed VCS. So what happens in centralized VCS and distributed VCS is, let's talk about, let's say if I talk, let's say CVS, that is centralized version system. Okay, there is a person over here, this one, another person, another person. Now let's say generally companies goes with distributed version system. Why? I'll tell you reason. Let's say if a person A is here in the organization, there is a person B and there is a person C. He has made some changes and pushed his changes over to this. Okay, another person made his changes to this, another person made his changes to this. But what will happen every time, the the first thing would be here in uh, centralized VCS, that centralized VCS will not have the official copy of your actual code. So what does that mean? Let's say if I say at the very first time, this person, let's say, has made the changes, next time he has to uh, get all the what next time he has to do the same thing from the zero level. Let's say again he has to clone the things, again he has to check the things, he has to verify the things, and then he has to push the things. So, and what will happen, let's say in this scenario, if there is something goes wrong with your master branch, I'm talking about distribute centralized version system. Let's say if something goes with your master branch, what will happen, your sub branches will not have the copy of the changes which are latestly done. So in that scenario, there will be a chance of data lost. Why? Because let's say if this master branch was having data, let's say at the nth level, okay, and this branch is having the data as the nth minus 1 level. So what will happen, there will be no chance that your data will be retrieved over here. Okay, now what happens in distributed version system, distributed version system will have the copy of it. What does that mean? Let's say it is a master branch, everyone generally takes the clone of master branch, they subdivide a branch which is this one. Okay, let's say they cut a branch, let's say version A, another branch is B, and another branch is C. So before making the changes into this repository, they are every time doing the pull. Pull means every time before uploading something, they before uploading they are taking the download every time. So why that will be good for you? That will have the official copy of your master branch onto your local system. So that is why distributed version system is having is considered as the good approach as compared to the centralized version system approach. Okay, now let's say, okay, so git snapshots I'll cover up just a second. Generally what happens, guys, in git there are three kind of areas. Let's say this is my git, okay, and this is my master branch, this is my local parallel branch that I have created, let's say A. So between this changes there are three areas. Okay, this one, the first area is called the unstaged area. Unstaged area. Okay, second area is called your staged area, and third area is called your commit area. Now what does that mean is, let's say you can see stage uh, uh, and the commit area. Yeah, so let's say what happens, if I made, let's say I have take a clone and under my A parallel branch I have created a file a.txt. Okay, but after creating this a.txt I have not pushed any changes. So what will happen, that thing will be under my staged area and my master branch will have no signal. that whether any changes are being made or not. This first thing is called your staged area, or you can consider it as modifier and modified area. Okay. Second thing here is, let's say, is staged area. What staged area is going to do for you after creating this a.txt? Let's say if you are doing the git add, okay, so you are adding your, or you are telling your git, hey, I have made some changes and you need to store it in a cache manner. For now, just keep it into the cache. So that area is called your staged area. Okay. The last area is your commit area, where you are putting your data from cached to the final commit or final push area. So this is the third area, which is your commit area, and after that you made the merge into the master branch. Now this a.txt will be available on your master branch as well. So these are the three areas available in your git. This is the basic flow. One is your modify area, then is stage, and last one is your commit. Generally you have to consider things in this life cycle only. Okay. Now what we are going to discuss in git, and how each and every command is separate from each other. The very first command in git, first one is git initiate. We are going to use the commands that we are generally going to use are, the very first one is git init. Okay. Second one is git clone, and types of git clone. Okay. This will be your second, this will be your first, will be your third. The first one will be introduction to git, that we have covered. Okay. Then there will be a uh, git add. What is git add? Fifth one is what is git commit. Okay. Sixth one is what is git stash. Seventh one, let's say, what is git fetch. Eighth is what is your git push. There will be git pull. So this is not the actual chronological order. The commands that we are going to talk about, I'm just giving writing it over here. Let's say apart from this, git pop, git rebase. Okay. Apart from this, 12th will be difference between different commands. Let's say difference between, I would say, git rebase and git merge. Git how to manage remote repository. Okay. 14th one is your git security. Generally how we are going to secure our git so that nobody can, or the persons who are who or whom we are authorizing are going to use this actual git. Okay. So generally it will be like, let's say if I have uploaded 100 files into a single git repository, I'm not giving permission to each and every file. I'm directly going to give the permission to the respective repository only. Okay. Apart from this, git ignore. Why git ignore is being used in IT? How we can ignore the files? What is the use case of git ignore? Apart from this, so these are the although I have covered most of the commands, but if I found something left over here, let me just check once more. If I go this one, git one, checkout and branch tagging. There will be git checkout. 18th will be your git delete. So the commands will be simple. How you can create the git branch. Okay. And another thing would be reset, push. Yeah. 20 will be your git log, 21 will be your git tag. So these are the maximum of the commands we are going to use. So first of all, so guys, these are the total commands that we are going to use. Now, what kind of a questions you will get? Hey, I need to ignore some file in git. How I can do that? So your answer would be git ignore. Let's say if I, what is the difference between git pull and git clone? So we are going to cover up what is the difference between git fetch, how we can do git merge. So these are the basic questions. There is a concept of git conflict. There is a generally in git people will encounter a problem which is git conflict. So how we can generally resolve such kind of a error, because this is the maximum error that you can generally face in git. Okay, apart from this uh, authentication related problem you can get, these are the 23 use cases or 23 commands where your whole git is going to be covered up. After that, you can easily work in an IT organization. If I say as a basic of and this all these commands will be from basic to the advanced level with each and every use case. So let's start our git chapter first of all. So guys, as I told you that you have to create your account on git. If you do not have, you can create. And those who are having the account on git, guys, generally what happens whenever you create your github account, this is the home page of your github. Okay, now what you have to do here is go onto your profile, the bell icon, uh yeah, the third one, this the third one, this one, the yeah, this one. Okay, so this is your github profile. Generally what happens whenever you log in onto the on the github, you will get an option that how you can manage your profile. First of all, after creating, just go into your profile. So here guys, you can edit your profile. Let's say if you want to use some kind of a github repository, if you need to make some kind of a changes into your profile. So let's say if you want to add your pic as well onto your profile, so you can just do it with the edit profile. Okay, now you just click on the so the same, yeah, same icon. Just go into settings. So guys, this is related to your GitHub account setting. Okay, the first thing that you have to do after creating your GitHub account is just go into SSH and GPG keys. SSH and GPG keys just below the session password and authentication on the very left side. Yeah, just click on this, your new SSH key. Okay, now guys, here what you have to do here is you have to add your RID underscore RSA dot pub key here. Why we are going to do? We are going to authenticate our GitHub account with our system. Let's say if you are using GitHub on your local, then you can give your local address. If or I would say local ID underscore RSA dot pub file, the key you have to copy and paste it over here. If not, what you have to do, you let's say if you want to use it onto cloud, or I would say Amazon, so the server on which you have installed git, you have to pass that server SSH key over here. Why? Because there are two kind of a mechanisms in git to access your code. So for this, Suman, I'll just ask you, just go onto the similar profile icon, click on your repositories. So guys, this is your home page to check your repositories. Let's say if you do not have any GitHub repository, how you can create a GitHub repository? The first thing, let generally what happens, this GitHub repository will be in the organization. This GitHub repository will be created by your IT team. It's their responsibility to create a GitHub repository. Let's say if they have not created it for you, now here you have to give the repository name. Any kind of a name you can give. Okay, so Now there is a option for you what kind of a privileges you want to give to this repository. You want this repository to be public or you want this repository to be private. Generally in the companies this profile is private, okay, and but for this uh, session we are going to have the public repository. Okay, just just make it as public. Just tick on this add a readme file. Okay, this one is done. Just create repository. So this is your first repository that you have created, Suman. Now you have to access this repository from CLI, because you can't perform this action into GUI every time. Now you can see, Suman, it is showing one branch, and under that branch it is showing main to you. So this means whenever you are creating a repository, by default, it is going to create a main or master branch for you, where your all the end changes are going to be merged. Okay. Now, what you can do, just click on code. Here you can see, guys, there are three kind of a mechanism it is giving you. One for cloning, HTTPS, SSH, and GitHub CLI. Okay, so what you can do for this session, let's use the SSH one. Someone please click on SSH. Now it is giving you an error. Hey, you do not have any public SSH keys in your GitHub account, so you can't use it. So what you can do, just again click on HTTPS. Just copy this http.github.com, this one. Okay, just go onto your terminal of your system. Just open MobaXterm or whatever the terminal you are using. Just paste the URL, just write down the command git clone and the URL that you have given. Git space clone and the URL that you have given. You can use Control V. Okay, just enter. Okay, Suman, execute a command over here, git branch, or just do ls first. You can see you have created a test repository, so it is available now. Now what you have to do, first of all, guys, what is git clone? So what Suman has executed, I have asked him to create your own repository, okay, so that you can perform your actions into the repository. So he has created a blank repository which is named as test.git. Okay, once he has created that repository, now the first thing that he has to do for downloading this repository is git clone. So what git clone is going to do, the very first time when you want to download any repository on your local system, I'm repeating, when you want to download any repository on your local system for the very first time, you have to clone that repository. So from now onwards, let's say if anybody is going to ask you what is git clone, you are going to answer on this: git clone is just to download our remote repository onto our local system for the very first time. There's no requirement. Why? Because you have already cloned your repository. Okay, just do one thing, go into the test cd test. It should be caps. Just exit from this one. Just exit. Yeah, cd space double dot. Okay, just do ls. Now cd and test. Make t as the uppercase letter. Okay, go into it. Okay, just do pwd. You can see you are in the test repository. I think इसने टेस्ट नाम का एक नया फोल्डर बना दिया है, ये देखना पड़ेगा, बट जनरली ये केस होता नहीं है, बिकॉज जनरली केस सेंसिटिव होता है. Just do one thing, just write down a command that is git space branch. It is not like this, git space branch. You should not type space, it should be space button.
Right.
So it is giving you that right now you are into the main branch. Okay, why? Because you can see your asterisk is right now available on your main. It means this is your main branch or this is your master branch. Okay, just make yourself out from this one. You can see that right now you are into main branch. First thing that you have to do after just taking a main clone of your main branch, you have to create your parallel repository, or you have to create your parallel branch for yourself. How you can create your parallel branch? Suman, just write down a command: git checkout, git space checkout hyphen b as in Bombay, just space, give any name that you want for your parallel branch. Let's say just give Suman, just enter. Now guys, you can see here Suman is right now in a folder for the branch which is test. Okay, but for the folder the repository which is test. But you can see Suman, when you write down the again, just go type the command git branch. Here you can see Suman, that your asterisk right now is on the Suman branch. It means that you are on the Suman branch. You are not onto your master or your main branch. Now, what is the benefit of doing this? Let's say, because everyone at the end has going or is going to take the clone of the main branch. Okay, now if you are using the parallel branching, then it is first of all very easy to track on the basis of the name of the branch that who has made the changes. And at the same time, people are not going to commit for the, let's say, for the same character, same line, same file, which can cause a conflict to your code. This thing also not going to happen. Now let's say if you make or if you create any kind of a branch on Linux or anything you are going to do, uh, you are create whenever you are creating your parallel branch, after making changes into your parallel branch, you need to merge those changes. So there will be a review of your merging from your local or development branch to your master. So now, as you can see that we have created a GitHub account, we have created our own repository, we have created our parallel branch. Now another thing comes here. So we have covered one thing, that is git clone, but we have not covered git type of git clone things. Okay, so guys, right now you can see that we are onto the user git suman. Okay, or just log out by, yeah, this one. Okay, so now I want to switch from the okay, let me create another branch. Instead of branch, okay, do one thing, Suman, just use a command git checkout master, git space checkout space master. So what this command has actually done for me, okay, so instead of master, just use main, because our master branch was named as main. So now guys, you can see that earlier we have created a branch which is called as Suman. We were in that branch, and now again we have to be available into the another branch which is main. So we have to use the command git checkout mains. Means I want to check out from the current branch, and the branch name that I'm giving, it will take me to that branch only. Okay, so these are some of the examples. I'm just starting the basic of Bash, that how, what is the use case of Bash, why Bash comes into the picture, and how we are going to implement, and what are the things that we can implement with the help of Bash. Okay, so uh, in that series, I just wanted to know one thing from you guys, as all of you is having some idea about Linux. So let's say if I ask you, hey, you need to take a download of a specific folder. Okay, then what kind of approaches you can have? If I give you a task, you need to download a specific folder, then what kind of approaches you can have? Download from any, I would say, from one folder to another folder, like that, any location. So let's say if I give you a task, okay, you need to copy one folder to some other location, you need to SCP one folder to some other location, you need to to top of a server. Now, what happened, guys, in a scenario? There is a concept called or in automation. So, as we are starting bash scripting, so we are going to start the automation. So, whatever the Linux task that you have done till yet, okay, or whatever the cheat sheet I'm going to give you related to the Linux task, please try to implement the same thing from the bash script so that you can have a very good hands-on on your bash scripting. Okay, so there is a concept which is called dry concept in automation. Although people introduce this dry concept with the uh, starting of Terraform, but I don't consider Terraform here because wherever automation exists, the concept of dry also exists there. So what does this dry means? So guys, dry means don't repeat yourself. I'm repeating. Dry means uh, don't repeat yourself. Okay. Now, what will happen? Let's say there are n number of, or I would say 10, or I would say 15 or 200 servers available in your organization. Now, I'll give you a task. Hey, you need to log in on each and every server, and you need to copy this specific folder from your local system to your remote server. Now, according to me, if you are doing the same thing onto 200 servers, that will be a very hectic task for you. Definitely, there will be a chances of human error over there. Okay, so there comes the picture of automation, or there comes the picture of don't repeat yourself. Means create once and use as much you want. Another thing I'm going to introduce, that is create once and use as much you want. Now, this thing is related to the automation. Now, the first thing that we are talking in terms of DevOps related to automation is your shell scripting. Now, why shell scripting is so much important, or any kind of a scripting language is so much important in IT background? I'm saying it is not in terms of DevOps. Let's say the coders are also using the Python scripting, shell scripting, any kind of a scripting they are doing just to automate their task. Okay, let's say I what kind of a task you can use. I'm just giving you can do with the help of shell scripting. I'm just giving you few examples. Let's say I'll give you a task. Hey, you need to take a database backup at every 2 a.m. Okay, and the location is to be stored there. There should be some logs, whatever the, I would say, steps are done for this specific, or whatever the errors you are getting, you should have the complete xerox of those of the logs. Then what you are going to do, either you are going to wake up to it to, let's say if you want to execute this script at 2 a.m., either you need to wake up at the 2 a.m. and execute each and every command line by line, correct? Or what you can do, you can create a script. Okay, script can be Python script, shell script, Go script, Ruby, Perl, what kind of a script you want you can create. But we are talking about shell scripting. Okay, so what you are going to do, you are going to create a script over there. Now, what is the role of that script? Whatever the commands that you are going to execute, okay, and whatever the logics that you are going to implement over there, you are putting all those commands and all those logics into a executable file, and that executable file is called your shell script. Now, what will happen whenever you are executing that script? Whatever the commands are written into that file will be executed. Okay. Now, what is the uh, advantage of doing this? First thing, although you have taken some time to create your script, but once your script is created and it is tested, your script is completely, you can easily mobilize your script. Okay, you can easily simply SCP to any other server, just change according to the environment, and you can simply run your script. So these are some of the advantages of creating a script. Apart from this, let's say there are some tasks available in Linux, or I would say any kind of a operating system which requires some kind of automation. Another thing that you can have, or that you can achieve with the help of a script, that your time of execution of the task is getting reduced, because generally whatever the once you have tried and tested your script, so definitely you are sure that okay, my script, this script is going to take that much amount of time, this script is going to take, or this specific step is going to take that much amount of time. So you are putting your intervals as well, and you are pretty much sure, okay, my script is going to be take, I would say, half an hour or 1 hour or 2 hour. And if it is getting failed, then I'm getting the output to the respective folder. So these are some of the examples that you can achieve with this script. Also, guys, what you can do, the servers that we are creating right now from the GUI. GUI means graphical user interface of AWS. The same servers you can create with the help of a script. Now, what will be the advantage? Can any one of you tell me what could be the advantage of creating your servers with the help of any script? So, what I am asking, or what I'm expecting, is it going to so let is it going to reduce your human intervention or not? So, if the human intervention is lesser, so the chances of human error is also lesser. Correct. Now, guys, I'll give you a scenario. Let's say you are having 500 servers, or let's say forget about 500 servers. You are having 50 servers in your organization. Suddenly, due to some issue, your 50 servers are deleted. Okay. Now your manager told you, I don't know how to create or what to do. You just have to create those 50 servers in an hour. So is it possible for you without any kind of automation? So the simple answer is no. Now, what will happen? Let's say if you have an automated script for that, what you will do? Okay, I do have a script. It is not going to take, I would say, 1 minute or 2 minutes for me to create the instances. So you can automate your task in that manner as well. Question can be asked to you, although you have not, guys, even you can note down this question. Definitely, you are going to face this question. What is the difference between shell script, Ansible, and Terraform, and which one to choose, and why Terraform came into picture when Ansible and scripting is already available in the market? Definitely, you will face this kind of a question in your interviews. Although we have a shell script available for automation, but there are some limitations as well for the shell scripting according to our infra. Okay. Now, what could be the limitations with the shell scripting? So we will discuss the limitations as well when we are discussing, let's say, Ansible and Terraform there. But you just remember, or you can pen down this question, that uh, what is the difference between a script, Ansible playbook, and a Terraform? Okay. Now, let's see, guys. So, okay, yeah. So this was, I was telling you completely that why shell scripting is being used, and how to create your shell scripting. Now, why we generally write shell scripting? The first thing, to avoid repetition, that I already told you, that is the concept of dry. Okay, that is, don't repeat yourself. Another thing, to automate difficult tasks. You can have so many difficult tasks, or definitely you are going to automate your task, so that you do not want your resources to be stuck on a single task. So anything that you can, I mean, anything is possible with the help of shell scripting, that you can reduce your manual intervention. You won't believe, guys, that in my company I never log in onto my Google Cloud Console or AWS console. Let's say if I need to create any resource, I generally creating the resources with the help of script over there. Why? Because let's say if somebody is going to delete my infra, I do have a script for that. I'll create my resources with the help of a script. Okay. And even when you become a DevOps engineer, you are not going to work on to the any cloud console. Although you should have the knowledge of cloud console, but in companies you are not going to work majorly on the console. Why? Because let's say if you are hired, you are hired as a DevOps engineer, and company is paying you, let's say, 2 million INR, or I would say uh, 3 million INR, 4 million INR, whatever the desired amount according to your experience. And you are expecting, okay, I just need to log in onto the AWS console, and I can create my resources from the console only. Then company will not hire a person who is company is just paying 4 million or whatever the desired amount to that person to create resources from the console only. They will simply hire a person of having salary of around 30,000 or 40,000, because also he can create the resources from there, from the console. So that is why the role of DevOps engineer is very important in your organization, because they require a person who can automate anything. Let's say if there is any what kind of automations we generally do in companies. I'll give you a few of the example. Let's say if you're trying to log in on your server, you are getting the email alert for that as well. So such kind of automation are also implemented. Let's say uh, whenever you uh, whenever you are logging into your laptop, whether you are working or not, the automation is already done for that. What kind of a job you are doing, automation is also there. Even the alerting or monitoring, those are completely based on the automation, because those monitorings are not I would say manual. They are created with the help of automation, because what they will do, let's say right now you are having today your company has launched the service of payment. Okay, let's take an example. Now what will happen if you have done the same thing with the help of manual efforts? Now what will happen next day or day after tomorrow, there are some other services that are onboarding in your infra. So again, you have to do the manual efforts for the alerting as well. So what they will do, they will create a alerting script for that, and they just need to change the name of the service, whatever the service they are going to introduce, and on the basis of that, they can simply do the monitoring as well. So even such kind of a task are also done with the help of scripting. Okay. Now, how to create shell scripting, and how generally shell scripting, what kind of shells are available in market. So first of all, what is a shell? Okay, so shell is nothing. It is just an interface for you to give your commands, and your commands are then processed to your OS or to your kernel. And according to that, whatever the commands you have given, your operating system is going to work. Let's say this is, consider this example. This is your OS. Okay, this is your OS. Now, also simply, guys, you can see that thing that we call this terminal. This terminal is nothing but it's a shell. Shell means on this is an interface for you on which you are giving your commands. So whatever the interface you are using in your operating system on which you are giving commands is a shell. Now, version of shell can vary. Let's say bash, CSH, uh, SH version. So these versions vary. But this terminal, the thing that let's say I'm saying, hey, open your terminal, it means that I'm giving you a command to open your shell prompt, and you need to give the command. Let's say if I'm giving this command, so it's a shell command. And whenever I'm doing some kind of a scripting for this thing is called shell scripting. Okay, how you can do the shell scripting? Okay, consider this is your OS. Under your OS, this is your hardware. Okay, this is your shell. This is your hardware, and this is your kernel. Now, what will happen whenever I give a command to my with my, I would say, terminal or shell? Those commands are going to process onto hardware, and lastly to kernel, and on the basis of given kernel is going to do the function for me. So this thing is called shell, and whenever you are putting all those things together in a programmatical manner, that is called the shell scripting. Okay, now what to do or how to create a shell script? First of all, let me just create an instance shell script. Okay, now let me create my script with the this. Okay, let me launch the instance. So this is my server. Message hyphen I wait to user, and there is this one. So first of all, let me see which version of shell I'm using. This shell scripting is also called as Bash scripting, that is born. Bash is an acronym for born again shell. This is the latest version of any kind of a shell. Okay, so you can see that the version right now here is something, yeah, 5.2.15. Okay, now how to create a shell? First of all, whatever the shell script you are creating, it should have the a file extension as .sh. Okay, so let's create a script ping.sh. Okay, every time whenever you are creating your shell script, it need to be started with a shebang. What is shebang? Now this thing this thing is called shebang. It means that you are telling your shell script that I am beginning my programming from after this line. Okay, so let's say if you introduce when you have introduced, now you can give any kind of a command. Okay, let's say if I'll give you a command ping. Okay, let's say I'm giving ping space, uh let me add this, start this server. Okay, let me start this server. Okay, start. Let me give this security group, security group. There is no need to do this thing for you. I'm just doing it for creating a script. Okay, so I have started this server, and the IP of this specific server is, what I'm going to create a script, guys. I'm just going to create a script to do the ping from your shell script server to the git testing server, whether that server is reachable or not. Okay, so what I'm going to do before this, I'll tell you. First of all, let's try to ping it. You can see that it is pinging now. I'll create a script ping this. Okay, and redirect the output. Remember, guys, this sign we have discussed in Linux part. It is for redirection, and redirect the output to a file in temp, and let's say ping.txt file. Okay, so now my shell script is created. My script is created. For executing your script, you should give a permission of execute. Let's say 755. I'm giving it. Now you can see that your script is created. What we are going to do, we are how to run a script. There are different various method. First, you can use dot slash your script name. Your script is actually executing. Why this specific process is not terminating? Because our ping command is running in the background. Okay, due to which uh, whatever the command that we have given inside the shell script is still active, due to which this specific process is not getting terminated. What I'll do, let me just stop the instance. So I have stopped the instance, this one, and so what I'll do, I'll go into the temp. Here you can see ping.txt is not created. When you do the cat for this, you can see these are the output of your command. This is the command. Okay, we have given this command inside ping, this one, redirect the output to this, and we have created this script, and your script is running perfectly. If you are, let's say you are saying that I want to use the bash. Okay, now let me try that whether I can execute this or not. So it is working. Okay, now when we see the another thing was, want to check our output under the slash temp. So you can see that it is also working, but there is a very slight differences between each and every shell. The differences can vary from syntax to, I would say, method of defining your things. Okay, now people are going to ask you, okay, which shell we should prefer. So I would say you should prefer the bash. People, whenever anybody is going to ask you, do you know the shell scripting, they are asking you that whether you know the bash scripting or not, because this is the latest shell available in the market and it is not going to obsolete, because the I would say chs and zsh were more compatible with unix. Okay, whereas bash is more compatible with linux. That is why people are and uh, right now I would say each and every company is using linux for their operations, so you should know the bash scripting for that. Okay, now this is one of the example of executing your shell script. Another thing, by another command you can execute. Let's say I'll change my script. Let me get the use the date command. Okay, I'll give me the date command. Give me the pre hyphen m df hyphen h. Okay, this one. Now another thing that you can use sh space your script name. You can execute your script with this method as well. Another method that you can use bash. With these approaches you can create your shell script and you can execute your shell script. These are the three methods by which you can run your shell script. Okay, generally these three methods are used, although there are some other methods available also, but generally these three methods are used in the IT scenario for creating your shell script. Although now you are going to say okay, this is, it seems that it is very simple to create a shell script. I'm saying no, it is not simple, because right now I have only told you that how a shell script looks like and what kind of permission we should give to our shell script. But shell scripting is not that much easy, and if you know the concept it is not that much hard. And for learning any kind of a scripting, for me personally I would recommend you should clear your concepts with shell scripting, then jump to python, and then jump to any other scripting you want. Let's say with the devops, if you are planning to go into the data science, then python will be good for you. If you are planning to go into AI, Python will be good. But before Python, you should learn the shell scripting. Okay. Now there are some. So these are the different method by we. I already told you that how to run a shell script. Okay. There are some things that we can define in shell script. Those are called variables or environment variables. How do you define environment variables? What environment variable is going to do for you? Let's say if I say this one. Okay, I'll say as now what I'm going to do is okay, this it should be df-h. I'm defining this as df-h. Now what I'm going to do, let's say dollar, okay, disk, and send the output to, let's say, root disk dot txt. Now let me execute this command. Now actually what I'm trying to do, whenever I'm calling this disk here, okay, so this is not just giving the output. Whenever I'm calling this dollar disk, it is going to give me or it is going to refer some other value. So I don't want to define my value again and again into the linux shell scripting. So that is why it is a good practice if you define the environment variable in your shell script. Apart from this, guys, if I tell you, there are some the things that we are going to learn in this shell scripting. You can also check the any, I would say, syllabus. You can compare this syllabus. The thing in introduction to shell script. Okay. Second is data types. The topics can be changed, but the the series of the topic can be changed, but topics will be same. Data types, loops, automation with shell scripting. Okay, automation with shell scripting. This one, loops, function, types of shells, shell data type, automation with shell scripting, type of shells, and environment variables. Okay. uh, Yeah. So these are, I'm forgetting other topics, but majority of the things are going to be covered over here. So let's say if I'm saying automation with shell scripting, I'm covering all the topics till you can create some programs. Okay. If I'm saying loops, so loops, although it seems a 5 word letter, but it is not this one. It is having n number of loops. Let's say for loop, while loop, if else loop, and case loop. So such kind of a loops we are going to use. Apart from, if I talk about data types, what kind of a data types, like let's say integer, let's say long int, so such kind of a things are going to be used. If I talk about the type of shell, that what kind of a type of shells are initially available, why bash come into the picture. Apart from this, environment variables and interview shell questions. Okay. If I say interview shell questions, it does not mean, let's say if I give you 20 questions, then definitely you are going to face those 20 questions. But I'm going to give you the latest questions that are generally right now asked in the market. Okay. So you can do the practice for this. Once you are very much good with your practice, just tell me, I'll give you another solution for your uh, task to be done in time. But before that, I want your hands to be dirty with shell scripting. Okay. Now, under this shell scripting, guys, you can remember that when we were discussing about Linux, there was a topic I left there, which was environment variables. Okay, so I'm going to introduce that topic here so that you should know how environment variable is useful in Linux and in shell scripting. I have left a topic which is called SED. I'm going to tell you that why I have left that topic over there and how you can use that specific topic here said. So on the basis of that, and apart from this, there are some other topics are also left, so which we are going to cover up with the technologies coming as per the topics. Okay. I would like to tell you one more thing related to the scripting part as well. The way we are handling our AWS. Okay. Like this one. We can also handle the same with the help of CLI. That is called AWS CLI. Why I'm telling you to know about the AWS CLI, because whenever you are going to create any kind of a script, or I would say shell script, or any kind of a script for your cloud automation, then there whatever the commands that you are going to be used, they can be related to AWS CLI, or let's say if you are using GCP, that it will be GCP CLI or Azure CLI. Okay. So now what you can do, although it is not to do now, but after some time, what you can do, you can first of all just search that how to install AWS CLI on your laptop. Okay. And if you are able to do that, try to first install AWS CLI on your laptop. So let's come to AWS CLI. Yeah. So we are talking about shell scripting. So this is the basic of shell scripting. Let's say now this is generally a symbol for kernel, what your kernel is and how your shell scripting is going to work. Okay. So as I already told you that kernel is the heart of any operating system, or simply you can say that it is an interface between your hardware and your software. Okay. Now what happens? Let's suppose that this is your operating system. Okay. Now uh, what happen here, whenever a user pushes some command to run. Okay. Or let's say whenever a user requests to run any application, so that request need to be go to kernel. because the kernel is the brain of your operating system. Simply, you can say, uh, uh, I would say, brain of your Linux operating system. If I talk about in terms of software, then also you can consider it as the heart of your operating system. Now, what will happen? Whenever you give a command, kernel is going to process accordingly and give you the output. So this is your user and this is your hardware. So here you can see there is a one interface available here. This interface you can see is a subset of both your hardware and software. So that is called your shell. Now what will happen? Let's say if this is my terminal and now I want, okay, I just wanted to see what are the files are downloaded into my current folder. Okay, so I'm just giving a command, and this command is going to give me the output. Now, how this command is actually working? Although the UI I'm getting here is, you can simply say some Linux-based programs or like that. But what will happen? I have give a command here, and this data is stored into my hardware. Now, on the basis of the command that I have given, kernel is going to encrypt or I would say do the encryption or decryption according to whatever the command I have given and going to provide me the result for that. Now what the you can say that this is your user. Okay, you can simply consider this is your user, this is your OS, and whenever you are giving a command to your OS, definitely you require some kind of an interface. So this thing here is running as a shell for you. So on the basis of whatever the command that you are giving onto the shell, the result are going to be given to you. Okay. So this thing is called shell. Now, let's say guys, if you need to know the path of that where your shell is stored. So just a second, I have used. So this is giving the path that where generally your shell is stored or like that. Okay. Now let's say, so again, I'm going to tell you what is a shell. So generally, shell is simply like a container for you, or simply you can say interface between your user and kernel. Whatever the thing you can say, any of the three, I would say, definitions you can use to tell what is a shell. Now, let's say if you want to find a shell in your operating system, that which shell you are using, which is the version of your shell, and what are the available shells available, what are the available shells in your operating system, then how you can check for that. Okay, let me show you. Let me first start my server once. Shell scripting. I'm starting this server. So my server is started. Let me connect to the server. Okay, SSH hyphen I get EC2. This is the IP. Let me log into the server. Now I want to know that which shell I'm using in, or which shell I'm using my laptop. So with this command echo $0, you can get an idea that you are using bash in your operating system. So I would request you, all of you guys, those who are using Linux, or I think all, if all of us are using Amazon, so definitely we are going to get the bash only. Okay. But if I show you the same thing on my MacBook is going to give me some other output. So here you can see it is ZSH. So now generally this ZHS is being supported into the Mac OS. Now we are going to cover up. So ZSH is generally being compatible with MacBook OS, or you can consider as DOS OS. You can consider them as initial of the Unix, not I would say the current Unix which are running in the market, but the AIX based operating systems are use or support ZSH. Okay. Now here you can see that this is my completely Linux based operating system. Okay. You can see that TCOS release. So in this actual operating system or Linux based operating system supports Bash. If I talk about the right now scenario in the market, whatever the Linux based operating systems are running, majority of them are using Bash with them. Okay. Now this is going to tell you that these are the total shells available in your operating system. Okay. So you can see that I do have sh with me, then I do have bash with me, then I do have bin sh with me, bin bash. So bin sh, so you can consider this one and this one similar to this one. Okay. I have csh, tchs. So these are the shell which are supported in my operating system. Okay. So if I show you the same thing in my MacBook, then you can see, I'm not sure whether it is having etc or not into it. Yes. So here you can see that these are the acceptable ones. Even we can use bash as well, but majority of the task, or you can also change the shell of your operating system. Okay, let's say if you want to use zsh, if you want to use chs, but it is preferred that you should use the default shell for your operating system, because let's say if you are not using default shell, then you have to make some kind of a modifications into your binary so that your programs can run. Okay. So if I talk about the default shell for MacBook, then you can consider it as ZSH. The default shell for a Windows-based operating system is Bash. Okay. Now, another thing here is WD. So here you can see that I am getting at the end bash in my etc pass WD. You can simply there see that I'm not getting any other shell into my pass WD. So all have discussed about this pass WD file. So we are pretty much sure that whatever the user we are going to create, we are getting the entry for those users into our etc pass WD. So like I told you that generally we should prefer the default shell of our operating system. So you can see that for this specific operating system, the default shell is bash, due to which whatever the user profiles are created on the basis of bash. Now what happened, let's say if we change our default bash, then we have to make adjustment into whatever the profile files we have in our operating system. Might be you will face issue, or you might not face the issue, but generally it is recommended to go with your default shell. Okay. Now I can show you the same thing with Windows MacBook as well. Okay. So under MacBook, you can see that we do have our default shell as, just a second. Yeah. So here you can see that I'm not sure about this entry because Mac is on little bit different platform. There been, this is not this one. This is something not related to this. This for the root user. Might be we are not getting this entry into this Mac laptop, but onto the Linux based operating system, you can see that what kind of a shell we are using. Okay. Next thing is, generally in Windows, if we say, people can ask you, do we have shells available in Windows? So your answer to them, yes, we do have shells available in Windows as well. But generally Windows is being operated by GUI, that is graphical user interface. But if you want to use the shell of an or a Windows operating system, you can switch to your command prompt and you can check that what are the shells available in your Windows laptop. Okay. Another thing is Linux KDE. So KDE is something related to the AIX or PBX servers like that. So there we generally use the GUI version of that. Okay. Now the core Linux based operating system will have the shells, let's say sh, bash, and whatever the things that we are getting in our etc shells file. Okay. Now there are different of shells available in the market. The first one is sh, second one is bash, third one is ksh, fourth one is csh. This slide is little bit older, so we do have some other shells available that I have shown you into our etc pass, etc shells. Okay, so tsh, we do also have that one as well. So, what is the difference between each and every shell? It is not mandatory for us to know the difference. But let's say if anybody is going to ask you about different types of shell, then according to the name, we are going to tell you the very first is SH. SH is the acronym for only shell. Okay, so this is the first shell that was introduced in Linux based operating systems. Okay, so another is Bash, which is an advanced version. What are the limitations of SH that Bash came into picture? So the limitation of SH was that we cannot use SH for multitasking. I'm not saying that we are not using, but in the earlier stages when SH was developed or shell was developed, we cannot use it in multitasking and I would say multi usability we can't use. But now Bash came into picture. Okay, then and generally this shell, bash, ksh, csh all are designed into gnu. Okay, so gnu is nothing but it is, you can say, a different organization which are contributing for these bash, shell, or whatever the linux components or utilities we have. Okay, then second thing is born again shell, which is having some advanced version. Multi-tenancy is being used here. Multi-threading concept is being introduced here. Apart from this, we can say multi-usability we can use here. Now, another is KSH. That is, I'm not sure about the complete name, but this was Corn Shell. Yeah. So this was developed into the AT&T laboratories by a scientist named as David Corn. Okay, and why he has introduced this thing? Because he want to improve the bash concept. So he was trying to, let's say, if you want to, there are some programmings which are done into ksh. Let's say if you are going for a uh, rba, that is robotic, I forgot the complete name, but let's say if you are going for some robotic kind of thing, so you can consider ksh over there. Okay, and apart from this, it also supports C programming as well. I am repeating, KSH also support the C programming. Those who are from the IT background, so you can you know that what is C programming. Okay, and apart from this, this KSH is little bit faster as compared to the other shell. Into, I'm not saying in every Linux based operating system, but some of the operating system. Okay, then we do have another shell available that is called C shell. Okay, so this C shell was basically developed by, I think I forgot the name, but I think the scientist name was some Bill Joy. So he developed this specific kind of a shell to support the arithmetic operations. So generally, let's say whenever if I talk about the cases of supercomputers, so if there we are using some mathematical operation, arithmetic operations related to if there is some kind of a syntax related of things are so much, I would say there are, we have to focus so much on syntax related thing in the arithmetic operations, then generally we use csh over there. Okay, and if I talk another shell that is available in the market is, you can see here is your it is, although it is not showing, but it is ZSH. So ZSH is considered as the modern shell. Okay, but it is having some, let's say if you want to create some file names based on the whatever the conditions you are giving. Let's say if you want to use the built-in functions for indexing related. Let's say if you want to use or you want to create some programs related to your theorems. Let's say again we can consider it in the cases of mathematic operations. Then generally this ZSH is being used. Okay. Now, if I talk about the different shell and what are the root user for them, then if I talk about bash sh, then here you can see that for the sh we are having the default root user prompt as this hash. Okay, this hash. Whereas if the same thing is in bash, then we know that it is bin bash. For she shell, generally it is csh. For corn shell, again it is hash. And let's say if it is z shell kind of a thing, then we should use bin zsh. So this thing that I'm talking about here is whenever we are creating our scripts, whatever the things that we are giving to the shebang, so we should start the shebang according to that. So that is why you can see here, when I created this script at the initial, I have used this hash. So it means I'm giving an query or input to my script that I'm going to use the bin bash script into my shell programming. Okay. So these are the different shells available in the market. And apart from this, one more thing that I wanted to tell you here is, definitely you are going to ask you, okay, all the shells are seems similar with each other, then which shell we should prefer? So I'm again saying it, you should use the bin bash, because we are not going to do the arithmetic operations. We are not going to do the AIX or PBX kind of a programming. So that is why we should go with the bin bash. And apart from this, what is this AIX and PBX? So those persons who are working in the telecom sector, they know that what is AIX and PBX servers. So those are the calling these servers. So there, what kind of a programming we are doing. I'm not talking about the scripting. What kind of a programming we are doing over there? Those are to be done into the CSH. Yeah. Definitely, I'm going to give you a definition that what is shell scripting. So simply, you can say whatever the things that we have done as of now in Linux, and we are putting all those things into a single file, and that file is executable. That file is called shell script. Now, question will be, then how that shell script is going to execute? It is going to execute in a manner the way you have given your commands. Let's say if you have given this disk df-h command first, then you are going to get the output for this command first, second for this, third for this. You are not going to work in bottom to top approach. Always shell scripts work from top to bottom approach. Okay. Now, generally, a shell script consists of these four things. Apart from these four things, you are not going to use anything in a shell scripting. The very first thing is your shebang. This thing is called shebang. I'll spell it as. Okay. So, next thing is the comments that we are going to use. Okay. So, why we are giving comments? I'll tell you an example. Let's say, guys, let me create a new script. Okay, so the script will have, let's say I'm going to create a script for folder.sh. Okay, now first of all I'm giving my bank over here. Now I'm going to give a comment. Why commenting is used in the script is starting from here. Okay, now let's say you are starting your script. Let's say cd to where root. Okay, change the, again I'm just giving a comment over here, change the directory. Okay, change the directory to root. Okay, now for the next step, let's say I'm also giving a command, create a folder. Okay, and now I'm going to give the command as mkdir, let's say root abc. Okay, create a folder, create a file in folder created in above step. Okay, now I'm creating the folder, let's say touch. Okay, touch what, root abc and ab file.txt. Okay, now guys, let's say I'm giving chmod 755 folder.sh and I'm executing this or simply you can execute this with this command as well. Okay, now you can see that when I go into the root, under this root, you can see that a folder is created. This one, okay, this is the folder created. Under this folder, a file is created. Now, when I again go into the my file, uh, was yeah. When I go into the this script, let's say you are the beginner in your organization, and when you see this script, what you are getting from this script. So simply when we put the comments in our script, we can simply see that okay, this specific command is going to perform this action, okay, and this command is going to perform this action, this command is going to perform this action. Although it seems something very simple to you right now, but what happens generally in the production scenario, guys, production is not having to shell scripts of 2 or 3 lines. There are n number of lines you can expect there. So to make your script more detailed, to make your script more understandable, people provide comments into their script, not for each and every step. Let's say if there is some important step that you can't miss in your shell script, okay, then they provide the comment over there that this specific step is being used to do this specific function, and what could be the possible result for this function. And let's say at the result step they are going to give another comment, the result of the above is like this. So that is why commenting is done into the shell scripting. And this commenting is not only applicable for shell scripting. Let's say if you are doing Python, let's say if you, even if you are doing the Java programming as well, you are going to have the commenting there as well. Although I'm going to show you the real time scripts, you will be a little bit confused if you don't find any kind of a script commenting over there. Although if you are a pro, you can simply go from top to bottom, and you can easily see okay, this script is going to do this function, okay. But what if you are a new person to the organization? Let's say if I'm going to give this script to a non-technical person, that he don't know what these commands are going to do. So that is why we generally provide the commands in our shell scripting, okay. Folder.sh, you can see that okay, at the line number 12, again going to folder cat folder.sh, you can see this is the you can expect this as our line number 12. On the line number 12, the very first command create, okay, this the my script is not able to understand this. Why? Because in shell scripting, whatever the thing we are giving in our script, if it is not relevant, comment it. If it is if it is going to do some action, then you have to uncomment that. So commenting is done just to give an information that this step is related to this specific task, and the commenting line is not going to execute anywhere in your code. Or you can simply say commenting is used for the detailing of your shell scripting. So although this is a single commenting we have used, there are some chances where you have to comment multiple files. Let's say if I have 100 files to comment, so I'm not going to log in into the file, and I'm not going to put hash in every 100 lines. So there are some commands as well available in Linux where we can comment multiple lines. So in the coming chapters, I'm also going to tell you for that as well. Okay. Now, again, there is some commands which are echo, cp, grep, whatever commands we have used in Linux, we are going to use the same commands in our shell scripting. See, when I open this script, you can simply see that under this folder.sh, my script is created. I have used this command in Linux as well. Linux command, all of these are Linux commands. Okay. These are my commands. So we have talked about cbank, we have talked about comment, we have talked about the commands. Although frankly, I'm saying guys, in my 8 years of career, I have never used any other scripting apart from Bash. Now, another thing is statements. Now, what are your statements? So, statements are the conditions that you are handling in your script. Okay, now those conditions can be if, while, for. So those who are aware about those conditions, it's good. Those who are not, so I'll tell you that what is the use case of these conditions. There are 5 to 7 statements available in shell scripting which are going to do the operations according to your things. Okay, first of all, yeah, before starting this statement, some other detailing also left. Now, whenever you are creating your shell script, I'm again repeating, do not give 777 permission to your shell script, but your script should have the executable permission. Doesn't matter you are giving the right permission as well to your other end groups. You should have the right permission for your users specifically. Okay, and do not give 777 permission to any of your script. Okay, now this thing I have already told you. Let's say if we need to run a shell script, then we can use this command. Okay. Now, if you want to get an output of any command onto your command line, then you have to use this echo command over there. Okay. What this echo is going to do for you? Let's say I create a command echo.sh. You can give any name, but I'm just giving this command echo. Now, let's say I'm giving echo this one date. Let's see what this command is going to do. Chmod echo dot chmod 755 echo dot sh echo dot. So it is going to give me the output, whatever the thing I have. Why I'm not, although you can see, guys, I have given into echo dot sh echo and date, but I'm only getting this date here because I have given a command to my Linux that you should only give echo on your command prompt. Echo is a command to show your output onto the your terminal. Okay. Now, let's say if you want to how to create different tasks, so we can use these and we are going to use the text processors as well. So cut, awk, grep, sort, unique, wc. So we have used all these commands in Linux. One thing is left, that is said now input and output of any script. So let's say if you want to get an output, or let's say if you want to get any input, then we are in shell scripting, we are just going to use two things. One is read, one is echo. Now, where you are going to use this read thing here, let's say I give you a task to create a shell script. Hey, create a shell script for some specific task, and you do not want to hard code your things. Okay, you want that the input should be accepted from the user has given, and on the basis of that I'm going to get the output. So first of all, I just wanted to ask you, did you get what I'm saying on this? If I want input to be given by a user, I use read command over there. Okay. Now, for an example for this, let's say if I'll give you a task, hey, create a script for me where you should get the user name, okay, user age, user ID, and on the basis of these three, create a employee ID for me. Okay. Now, what you are going to do here, you are going to take the read. Read means give a username. Okay, first thing, read for age and read for user ID. And on the basis of those three inputs that you have given in your shell, as per your shell script, you are getting an output which will be in your echo, or you can say which will be into your redirection file, whatever you are using, and you are getting output stored there on the basis of the input that you are given. Now, let's say if I show you in this command, you can see I have done the hard coding. Means I want, let's say, if I use a command read, okay, this one, but I'll give a command as dollar. Let me see whether it is. I'm sure that it is not going to work. Yeah. Now user age. Okay. Now echo read dollar user age. I forgot text for this. Let's say uh, dollar. Sure, whether to fetch for dollar. Yeah. So I forgot the syntax for calling uh, text in shell script. Okay, let's say I use the command read. Okay, and let's see sh echo sh echo hello world. So here you can see I'm giving some input here. Okay, I'm giving some input here. So read, let's say if I give read for dollar input. Now what this thing is going to do for me, let's say sh. So I'm going to give a command which is my name is Vikas and I learn DevOps. Okay. Now you can see here the first one is the you can say the first one is the input that is given by user, and the second one is the output that we are getting on the basis of the read that we have, or the input that we have given. So in this scenario, in this way we can use the read and echo option in Linux. Although this is seems this looks a little bit easier, that what is the again how we are going to implement this thing. So I tell you that you are going to create some scripts where you are not hard coding anything. Hard coding means, let's say, you are not defining anything. Let's say a equals to 5 means a equals to 5. You are going to give a equals to input, and whatever the input you are going to give, you are getting the data according to that. Okay, so in this manner we are going to use a read and echo. Now next thing here is statements. So these are about your statements: for loops, while loops, case and case, so aliases. So these are all the loops that we are going to use. Before this, I just wanted to know any kind of a doubt you have in input and output of a script, just let me know. Now there are some statements available in Linux. Okay, let's say what if uh, there are different statements that we are going to learn. Those statements will be if, okay, if else, okay, then we do have do, do while, okay, for, case. So case is also part of, yeah, yeah. So we are going to use these statements. What these statements is going to tell us about. So first let's talk about this if else. What if else is going to tell us. So let's say if I'll give you, okay, I'll give you a scenario, guys. If you are able to practice Linux, then it is good. Okay, or I'm again repeating, if you are able to practice Linux, then go for DevOps, else don't go for DevOps. So such kind of a situations are handled in if and else statement. Let's say if I give an input over here, if this thing works, then it is a positive thing, or then it is a good thing, else it's a negative thing. So uh, such kind of a scenarios we are going to handle in if else condition. Okay, more I can answer. Let's say if I'll create a scenario, I'll create a script. Let me try to create a script. Okay, math math.sh. Now a equals to 5, a equals to 5, okay, b equals to 6 if a is greater than b. Okay, print a is smaller. Okay, else else print b is smaller. Not sure whether it is going to work or not. Let's see. Yeah, it is not going to work. But let's try. But try. Search. Math.sh. There are some, yeah, there are some syntax error. So such kind of a situations you can handle. Let's say if you are going to compare between two things, a, let's say a equals to 5 and b equals to 6. Let's say if a is greater than b, then perform this action, else drop the action here only. So such kind of a situation you are going to handle in if and else condition. Apart after this if else condition, there are some other conditions as well, which are if else condition. So what if else condition? There are different scenarios you are going to match. If a equals to b, then perform this, else perform this, else if, that is, yeah, this condition is called else if, perform another action apart from the above two. So this condition is called if else or else if condition. Okay, now another thing here is for condition. For condition means you are giving a value. Okay, you are giving a value, the value should be like this. Let's say if you give for equals to 5, so what it is going to do, it is going to run your commands for 5 times, or it is going to check your condition for 5 times. After 5 times this command is going to stop. Okay, in this condition, whether the condition is getting matching or not, my command will stop. In this condition, let's say whatever the number I have given, let's say 4 equals to 5 I have given, so my command should execute or do the operations 5 times. After 5 times this script will stop. Okay, next is case condition. So what happens in case condition is, let's say, so such case condition are being generally used when we are taking some inputs from the user. Let's say if we give read, in read, if we give uh, let's say if user a selected 5, do this action. If user a selected 6, subtract. If user c selected this, multiply. If user selected d, divide. So on the basis of, so what happens in case condition, no condition is true or false, all conditions are true. Okay, whereas in for condition there is no, again I'm saying, there is no true or false, there will be repetitive conditions. Okay, whereas in if and else conditions can be true or false. So these are the basic difference in your if else case and for. Whereas another thing is do condition. So do condition generally going to executes into block. Okay, where let's say this condition is going to be run till the time your condition is going to match. Let's say if you apply do while for let's say 7 times or 8 times or whatever the conditions you are giving into it, when let's say if your first condition is not matching, it is going to work on second condition is not going to match, going to third condition is also not going to match, going to fourth condition. So in this manner it is keeps on going. Let's say at the very first condition, you whatever the thing that you are looking to work, if it matches, your script going to be stopped there only. So these are the basic differences of all the statements. Guys, remember these statements are going to play a very crucial role in your whole life. This is not only related to shell scripting. You are going to use those conditions in any kind of a scripting as well, whether it is Python, whether it is R, Ruby, Perl, whatever the scripting you are going to use, you are going to use this case statements over there. Another thing left in scripting basics is aliases. What is aliases? Let's say if I want a bigger command to be executed in a small, or I want a bigger command to be referenced with a small word, so you can use aliases. Simply, let's say if you want to create an alias for this, so let's say whenever I'm executing ls command, it is going to give me the output according to this command. So let's see. First of all, you can see the output for this command, and you can see the output for this. Now let's, although this alias does not work in shell script in Linux in this manner, but let's try. Okay, copy, paste this one. Now you can see that whenever I'm doing this ls command, or let's say if I'll create alias a for what, this df-h, okay, yes, a for df-h, and I'm doing a, it is giving me this output. So in this manner, you can also short your command. I'm repeating, you can also short your command on the basis of the alias that you have given. This alias is being used in shell scripting. Let's say if you are finding something very large and you forgot about the command every time, so what you can do, first time just create an alias for that, and next time you can call that command with the help of that alias name that you have given. Remember guys, this alias name will be server specific. Let's say if you want to execute the same alias onto some other server, you have to mention the alias on the other server as well. But if you put that alias into the script and you execute the script once, then that alias is also going to be used on your other server as well. Okay, now how to see the shell history? So you can simply see the shell history with the help of history command that we have already discussed. On the basis of this command, whatever the commands are executed on this server from the day one, you can get all those commands. Okay, free head -10, you are going to get the initial 10 commands. So on the basis of whatever the parameter you are giving, you can get all those commands. This is all about the basic of shell scripting that you should know at least. Let's say if I talk about the shell script, then how to use read, echo, then statements. On the basis of each and every statement, we are going to create 2 or 3 shell scripts. So on the basis of each and every condition, I'm going to give you in every class, we are going to take 2 to 3 examples, and we are going to discuss that what this specific thing is going to do, what this specific thing is going to do, and whatever the special characters we are going to use, I'm going to tell you about that as well. Those commands will be real-time commands, and those commands are you can use in day-to-day operations. So if I talk about in terms of because there are two kind of techies available in the market. One who do not concerned about the certificates, they only concerned about the knowledge. Okay, Second are what? Second are the one who concerned about the certificates along with knowledge. Okay. So let's say if you want to be in the second role, then for a basic person, uh, let's say if you are talking about Linux, so for Linux you can have two certifications, RHCSA and second is RHCE. Okay. Apart from this, there are some other certifications also available, which is CNCF, Linux, CNCF, Linux Fundamentals. Okay. Now, these are the three Linux-based, basic Linux-based certifications available in the market, which you can go for. If I do the priority of all of them, those are from top to bottom. RHCSA is the very easy certification to crack. It is totally related to the practical implementation of whatever the commands we have discussed. You are going to find each and every command over there as well. Okay. So this will include, let's say you need to copy a one file to this folder. Let's say if you need to set up a cron, you need to I would say you need to create a user with some specific permission. So those things are covered in RSCS exam. It cost around, I'm sure it's around, earlier it was around 300 USD, and but uh, 4, 3, 12, and yeah. So RSCSA and RSC is going to cost you around 400 USD. Okay, both of these exams. Now, those are the RSCE is little bit on a higher scale, where you are going to do some kind of automations. Let's say earlier, RSCE is very easy to crack, but in the right scenario right now, RSCE is also include Ansible and automation. So if you are going to do any certification on Linux, initially go for RSCSA, because without RSCSA you can't give RSCE. CNCF is also a new certification available in the market for the Linux, and this is by these two certifications are by Red Hat company, whereas this is from the Cloud Native, and F is for Foundation organization, which is responsible for open source. You can say this is a certification by open source community. Above two certifications are going to be on Red Hat. This certification is going to be on Ubuntu. Uh, if I say people consider this one, because very few know about this certification right now in the market. Okay, let's say if you are looking to go for any certifications in cloud, especially I'm talking about AWS, start with Cloud Practitioner, AWS Cloud Practitioner. Okay, this certification is going to Certified Solution Architect, and third one is AWS Solution Professional. Okay. This certification is going to cover up your basic AWS knowledge. This certification is going to cover up your basic to intermediate knowledge, and this certification is going to cover up your basic to advanced level of knowledge. Okay. AWS certification is cheaper as compared to other certification. This is around, I think, 5,000 or 7,000 INR. I'm not sure about that, but few years back it was like this. Or you can say 7,000 INR to uh, 10,000 INR. This certification goes to around, I think, 250 or 200 USD. Okay, this certification goes around 300 USD. So this is the path for AWS. Another path is for this certification, which I personally recommend to go with, is CKA, that is Certified Kubernetes Admin. This is one of the most demanding certification, administrator, most demanding certification available right now in the market. And once you are CKA, go for CKS, that is Certified Kubernetes Specialist. So these are the certifications that you can go for in your career. For the beginners, go for RSCSA. For cloud beginner, go for AWS cloud practitioner or AWS solution architect. For Kubernetes beginner or beginner to, I would say, below advanced level, you can go for CKA exam. So these are the complete certifications or most demanding certifications. Another certification which is right now buzzing in the market is Terraform certified, Terraform certified associate. This is for the basic of Terraform. Now it totally depends on you on which certification you want to go with. If you are pretty much sure I don't want any kind of a certification and I do have enough knowledge, then that is also good. Because if there are some pros of having a certification, there are definitely some cons as well. People always put you on a higher scale when you have certification in your resume. And right now, what is also happening, Suman, in the market, people are taking proxy certifications as well. Yeah, so I'll tell you what is the scenario right now happening in the market. It is, I would say, you will laugh to know that what HRs are doing right now in the market, they don't know what is DevOps profile. Okay, they just do copy paste from LinkedIn or from any other recruitment board, copy paste and put it on their job portal. And even you will shock to know that in uh, uh, when I was giving interview, so they have mentioned that they required an AWS certified solution architect and AWS certified cybersecurity specialist for their organization. So I have applied for that. And when I was giving interview, the interviewer told me that we don't use AWS, we only use Azure in our organization. So such kind of a things are happening right now in the market. So this is the actual case. And even in my current organization, one HR put that I want a senior DevOps engineer with having knowledge related to networking, having knowledge related to Azure, AWS, and any cloud platform. And when I was taking interview, the people was telling me I was expecting AWS in your organization. That is why I applied for the job. So I told them that, dude, we don't use AWS. So this is the scenario generally people are doing. And in Linux, you are going to have two attempts. In AWS, you are going to have, I think, single attempt. Yeah. In CKA, you are going to have two attempts a year. In Terraform, you are going to have a single attempt. So this is the attempt structure that I also define. Tell you one more thing related to the scripting part as well. The way we are handling our AWS, okay, like this one, we can also handle the same with the help of CLI. That is called AWS CLI. Why I am telling you to know about the AWS CLI, because whenever you are going to create any kind of a script, or I would say shell script, or any kind of a script for your cloud automation, then there whatever the commands that you are going to be used, they can be related to AWS CLI, or let's say if you are using GCP, that it will be GCP CLI or Azure CLI. Okay, so now what you can do, although it is not to do now, but after some time, what you can do, you can first of all just search that how to install AWS CLI on your laptop. Okay, and if you are able to do that, try to first install AWS CLI on your laptop. So let's come to AWS CLI. Yeah. So we are talking about shell scripting. So this is the basic of shell scripting. Let's say now this is generally a symbol for kernel, what your kernel is and how your shell scripting is going to work. Okay. So as I already told you that kernel is the heart of any operating system, or simply you can say that it is an interface between your hardware and your software. Okay. Now what happens? Let's suppose that this is your operating system. Okay. Now what happen here, whenever a user pushes some command to run, okay, or let's say whenever a user requests to run any application, so that request need to be go to kernel, because the kernel is the brain of your operating system. Simply we can say, uh, uh, I would say brain of your Linux operating system, if I talk about in terms of software. then also you can consider it as the heart of your operating system. Now what will happen, whenever you give a command, kernel is going to process accordingly and give you the output. So this is your user and this is your hardware. So here you can see there is a one interface available here. This interface you can see is a subset of both your hardware and software. So that is called your shell. Now what will happen, let's say if this is my terminal and now I want, okay, I just wanted to see what are the files are downloaded into my current folder. Okay, so I'm just giving a command and this command is going to give me the output. Now how this command is actually working, although the UI I'm getting here is you can simply say some Linux based programs or like that, but what will happen, I have give a command here and this data is stored into my hardware. Now on the basis of the command that I have given, kernel is going to encrypt or I would say do the encryption or decryption according to whatever the command I have given and going to provide me the result for that. Now what the you can say that this is your user. Okay, you can simply consider this is your user, this is your OS, and whenever you are giving a command to your OS, definitely you require some kind of an interface. So this thing here is running as a shell for you. So on the basis of whatever the command that you are giving onto the shell, the result are going to be given to you. Okay, so this thing is called shell. Now let's say guys, if you need to know the path of that where your shell is stored, so just a second, I have used. So this is giving the path that where generally your shell is stored or like that. Okay, now let's say, so again I'm going to tell you what is a shell. So generally shell is simply like a container for you, or simply you can say interface between your user and kernel, whatever the thing you can say, any of the three I would say definitions you can use to tell what is a shell. Now let's say if you want to find a shell in your operating system, that which shell you are using, which is the version of your shell, and what are the available shells available, what are the available shells in your operating system, then how you can check for that. Okay, let me show you. Let me first start my server once. Shell scripting, I'm starting this server. So my server is started. Let me connect to the server. Okay, ssh hyphen I it EC2. This is the IP. Let me log into the server. Now I want to know that which shell I'm using in, or which shell I'm using in my laptop. So with this command echo $0, you can get an idea that you are using bash in your operating system. So I would request you, all of you guys, those who are using Linux, or I think if all of us are using Amazon, so definitely we are going to get the bash only. Okay, but if I show you the same thing on my MacBook is going to give me some other output. So here you can see it is ZSH. So now generally this ZHS is being supported into the Mac OS. Now we are going to cover up. So ZSH is generally being compatible with MacBook OS, or you can consider as DOS OS. You can consider them as initial of the Unix, not I would say the current Unix which are running in the market, but the AIX based operating systems are used or support ZSH. Okay. Now here you can see that this is my completely Linux based operating system. Okay. You can see that TCOS release. So in this actual operating system or Linux based operating system supports bash. If I talk about the right now scenario in the market, whatever the Linux based operating systems are running, majority of them are using bash with them. Okay, now this is going to tell you that these are the total shells available in your operating system. Okay, so you can see that I do have sh with me, then I do have bash with me, then I do have bin sh with me, bin bash. So bin sh, so you can consider this one and this one similar to this one. Okay, I have csh, tchs. So these are the shell which are supported in my operating system. Okay, so if I show you the same thing in my MacBook, then you can see, I'm not sure whether it is having etc or not into it. Yes, so here you can see that these are the acceptable ones. Even we can use bash as well, but majority of the task, or you can also change the shell of your operating system. Okay, let's say if you want to use zsh, if you want to use chs, but it is preferred that you should use the default shell for your operating system, because let's say if you are not using default shell, then you have to make some kind of a modifications into your binary so that your programs can run. Okay, so if I talk about the default shell for MacBook, then you can consider it as ZSH. The default shell for a Windows-based operating system is Bash. Okay. Now, another thing here is WD. So here you can see that I am getting at the end Bash in my etc pass WD. You can simply there see that I'm not getting any other shell into my pass WD. So all have discussed about this pass WD file. So we are pretty much sure that whatever the user we are going to create, we are getting the entry for those users into our etc pass WD. So like I told you that generally we should prefer the default shell of our operating system. So you can see that for this specific operating system, the default shell is Bash, due to which whatever the user profiles are created on the basis of Bash. Now, what happened? Let's say if we change our default Bash, then we have to make adjustment into whatever the profile files we have in our operating system. Might be you will face issue, or you might not face the issue, but generally it is recommended to go with your default shell. Okay, now I can show you the same thing with Windows MacBook as well. Okay, so under MacBook you can see that we do have our default shell as, just a second, cat. So here you can see that I'm not sure about this entry because Mac is on little bit different platform. There been, this is not this one. This is something not related to this. This for the root user. Might be we are not getting this entry into this Mac laptop, but onto the Linux based operating system, you can see that what kind of a shell we are using. Okay. Next thing is, generally in Windows, if we say, people can ask you, do we have shells available in Windows? So your answer to them, yes, we do have shells available in Windows as well. But generally Windows is being operated by GUI, that is graphical user interface. But if you want to use the shell of an a Windows operating system, you can switch to your command prompt and you can check that what are the shells available in your Windows laptop. Okay. Another thing is Linux KDE. So KDE is something related to the AIX or PBX servers like that. So there we generally use the GUI version of that. Okay. Now the core Linux based operating system will have the shells, let's say sh, bash, and whatever the things that we are getting in our etc shells file. Okay. Now there are different of shells available in the market. The first one is sh, second one is bash, third one is ksh, fourth one is csh. This slide is little bit folder. So we do have some other shells available that I have shown you into our etc pass, etc shells. Okay, so TSH, we do also have that one as well. So, what is the difference between each and every shell? It is not mandatory for us to know the difference. But let's say if anybody is going to ask you about different types of shell, then according to the name, we are going to tell you the very first is SH. SH is the acronym for only shell. Okay, so this is the first shell that was introduced in Linux based operating systems. Okay, so another is Bash, which is an advanced version. What are the limitations of SH that Bash came into picture? So the limitation of SH was that we cannot use SH for multitasking. I'm not saying that we are not using, but in the earlier stages when SH was developed or shell was developed, we cannot use it in multitasking and I would say multi usability we can't use. But now Bash came into picture. Okay, then and generally this shell, bash, ksh, csh all are designed into gnu. Okay, so gnu is nothing but it is, you can say, a different organization which are contributing for these bash, shell, or whatever the linux components or utilities we have. Okay, then second thing is born again shell, which is having some advanced version. Multi-tenancy is being used here. Multi-threading concept is being introduced here. Apart from this, we can say multi-usability we can use here. Now, another is KSH. That is, I'm not sure about the complete name, but this was Corn Shell. Yeah. So this was developed into the AT&T laboratories by a scientist named as David Corn. Okay, and why he has introduced this thing? Because he want to improve the bash concept. So uh, he was trying to, let's say, if you want to, there are some programmings which are done into KSH. Let's say if you are going for a uh, RBA, that is robotic, I forgot the complete name, but let's say if you are going for some robotic kind of thing, so you can consider KSH over there. Okay, and apart from this, it also supports C programming as well. I am repeating, KSH also support the C programming. Those who are from the IT background, so you can you know that what is C programming. Okay, and apart from this, this KSH is little bit faster as compared to the other shell. Into, I'm not saying in every Linux based operating system, but some of the operating system. Okay, then we do have another shell available that is called C shell. Okay, so this C shell was basically developed by, I think I forgot the name, but I think the scientist name was some Bill Joy. So he developed this specific kind of a shell to support the arithmetic operations. So generally, let's say whenever if I talk about the cases of supercomputers, so if there we are using some mathematical operation, arithmetic operations related to if there is some kind of a syntax related of things are so much, I would say there are, we have to focus so much on syntax related thing in the arithmetic operations, then generally we use CSH over there. Okay, and if I talk another shell that is available in the market is, you can see here is your it is, although it is not showing, but it is ZSH. So uh, ZSH is considered as the modern shell. Okay, but it is having some, let's say if you want to create some file names based on the whatever the conditions you are giving. Let's say if you want to use the built-in functions for indexing related. Let's say if you want to use or you want to create some programs related to your theorems. Let's say again we can consider it in the cases of mathematic operations. Then generally this ZSH is being used. Okay. Now, if I talk about the different shell and what are the root user for them, then if I talk about bash sh, then here you can see that for the sh we are having the default root user prompt as this hash. Okay, this hash. Whereas if the same thing is in bash, then we know that it is bin bash. For she shell, generally it is csh. For corn shell, again it is hash. And let's say if it is z shell kind of a thing, then we should use bin zsh. So this thing that I'm talking about here is, whenever we are creating our scripts, whatever the things that we are giving to the shebang, so we should start the shebang according to that. So that is why you can see here, when I created this script, at the initial I have used this hash. So it means I'm giving an query or input to my script that I'm going to use the bin bash script into my shell programming. Okay. So these are the different shells available in the market. And apart from this, one more thing that I wanted to tell you here is, uh, definitely you are going to ask you, okay, all the shells are seems similar with each other, then which shell we should prefer? So I'm again saying it, you should use the bin bash, because we are not going to do the arithmetic operations. We are not going to do the AIX or PBX kind of a programming. So that is why we should go with the bin bash. And apart from this, what is this AIX and PBX? So those persons who are working in the telecom sector, they know that what is AIX and PBX servers. So those are the calling these servers. So there, what a kind of a programming we are doing. I'm not talking about the scripting. What kind of a programming we are doing over there? Those are to be done into the CSH, yeah. Definitely, I'm going to give you a definition that what is shell scripting. So simply, you can say whatever the things that we have done as of now in Linux, and we are putting all those things into a single file, and that file is executable. That file is called shell script. Now, question will be, then how that shell script is going to execute? It is going to execute in a manner the way you have given your commands. Let's say if you have given this disk df-h command first, then you are going to get the output for this command first, second for this, third for this. You are not going to work in bottom to top approach. Always shell scripts work from top to bottom approach. Okay. Now, generally, a shell script consists of these four things. Apart from these four things, you are not going to use anything in a shell scripting. The very first thing is your shebang. This thing is called shebang. I'll spell it as, okay. So next thing is the comments that we are going to use. Okay. So why we are giving comments? I'll tell you an example. Let's say, guys, let me create a new script. Okay. So the script will have, let's say, I'm going to create a script for folder.sh. Okay. Now, first of all, I'm giving my bank over here. Now, I'm going to give a comment. Why commenting is used in the script is starting from here. Okay. Now, let's say you are starting your script. Let's say cd to where root. Okay. Change the, again, I'm just giving a comment over here. Change the directory. Okay. Change the directory to root. Okay. Now, for the next step, let's say I'm also giving a command, create a folder. Okay. And now I'm going to give the command as mkdir, let's say root abc. Okay. Create a folder, create a file in folder created in above step. Okay. Now I'm creating the folder, let's say touch. Okay. Touch what? Root abc and ab file.txt. Okay. Now, guys, let's say I'm giving chmod 755 folder.sh, and I'm executing this, or simply you can execute this with this command as well. Okay. Now you can see that when I go into the root, under this root, you can see that a folder is created. This one, okay, this is the folder created. Under this folder, a file is created. Now, when I again go into the my file, uh, was yeah. When I go into the this script, let's say you are the beginner in your organization, and when you see this script, what you are getting from this script. So simply when we put the comments in our script, we can simply see that okay, this specific command is going to perform this action, okay, and this command is going to perform this action, this command is going to perform this action. Although it seems something very simple to you right now, but what happens generally in the production scenario, guys, production is not having to shell scripts of 2 or 3 lines. There are n number of lines you can expect there. So to make your script more detailed, to make your script more understandable, people provide comments into their script, not for each and every step. Let's say if there is some important step that you can't miss in your shell script, okay, then they provide the comment over there that this specific step is being used to do this specific function, and what could be the possible result for this function. And let's say at the result step they are going to give another comment, the result of the above is like this. So that is why commenting is done into the shell scripting. And this commenting is not only applicable for shell scripting. Let's say if you are doing Python, let's say if you, even if you are doing the Java programming as well, you are going to have the commenting there as well. Although I'm going to show you the real time scripts, you will be a little bit confused if you don't find any kind of a script commenting over there. Although if you are a pro, you can simply go from top to bottom, and you can easily see okay, this script is going to do this function, okay. But what if you are a new person to the organization? Let's say if I'm going to give this script to a non-technical person, that he don't know what these commands are going to do. So that is why we generally provide the commands in our shell scripting, okay. Folder.sh, you can see that okay, at the line number 12, again going to folder cat folder.sh, you can see this is the you can expect this as our line number 12. On the line number 12, the very first command create, okay, this my script is not able to understand this. Why? Because in shell scripting, whatever the thing we are giving in our script, if it is not relevant, comment it. If it is if it is going to do some action, then you have to uncomment that. So commenting is done just to give an information that this step is related to this specific task, and the commenting line is not going to execute anywhere in your code. Or you can simply say commenting is used for the detailing of your shell scripting. So although this is a single commenting we have used, there are some chances where you have to comment multiple files. Let's say if I have 100 files to comment, so I'm not going to log in into the file, and I'm not going to put hash in every 100 lines. So there are some commands as well available in Linux where we can comment multiple lines. So in the coming chapters, I'm also going to tell you for that as well. Okay. Now, again, there is some commands which are echo, cp, grep, whatever commands we have used in Linux, we are going to use the same commands in our shell scripting. Let's see, when I open this script, you can simply see that under this folder.sh, my script is created. I have used this command in Linux as well. Linux command, all of these are Linux commands. Okay. These are my commands. So we have talked about cbank, we have talked about comment, we have talked about the commands. Although frankly, I'm saying guys, in my 8 years of career, I have never used any other scripting apart from Bash. Now, another thing is statements. Now, what are your statements? So statements are the conditions that you are handling in your script. Okay, now those conditions can be if, while, for. So those who are aware about those conditions, it's good. Those who are not, so I'll tell you that what is the use case of these conditions. There are 5 to 7 statements available in shell scripting which are going to do the operations according to your things. Okay, first of all, yeah, before starting this statement, some other detailing also left. Now, whenever you are creating your shell script, I'm again repeating, do not give 777 permission to your shell script, but your script should have the executable permission. Doesn't matter you are giving the right permission as well to your other end groups. You should have the right permission for your users specifically. Okay, and do not give 777 permission to any of your script. Okay, now this thing I have already told you. Let's say if we need to run a shell script, then we can use this command. Okay, now if you want to get an output of any command onto your command line, then you have to use this echo command over there. Okay, what this echo is going to do for you, let's say I create a command echo.sh. You can give any name, but I'm just giving this command echo. Now let's say I'm giving echo this one date. Let's see what this command is going to do. Chmod echo dot chmod 755 echo dot sh echo dot. So it is going to give me the output, whatever the thing I have. Why I'm not, although you can see guys, I have given into echo dot sh echo and date, but I'm only getting this date here because I have given a command to my Linux that you should only give echo on your command prompt. Echo is a command to show your output onto the your terminal. Okay, now let's say if you want to how to create different tasks, so we can use these and we are going to use the text processors as well. So cut, awk, grep, sort, unique, wc. So we have used all these commands in Linux. One thing is left, that is said now input and output of any script. So let's say if you want to get an output, or let's say if you want to get any input, then we are in shell scripting, we are just going to use two things. One is read, one is echo. Now where you are going to use this read thing here, let's say I give you a task to create a shell script. Hey, create a shell script for some specific task, and you do not want to hard code your things. Okay, you want that the input should be accepted from the user has given, and on the basis of that I'm going to get the output. So first of all, I just wanted to ask you, did you get what I'm saying on this? If I want input to be given by a user, I use read command over there. Okay. Now, for an example for this, let's say if I'll give you a task, hey, create a script for me where you should get the user name, okay, user age, user ID, and on the basis of these three, create a employee ID for me. Okay, now what you are going to do here, you are going to take the read means give a username. Okay, first thing, read for age and read for user ID, and on the basis of those three inputs that you have given in your shell, as per your shell script, you are getting an output which will be in your echo, or you can say which will be into your redirection file, whatever you are using, and you are getting output stored there on the basis of the input that you are given. Now let's say if I show you in this command, you can see I have done the hard coding, means I want let's say if I use a command read, okay, this one, but I'll give a command as dollar. Let me see whether it is. I'm sure that it is not going to work. Yeah. Now user age. Okay. Now echo read dollar user age. I forgot text for this. Let's say uh, dollar. Sure. To fetch photo. Yeah. So I forgot the syntax for calling uh, text in shell script. Okay, let's say I use the command read, okay, and let's see sh echo sh echo hello world. So here you can see I'm giving some input here. Okay, I'm giving some input here. So read, let's say if I give read for dollar input. Now what this thing is going to do for me, let's say sh. So I'm going to give a command which is my name is Vikas and I learn DevOps. Okay. Now you can see here the first one is the you can say the first one is the input that is given by user, and the second one is the output that we are getting on the basis of the read that we have, or the input that we have given. So in this scenario, in this way we can use the read and echo option in Linux. Although this is seems this looks a little bit easier, that what is the again how we are going to implement this thing. So I tell you that you are going to create some scripts where you are not hard coding anything. Hard coding means, let's say you are not defining anything. Let's say a equals to 5 means a equals to 5. You are going to give a equals to input, and whatever the input you are going to give, you are getting the data according to that. Okay, so in this manner we are going to use a read and echo. Now next thing here is statements. So these are about your statements: for loops, while loops, case and case, so aliases. So these are all the loops that we are going to use. Before this, I just wanted to know any kind of a doubt you have in input and output of a script. Just let me know. Now there are some statements available in Linux. Okay, let's say what if uh, there are different statements that we are going to learn. Those statements will be if, okay, if else, okay. Then we do have do while, okay, for, case. So case is also part of, yeah, yeah. So we are going to use these statements. What these statements is going to tell us about. So first let's talk about this if else. What if else is going to tell us. So let's say if I'll give you, okay, I'll give you a scenario, guys. If you are able to practice Linux, then it is good. Okay, or I'm again repeating, if you are able to practice Linux, then go for DevOps, else don't go for DevOps. So such kind of a situations are handled in if and else statement. Let's say if I give an input over here, if this thing works, then it is a positive thing or then it is a good thing, else it's a negative thing. So uh, such kind of a scenarios we are going to handle in if else condition. Okay, more I can answer. Let's say if I'll create a scenario, I'll create a script. Let me try to create a script. Okay, math math.sh. Now a equals to 5, a equals to 5, okay, b equals to 6 if a is greater than b. Okay, print a is smaller. Okay, else print b is smaller. Not sure whether it is going to work or not. Let's see. Yeah, it is not going to work. But let's try. But try. Search. Math.sh. There are some, yeah, there are some syntax error. So such kind of a situations you can handle. Let's say if you are going to compare between two things, a, let's say a equals to 5 and b equals to 6. Let's say if a is greater than b, then perform this action, else drop the action here only. So such kind of a situation you are going to handle in if and else condition. Apart after this if else condition, there are some other conditions as well, which are if else condition. So what if else condition? There are different scenarios you are going to match. If a equals to b, then perform this, else perform this, else if, that is, yeah, this condition is called else if, perform another action apart from the above two. So this condition is called if else or else if condition. Okay, now another thing here is for condition. For condition means you are giving a value. Okay, you are giving a value, the value should be like this. Let's say if you give for equals to 5, so what it is going to do, it is going to run your commands for 5 times, or it is going to check your condition for 5 times. After 5 times this command is going to stop. Okay, in this condition, whether the condition is getting matching or not, my command will stop. In this condition, let's say whatever the number I have given, let's say 4 equals to 5 I have given, so my command should execute or do the operations 5 times. After 5 times this script will stop. Okay, next is case condition. So what happens in case condition is, in case condition is, let's say, so such case condition are being generally used when we are taking some inputs from the user. Let's say if we give read, I mean, in read, if we give, uh, let's say if user a selected 5, do this action. If user a selected 6, subtract. If user c selected this, multiply. If user selected d, divide. So on the basis of, so what happens in case condition, no condition is true or false, all conditions are true. Okay, whereas in for condition there is no, again I'm saying, there is no true or false, there will be repetitive conditions. Okay, whereas in if and else conditions can be true or false. So these are the basic difference in your if else, case and for. Whereas another thing is do condition. So do condition generally going to executes into block. Okay, where let's say this condition is going to be run till the time your condition is going to match. Let's say if you apply do while for, let's say, 7 times or 8 times or whatever the conditions you are giving into it, when let's say if your first condition is not matching, it is going to work on second condition is not going to match, going to third condition is also not going to match, going to fourth condition. So in this manner it is keeps on going. Let's say at the very first condition, you whatever the thing that you are looking to work, if it matches, your script going to be stopped there only. So these are the basic differences of all the statements. Guys, remember these statements are going to play a very crucial role in your whole life. This is not only related to shell scripting. You are going to use those conditions in any kind of a scripting as well, whether it is Python, whether it is R, Ruby, Perl, whatever the scripting you are going to use, you are going to use this case statements over there. Another thing left in scripting basics is aliases. What is aliases? Let's say if I want a bigger command to be executed in a small, or I want a bigger command to be referenced with a small word, so you can use aliases. Simply, let's say if you want to create an alias for this, so let's say whenever I'm executing ls command, it is going to give me the output according to this command. So let's see. First of all, you can see the output for this command, and you can see the output for this. Now let's, although this alias does not work in shell script in Linux in this manner, but let's try. Okay, copy, paste this one. Now you can see that whenever I'm doing this ls command, or let's say if I'll create alias a for what, this df-h, okay, alias a for df-h, and I'm doing a, it is giving me this output. So in this manner, you can also short your command. I'm repeating, you can also short your command on the basis of the alias that you have given. This alias is being used in shell scripting. Let's say if you are finding something very large and you forgot about the command every time, so what you can do, first time just create an alias for that, and next time you can call that command with the help of that alias name that you have given. Remember guys, this alias name will be server specific. Let's say if you want to execute the same alias onto some other server, you have to mention the alias on the other server as well. But if you put that alias into the script and you execute the script once, then that alias is also going to be used on your other server as well. Okay, now how to see the shell history? So you can simply see the shell history with the help of history command that we have already discussed. On the basis of this command, whatever the commands are executed on this server from the day one, you can get all those commands. Okay, free head -10, you are going to get the initial 10 commands. So on the basis of whatever the parameter you are giving, you can get all those commands. This is all about the basic of shell scripting that you should know at least. Let's say if I talk about the shell script, then how to use read, echo, then statements. On the basis of each and every statement, we are going to create 2 or 3 shell scripts. So on the basis of each and every condition, I'm going to give you in every class, we are going to take 2 to 3 examples, and we are going to discuss that what this specific thing is going to do, what this specific thing is going to do, and whatever the special characters we are going to use, I'm going to tell you about that as well. Those commands will be real-time commands, and those commands are you can use in day-to-day operations. So if I talk about in terms of because there are two kind of techies available in the market. One who do not concerned about the certificates, they only concerned about the knowledge. Okay. Second are the one who concerned about the certificates along with knowledge. Okay. So let's say if you want to be in the second role, then for a basic person, let's say if you are talking about Linux. So for Linux, you can have two certifications, RHCSA and second is RHCE. Okay. Apart from this, there are some other certifications also available, which is CNCF, Linux, CNCF, Linux Fundamentals. Okay. Now, these are the three Linux-based, basic Linux-based certifications available in the market, which you can go for. If I do the priority of all of them, those are from top to bottom. RHCSA is the very easy certification to crack. It is totally related to the practical implementation of whatever the commands we have discussed. You are going to find each and every command over there as well. Okay. So this will include, let's say you need to copy a one file to this folder. Let's say if you need to set up a cron, you need to I would say you need to create a user with some specific permission. So those things are covered in RSCS exam. It cost around, I'm sure it's around, earlier it was around 300 USD, and but uh, 4, 3, 12, and yeah. So RHCSA and RSC is going to cost you around 400 USD. Okay, both of these exams. Now, those are the RSCE is little bit on a higher scale, where you are going to do some kind of automations. Let's say earlier, RSCE is very easy to crack, but in the right scenario right now, RSCE is also include Ansible and automation. So if you are going to do any certification on Linux, initially go for RSCSA, because without RSCSA you can't give RSCE. CNCF is also a new certification available in the market for the Linux, and this is by these two certifications are by Red Hat company, whereas this is from the Cloud Native, and F is for Foundation organization, which is responsible for open source. You can say this is a certification by open source community. Above two certifications are going to be on Red Hat. This certification is going to be on Ubuntu. Uh, if I say people consider this one, because very few know about this certification right now in the market. Okay, let's say if you are looking to go for any certifications in cloud, especially I'm talking about AWS, start with Cloud Practitioner, AWS Cloud Practitioner. Okay, this certification is going to Certified Solution Architect, and third one is AWS Solution Professional. Okay. This certification is going to cover up your basic AWS knowledge. This certification is going to cover up your basic to intermediate knowledge, and this certification is going to cover up your basic to advanced level of knowledge. Okay. AWS certification is cheaper as compared to other certification. This is around, I think, 5,000 or 7,000 INR. I'm not sure about that, but few years back it was like this. Or you can say 7,000 INR to uh, 10,000 INR. This certification goes to around, I think, 250 or 200 USD. Okay, this certification goes around 300 USD. So this is the path for AWS. Another path is for this certification, which I personally recommend to go with, is CKA, that is Certified Kubernetes Admin. This is one of the most demanding certification, administrator, most demanding certification available right now in the market. And once you are CKA, go for CKS, that is Certified Kubernetes Specialist. So these are the certifications that you can go for uh, in your career. For the beginners, go for RSCSA. For cloud beginner, go for AWS Cloud Practitioner or AWS Solution Architect. For Kubernetes beginner or beginner to, I would say, below advanced level, you can go for CKA exam. So these are the complete certifications or most demanding certifications. Another certification which is right now buzzing in the market is Terraform certified, Terraform certified associate. This is for the basic of Terraform. Now it totally depends on you on which certification you want to go with. If you are pretty much sure I don't want any kind of a certification and I do have enough knowledge, then that is also good. Because if there are some pros of having a certification, there are definitely some cons as well. People always put you on a higher scale when you have certification in your resume. And right now, what is also happening, Suman, in the market, people are taking proxy certifications as well. Yeah, so I'll tell you what is the scenario right now happening in the market. It is, I would say, you will laugh to know that what HRs are doing right now in the market, they don't know what is DevOps profile. Okay, they just do copy paste from LinkedIn or from any other recruitment board, copy paste and put it on their job portal. And even you will shock to know that in uh, uh, when I was giving interview, so they have mentioned that they required an AWS certified solution architect and AWS certified cybersecurity specialist for their organization. So I have applied for that. And when I was giving interview, the interviewer told me that we don't use AWS, we only use Azure in our organization. So such kind of a things are happening right now in the market. So this is the actual case. And even in my current organization, one HR put that I want a senior DevOps engineer with having knowledge related to networking, having knowledge related to Azure, AWS, and any cloud platform. And when I was taking interview, the people was telling me I was expecting AWS in your organization. That is why I applied for the job. So I told them that, dude, we don't use AWS. So this is the scenario generally people are doing. And in Linux, you are going to have two attempts. In AWS, you are going to have, I think, single attempt. Yeah. In CKA, you are going to have two attempts a year. In Terraform, you are going to have a single attempt. So this is the attempt structure that I also define. So in that PDF document, we have 50 scripts uh, for, let's say, conditional parameters and 50 scripts related to the day-to-day automation with shell script. Automation with shell script. And also that PDF will consist of a definition in shell script. Definition in shell script. So with that, you can easily see and use the shell script in how many scenarios we can use the shell script. Now, these scripts will vary from 2 lines to, let's say, 200 lines, depending on the use cases. And I'm pretty much sure that out, or let's say, if you are very much, or if you have done the very good practice on those shell scripts, then you can easily crack any company interview where you are going to apply and shell scripting is in their JD. Apart from this, I have also given you a website where you can do the practice. Let's say if you want any kind of a practice question, then you can go and check this website, Lead Code. Okay. So on this website, what you have to do, you have to create your account. So once you create your account, you will get n number of options there, and whatever they will provide you an interpreter as well. So let's say if you want to do the practice, so this website is having almost 800 900 of questions which are generally being asked in day to day interviews, so you can go through it as well for the practice. And apart from this, uh, most of the big companies earlier they were following few of the websites, let's say shack.com. Now they are going with the leadcode.com. So let's say if you are looking, I give an example. I was when I was sitting for the Microsoft interview, I was also preparing from the lead code. It was around 1 or 2 years back. in the first two coding rounds, whatever the questions I got all the questions from the lead code. Just connect with the server. Whatever the scripts we have created, I also upload those scripts onto the GitHub repository so that you can fetch it from there and you can check. Okay. Now let's say if I give you an example, this one disk.sh. So whenever you want to create a program, okay, there are two kind of approaches you have. The very first is the pseudo code, okay, and the second approach is where you are doing the actual coding. So this thing is called our actual coding that we have done here. Now then what is pseudo code? So pseudo code is basically the raw code that we are creating. Okay, so let's say if I talk about the pseudo code, yeah. So let's say if anybody is going to ask you, most of the companies are they are not going to tell you, okay, you need to do the program, but what they want, they require a pseudo code from your end. Pseudo code means that you are giving a theoretical representation of whatever the coding you are doing. Okay, let's take an example for this. So this is related to the disk check script. Okay, so according to pseudocode, we are going to first of all type. So let's say, so I'll give you an example. Hey, you need to create a script for me where let's say if my CPU utilization goes, or let's say disk utilization goes above 20%, then an email should be triggered onto the respective recipient. Okay, this is the question. Now you don't know anything about coding. What are the approaches, or what are the step by step things you are going to take? Let's say if I'll give you a question, suppose that you are a DevOps engineer and I ask you, hey, you need to monitor the CPU utilization of your server. Okay, and if the CPU utilization goes above 50%, then an email should be triggered to the respective recipients. Now what are the theories you are going to have for this? First, collect email IDs. So let's say setting threshold value. Okay, based on threshold, mail will be triggered. Okay, then so guys, only with these three steps you can create your shell script. So when else condition for threshold match, then echo message, this echo message will this he's asking, he's telling about this echo message which will be sent to the recipient email. Okay, so okay, let's say we will use the subject. Okay guys, still the logic is missing, because this is the actual scenario you are going to face in your interviews. People are going to ask you first about the pseudocode, and after that, if your pseudocode is correct, then they are going to ask you to create a program on that. This is the real time scenario I'm asking to you. I'm repeating the question. You need to monitor the CPU utilization on your server, and if the threshold goes above a certain value, then the email should be triggered to the respective recipients. This is the question. Now just recall the question and check that whatever the steps. So this logic is missing in this. Now tell me, according to you, what should be the logic? So I'm opening this one of the example of the disk monitoring in front of you. Just tell me what should be the logic. Okay, disk uses, then let's say forget about disk uses, it's a CPU uses. Okay, and you have called dollar top command. Okay, now then, okay, so guys, this actual thing, this whatever the story we are writing on our notepad is called the pseudocode. So what pseudocode is? Pseudocode is not related to that you are doing your programming. Pseudocode is means that you know the logic, but you are not aware with the syntax. As you know the logic, you can create a raw step by step or a raw procedure of that program. Okay, now whatever the things we have written here are the random things. Now let's say when we take all the steps, and whatever the program we are creating, let's say first of all we have to set the threshold value, then we have to collect the email, then we have to give a triggered value, then we have to monitor. So step by step procedure that you have written in a text format is called a pseudocode. Now, for an example, let's say, forget about this thing. Let's take another pseudocode. I'm giving you, okay, guys, you need to add two numbers. Okay, I'm repeating the question. You need to add two numbers, and the numbers should be multiple of let's and the okay, you need to add two numbers, and the numbers are to be taken from the user, and whatever the output is, the output should be display to the users or display on the server or redirect onto a specific file. So what could be the pseudocode for this according to you? Because we have discussed about this program several times in our class. So it should be read number first from user. Correct me if I'm wrong. So without second number, can we perform multiplication? Read number second from user. Okay, then perform addition. That's it. Or we need to store this addition to some value. Okay, and store into variable. Okay, then display the output to the user. Now guys, there are two pseudocodes in front of you. This is first one and this is second one. According to you, which pseudocode is a collective, or let's say it is the which pseudocode is the correct step-by-step process? So the first of all, you need to set the threshold value. It doesn't matter that you whether where you are. These three steps can be reshuffled. Okay, but whatever the steps after this cannot be, because we have already discussed that the shell script always works in top to bottom manner, not from bottom to top. Now this whole thing that we are doing here is called a pseudocode. Okay, now I'll give you a scenario which program that we have not discussed till yet. Just according to you, what should be the answer to, or what should be the pseudocode to this? Okay, let's say the question is, let's say you need to take a input from the user. Okay, there are two numbers, and you need to check that which number is greater to the other, and the number that we have received from the user, any of the number, let's say if two numbers are there, any of the number is lesser than 0. So according to you, what could be the pseudocode for this? Take two numbers from user and check which is greater, and also check if any of the number is less than 0. Now this is your question. You have to create a pseudocode for this. Now what should be the pseudocode according to you guys? Read number 1. Okay, then let's say read number 2. Okay, and then which kind of operator we are going to use there? We have discussed about logical operator, arithmetic operator, which kind of operator we are going to use. That is why I have given you all the example prior to coming to pseudocode. Now which kind of a operator, because this is the actual thing that the interviewer is trying to get it from you. Okay, he is aware about, okay, this kind of a logical operator we are going to use. Conditional operators, using comparison operator to check which number is greater. Okay, after that, what we are going to do now, this is your third condition. What is the fourth condition you are going to put here? Yes, so we are going to go with the two if condition in this program. Okay, after this third condition, we are going to display the greater number. Okay, this is condition. Now on the fifth condition, apply another conditional operator. Conditional operator means if else. Apply another conditional operator to check which number, to check any number is lesser than 0 or not. Sixth is output whether is lesser than 0 or not. Okay, so guys, now in front of you you are having a pseudocode. So now let's say if I ask you, can you create a shell script for this pseudocode? Is it possible for you to do this right now? Okay, if not, then no issues. In this, let's say you have given your answer to this stage, there will be a chance that you are going to be appear in the second round. Why? Because most of the companies are looking for a person who knows the logic. They are not looking for the person who is completely, or let's say 100% perfect in scripting, but they are just looking for the logic. That is why whenever you are creating any shell script, please try to create its pseudo code before creating its shell script, so that you can be more, let's say, you whenever you are creating a shell script, you are having a more logical thinking, because you already have a pseudo code of it. You just need to check the pseudo code, and on the basis of that, you are going to do your operations. So this is what is called a pseudo code. Now onwards, whenever you are creating a shell script, you are also trying to create its pseudo code, correct? This is what pseudocode is. Now let's jump on to another topic. Not say top. Yeah, let's say there is a thing in shell script is called spatial variables. Okay, today's session will be more of theoretical, because most of the practical implementation we have done in our past classes. Now spatial variables. So what is a spatial variable actual means? There, so spatial variables are like, there are already some predefined variables available in shell script. Okay, let's say some 10 to 15 predefined variables available in shell script that you can use depending on your purpose. So those variables are called spatial variables. Okay, now those variables are this one. First of all, $0. Now what this variable is going to do, uh, it is going to tell you the name of the script. Now second should be, let's say, we can use the $1 comma $2. Next is $1, $2, and $3. So these are three kind of a command line arguments, or these are three kind of a variables, where let's say the $1 will represent, let's say if you are giving different arguments in your script, so whenever you are calling $1, it means it is going to call your first argument of the command. $2 means it is going to call your second argument. $3 means it is going to call your third argument. Let's say if you have used cd slash abc space and any other argument you have given, so whenever you are calling $1, it is going to get the result for this. Whenever you are calling $2, it is going to give you this value, where $3 is going to give this. So this is $1, $2, $3. Now another here is dollar at the rate. Now this special thing related to uh, all the command line arguments, all the command line arguments. Okay, now uh, this one, so it is going to tell you number of command line arguments passed to your script, number of uh, command, I'm giving CLA command line arguments passed to script. Okay, this one. Now let's say this one, what is the exit value of your script? Okay, then we have $, which means the PID of script. What is the PID of the script? Okay, then we have dollar, this sign. So PID of the last background command executed. Let's say if any of the command is used in the script which is having some background process, then this specific spatial variable is going to give us the PID for this. Okay, now another thing here is, okay, now this is going to show your all this command line argument as a single string. Okay, another thing is $pwd, which is going to tell you the present working directory. Okay, present working directory. So these are some of the special variables which are used in shell script. Okay, now let's take some of the examples of this. Now let's say for this, let me reconnect with my server. Now let's say special variable.sh. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm simply going to use this bin bash. Okay, this one, echo what, the name of the script is this one. Now I'm calling $0 here. Now guys, you can see that I have not mentioned any variable here. I'm simply using the special variable which is already predefined in our shell script. Okay, now let's say if I chmod special variable dot, where is this? Okay, chmod sv dot sh, chmod 755 sv dot sh. Okay, sh. Now you can see that the script that we have created was sv.sh. Here you can see the name of the script is sv.sh. But when we see this script, okay, when we see this script, under this script, you can see that we have not defined any variable. We have simply called a special variable, and when we give $0, it is going to give you the name of the script. Now let's say, let's go on to the $1 another, which is $123. Okay, now do one thing. We are going to use echo what, the first argument is this one, and $1, okay, $1, this one. Now let's say guys, you need to copy anything into a shell script, use double y. Double y will print your line. Let's say if you are using 7 it means it is going to copy your 7 lines. And let's say if you want to print, just give the number and p. So here you can see we have copied 2 lines. Okay, so $1, let's say now give $2, now give $3. Now let's see what is the output we are getting, sv.sh. So here you can see that we have not given any argument into our script. Okay, that is why we are only getting this. Am I missing something? This one, let's say the arg1 space arg2 space arg3. Okay, yeah. So let's say here you are getting the whatever the arguments we want to pass, we have to give those arguments into with our shell script. Now these arguments can be helpful for you whenever you are handling a script where you do not want to change your script again and again. So what you can do, just give $1, $2, and $3 value, and whatever the argument you need to pass. Okay, so let's say instead of $1, $2, $3, you can have n number of arguments. Let's say if you give $4, $5, it means you are passing another arguments. Now what happened with the script? Okay, if you are passing some parameters, you can treat those parameters as your input as well. Let's say if you need to create a script where you need to pass the username. Okay, so and on the basis of that username, the respective password should be printed. So you can use such kind of a argument, but these methods are generally not being used in day-to-day operations. But it is my responsibility to make yourself aware that there is something called special variables in shell scripting as well, because most of the use cases we can easily achieve whatever the uh, theoretical and the practical sessions that we have discussed. Okay, now let's go on to the simply, let's say if you use the dollar, if I give an example, this one. Okay, p0. Now whatever the arguments we have, let's say if I execute this, 1 2 3 4, so we are going to get all the arguments here. Okay, now let's say if we want to check that how many arguments we have passed in our script. Okay, so what you can do, you just use $hash, this one. It is going to give us how many parameters we have uh, used. So as of now, we have not given any parameter. That is why we are getting the 0 value. When we have given this, we have given 4 parameters. So we are getting this value here as 4. So it is going to give us how many uh, parameters we have. Okay. Now, same thing goes with, let's say if I let me delete all the above parameters. Now, let me use this thing. So to check the value. Okay. So let's say ln what uh, ls, and let's give a name dd.txt. Okay. Now sv.sh. So yeah. So here you can see when I execute this script, it says that there is no script with the name. There is no file with the name of dd.txt. So that is why we are getting some random exit value here. Okay, so let's say if I give a value of a file which already exists, then what is the output we are going to get for this? Let's say I'll give the disk.sh. Now let me execute my script again. So here you can see I'm getting the argument as 0. So I again whenever you are getting the argument 0, it means your script has executed perfectly. But if you are getting any other argument instead of 0, it means that there is some issue with your script. Okay, you need to verify that whether the script that you have created is a correct script, or it does not have any kind of a syntax error. So in this manner you can simply check. Okay, now let's say if you want to use the PID, then we can use the double dollar with this double dollar. Now let's execute this script shsv.sh. So the PID for this script is 460T 4608. It means this, because each and whenever we are executing a script, each and every script is going to have its own PID. Let's say as we are not using any background process, so here you can see that we have not executed any background process. So that is why it is not giving any PID associated with this. So these are, you can use the similar with the other PID this as well. So it means, let's say if I use this dollar $PWD. Now let's see what is the, so here it is going to give us, this is your PID. When I execute the PWD, you can see that the present working directory for this script is /root. So guys, in this manner, you can use your special variables to be used in shell scripting. You can use this CLA as well. I have just shown you the example. Let's say for CLA, what you have to do, star star dollar star dollar star. Okay, now let's execute this script. So we have used these arguments only before the dollar. So that is why we are, these are the all arguments that we have used in our script. So that is why we are getting these things only in our script. So this is related to your CLA. Now let's say if we have this thing, this is also done. Yeah. So all of these we have used, guys. You can see that. So this is all about your special variables. any kind of a doubt you have, do let me know for this. So now another example can use is, let's see, if I use dollar. So here we are getting some random path. So now these are some of the few examples. I think I forgot to add this path. So it is going to tell us the path of uh, the script from where it is picking. Path of the script, not this script that we have created sv.sh, but whatever the bash we have, it is going to give us that location. Okay. Now let's say if we want to use the other, that is user, then let's see what the output we are going to get for this. So who is executing this script? So root is executing this script. Okay. Now which shell we are using? Okay. So we are using bin bash. Now another thing here is uh, what is the home directory? This is the home directory for this. Another thing here is let's say if I use $lan. Okay. Now, so this is the default language we are using. So these are some of the examples of special variables. Now, what could be the use case of your special variable? So guys, again I'm saying you can use your special variables whenever you are doing any kind of a scripting and automation. Let's say if you want to fetch all the arguments used in your shell script, let's say if you want to pass some arguments, then you can use those. So you can use your shell scripting there. Apart from this, let's say if you are configuring some kind of an environment in your script. Environment means from where your script is picking the values, then we can use these special variables into the process management that I have already shown you. The PIDs that we are getting for, let's say, user specific things or session specific things, we can use this thing. Exit status or error handling we have discussed. So these are some of the examples where we can use this spatial variable things. Okay. So another thing that we generally use in scripting is called your exit values. Okay. Don't worry, guys, you are going to get all the details in the PDF. So you can refer those things from there. Exit status. Now, what exit status is actually? Exit status is going to tell you that the script that you have executed or the command that you have executed, is it a legitimate command or not? Or the command that you have executed is successfully executed or not. Let's say if it executed successfully, then you are going to get the exit code as 0. Let's say if it is not successfully, then it can vary from 1 to 255. Okay. So if I say how many exit status are there, simply you can say exit status varies from 0 to 255. But most of the things we are going to use the exit status as 0 and 1. 0 means if the execution of the script is successful, then we are going to get the exit status as 0. If it is not, then we are going to get the exit status as let's say any random. So let's take an example for this. Vim exit.sh. Let's say ls, and let's take an example of a script which does not exist, dd.txt. Okay. Now let's check if the file, or let's say check the exit status. Okay, this one. Now if what dollar, okay, equals to 0, if then uh, then do what? Echo the command is successful. Successful. Okay. Else echo what it is not, or let's say error occurred. Error occurred. Okay. If I chmod 755 exit exit.sh exit.sh exit.sh. So I'm getting error occurred here. Why? Because there is no dd file here. That is why actually what happens in the background, my this script is going to execute this, and if this thing is getting into the current path, then I will get the command is successful. But what happens when I check for the $q, I'm not getting my value equals to 0. Not sure what is the exit status I'm getting. Let's say 1 2 3, whatever the exit value or exit status is here, but it is not equals to 0. That is why we got the error occurred here. Okay. In this manner, now another example we can use here is this one. Let's say, forget about this thing. Let's now give some condition. Let's say as, let's give a equals to 5 and b equals to 6. Okay. Now give the condition what? Dollar a is greater than dollar b. Okay. Now let's say instead of this, I'll use exit 1, or I'll use exit 0. 1, end of the script, sh exit. I have not received the is 5 greater than 6, then exit 1, else exit 0. So the condition is, let's say if I use b is greater than b, I have this file. Guys, are you aware with this operator? We have already discussed. Hyphen f. Okay, just see when you are file, let's say it's the file exist. So file exist, then do exit 0, this one, else what, else echo the file not exist. Okay, and print this one. Now let's review this script, which is it, this one, line number 10, add the line 10. Yeah. Now Then we are getting some error. So here we are getting file exit and we are getting the exit code as 0 as well. So it means there is no issue with our script. Let's say if I still is this one. So that 0 is here and 1 is here. Let's check for this 23 dot sh dot sh. So here we can see that our file is not here. That is why we get this echo here. So in this manner, guys, you can use the exit value in your code. Now, let's say if you have any examples, then let me know. Otherwise, I'll process to other topic. Let me see which thing is left now. Exit 0. Then let's see what thing is for us. Mode 755 X message. Okay, so here our script executed successfully. Now let's say let's create a script here. In dash exit underscore status equals to dollar question mark. So now let's say if what if the dollar exit underscore status is equal to 0. Okay, then what echo the script is success. Okay, else echo what it is fail. Okay, it is fail. Now if I then do before this we need to give some space here. This one now switch mode message. So the script is getting failed. The reason here is because at the line number 5 there is some error with the binary operator. Okay. Now let's see this one. First of all, I will okay. Yeah. Should be this. Okay. And let's try to call the dollar exit underscore status. Now let's sh x dot sh. So the script is successful. Let's do one thing. Let's make some changes like this. Okay. So now I execute this thing. So here we got the just a second. Now we are getting some error. That is why we got let's change equals to. Now let's try to. So here you can see we can simply the help of the status exit status. Now your exit status can be referred as written codes as well. Let's say if anyone is asking you what is a written code and what is a exit status code in shell script, then you have to simply say there is not much difference between them. Both of the things are going to tell you whether the script you have created is uh, successfully executed or not. If it is, then uh, we will get the exit code 0. If exit code 1, that then definitely there is some error with your script. Okay. Now, so even guys, each and every exit code is having, although instead of 0, any other exit code means that there is some issue with the file. Now, what kind of a issue related to, let's say, if we say exit code 0, it means that our file is successfully executed. Let's say if we are getting exit code as 1, means that there are some errors into our script. Let's say if we are getting error exit code 2, then it means that we have either done something, let's say some incorrect thing we have passed into our shell script. Okay. Whereas, let's say we have mentioned any command into our shell script. Okay. Now what happened? And we also called the exit status into our shell script. So if we are getting the exit code as 127, then it means that the command that we have used into our script is example. We can see that what kind of these are the four major examples that we can use in our day-to-day life. Okay. Now let me see. Okay. So if no doubt, then guys, this is all for the shell script. Okay. Now the all the dice is at your end. Now you have to do the practice for shell scripting. The basics, the concept, whatever a shell scripting will have, I have demonstrated you. Now just wait for some time. Allow me some time. I'll check for the all the related scripts. Then you can go through them and you can do the practice by your own. Let's say you don't want to wait for that time. You want to do the practice by your own. Then what you can do? You can go onto the lead codes and you can simply check. Okay. And let me just see your syllabus, that is anything is left. So guys, this is all that generally a shell scripting will consist of. Now if I say we have covered up basic shell scripting, theoretical of shell scripting. Apart from this, we have covered up the automation with shell scripting. By the end of this week, you are going to get the PDF. Just go through that PDF and you can reach me out at any time if you face any issue. The next topic that we can have will be AWS. So before starting with the AWS, who have created their AWS account, then that is good. Those who have not created their AWS account, I'm again repeating, please create your AWS account. This under this topic AWS, we are going to cover up to a scale where you can simply appear into the certified solution architect exam. The whole topic will be from the certified solution architect. I'm not saying that I'm going to cover up all the small to small topic for CSA, but yes, simply you can appear into the, after whatever the things that we are going to discuss, you can simply appear into the AWS Cloud Practitioner exam. Okay, Cloud Practitioner, then AWS Certified Solution Architect exam. In these two exams, you can simply appear after covering up this AWS module. Now, under this AWS module, we are going to cover up, let's say, IAM, Route 53, okay, yeah, Route 53, VPC, EC2, EC2, ELB or load balancer, we can say S3, then we can say RDS. So these are the topics that we are going to cover up. Now people will say that, oh, there are some topics are missing from them. I'm not saying they are missing. That is why I have provided the etc. here. which will consist all the small to small topics. Uh, I'm again repeating, guys. Now we are going to on a let's say if you have done the practice thoroughly for the shell scripting, you can simply appear into a interview for shell AWS, or let's say SRE or DevOps. I'm pretty much sure that now you can answer 3 to 4 questions easily from, let's say, if 10 questions are asked to you, you can simply answer 3 to 4 questions. Rest of the questions we are going to, or rest of the parts we are covering up in the coming days. After AWS, you can simply appear for a cloud engineer interview as well. And in this AWS certification, not certification, in this AWS topic, we are going to cover up all the prod based scenarios that you can face in your day to day life. And from now onward, guys, AWS using console, but we are also going to work using AWS CLI. Okay. So those who have not installed any kind of let's say mobile xterm or ubuntu wsl or any kind of a linux client, then again requesting them, please install that, because now that thing is going to be very useful for you. And after that we are going to and here right now what we are doing, whatever the servers we are creating right now, we are creating those servers into the public DNS or public VPC. But now, after some time, when we will discuss about the VPC, we are going to create our resources into the custom VPC. So, whatever the resources you are going to create, those will be connect with the help of some. Now we cannot simply access them easily. We have to use some third party server or third server to log in onto those servers. So this is the actual broad scenario that generally we use in our day-to-day operations. And whatever the production-based scenarios that I'm talking to you, people will say that, oh, yeah, we have not faced this scenario, we have not faced this scenario. But I'm pretty much sure that 80 to 85% of the organizations always face same issues in their infra. Let's say if a company is there who is having around 10 servers, they will definitely face some of the same issues. And if there is an organization who is having 10,000 servers, definitely they are going to face the same kind of a issue. Because, for an example, if there is a CPU utilization, okay, then the CPU utilization will definitely be on the 10 servers as well as on 10,000 servers. If there is some memory issue, that will be same. There is some network latency, that will be same. Few percent can be changed depending on the criticality of your infra, depending on the architecture of your infra, but rest of the things always remains same in IT. And some of you can also appear for the architecture role. Let's say if you are having a very good experience, you can appear for an architecture role. Let's say if I give you an example, Publicis Sapient, organization like Sapient, PwC, Accenture, L&T, they do have their architecture department, where the role of an architecture is to gather the information from the client, and on the basis of that, create an infra diagram of an infra that this is going to fulfill your use case, and suggest that you should use these technologies, you should use these technologies. So that role is somewhat related to techno managerial kind of a role you can expect. Next service, which is EC2. Okay, so what is an EC2? It is for Elastic Compute Cloud. Okay, so this is called EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud. Now, what this service is related to? So this EC2 is providing you the virtual Linux, or you can say virtual servers. So these are your virtual servers. So the EC2 was launched to just completely subtract the physical server provisions, or let's say hardware provisioning criteria. Now, what is happening? Let's say today I have requested my IT team, hey, I want some servers, okay, and you need to provision, let's say 4 GB of RAM and 2 core of CPU for me for a specific task. Now, what happened? The whole process of provisioning those servers taken around a month. Now what happened? My requirement is completely changed now. Now I want 8 GB of RAM and 4 core of CPU. Now what will happen? Either I need to upgrade my existing hardware or I need to order a new hardware according to this. Now again, the whole chain is going to take some more amount of time. And apart from this, we need to have a dedicated resource to manage all our servers. Okay, so that is why EC2 come into picture, where let's say if we want to provision any kind of a server, okay, we are provisioning, we are creating, we are what I was the exact term for that, spinning. Yeah, so we are spinning our servers on as per the demand. And let's say we are not paying the for the time where we are not using our resources. We are only paying for the paying as you go model. So this model where you are only paying for the time that you are using the resources is called the pay as you go model. So this thing is related to the EC2. Now you will say that's although EC2 is seems quite simpler for us because we simply need to log in onto the EC2 management console. We just have to launch the instance and that's it. So the answer to this, no, that is not complete thing. There are different things that we should know before launching any instance, because right now, although we are completely new to DevOps, but once you become a DevOps engineer, it is your responsibility to have a cost optimization as well. Let's say if I give you might be guys, in your initial duration of DevOps engineer, initial time of DevOps engineer, you are going to get the tickets related to, hey, can you please give me the cost of 4 EC2 instances, can you please give? So you will be a little bit fed up at that time. No, this is not the case, because we are the DevOps engineer. From creating infra to the cost optimization, the whole responsibilities we are managing. Even you will surprised to know that whenever you are mentioning about the cloud in your resume, you have to mention a point where you are mentioning the how do you or how you have achieved the cost optimization in AWS. Okay, now let's say for an example, uh, AWS calculator. So simply how to calculate any pricing or anything in AWS. Let's say if anybody is going to ask you, hey, can you please give me how much cost is specific thing is going to take? Let's, so for that, what you have to do, this is the URL calculator.it. People are not considering this thing under the solution architect exam, but my goal is not to make you a solution architect, but also make you more friendly with the actual product culture. So let's say if anybody is going to ask you, hey, can you please give me the cost of any AWS resource? So for that, what you have to do, create estimate. So this is little bit, you can see your estimated value. Okay, now you have to select your region. Okay, let's say if I'll consider Mumbai. Now you have to select Mumbai. Now you have to select the service as well. Let's say I am selecting Amazon EC2. Okay, this service. Let me click on configure. Now under this configure page, let's you are getting few forms that you need to fill. Reason we have selected tenancy. Now here there are two kind of a tenancies are available. So guys, please listen to all the words carefully, because most of your uh, questions related to the provisioning EC2 instance are going to be uh, solved here. Okay, so before this, we have let's say workloads, daily spike traffic, weekly spike traffic, monthly spike traffic, how many instances we required, what kind of a instance family we required, and what kind of a what is our instance family here. Okay, apart from this, what is vCPU? All whenever we are discussing about let's say any cloud, or not any cloud, any physical vendor. Yeah. So here you can see we are getting the vCPU. Why vCPU? Why we are not getting CPU here? Okay. So the reason here why vCPU, because in cloud everything is virtual for us. So that is why instead of having the vCPU, having the CPU, we are considering the vCPU here. Okay. Because I mean, now you will definitely going to ask a question, then why we are not mentioning the V memory here? The reason is that because virtual memory is already a concept in Linux that we have discussed, but virtual CPUs, there is no concept like that. So that is why whenever we are talking in terms of cloud, then we always use the vCPU, that is virtual CPUs. Okay. The memory, network performance. Now, what is network performance? When you become a solution architect or when you become a DevOps engineer, you always ask any team member before provisioning the infra that what is your network throughput you required, how many things. Yeah. So what could be your expected traffic that you can might get on your application? So these kind of a things that you need to ask with your team. Okay. Now let's say again, here you can see we are getting instance name. Here you can see that we are getting some R6 GD medium, C6 C63, like that. So these are nothing but these are the instance families. So we have to select our instances according to our use case. In your interviews, people are going to ask you, hey, you need to provision a database server which required some kind of a memory related operations. Now, which instance family you are going to select at that time? So definitely when you are preparing for the solution architect exam, or when you are looking to sit in any interview of DevOps engineer, definitely you are going to face such kind of a questions. Okay. Now, here another things are what is compute saving plan, EC2 plans, on demand, spot instances. So all these things are here. So let's discuss uh, one by one here. So before that, just wanted to know that any questions you have as of now. Let's start the first one. So guys, whenever we are discussing about the tenancy, we are getting three options here. One is shared, second is dedicated instance, and third is your dedicated host. Question can be asked to you, what is the difference between dedicated instance and what is difference between dedicated host? Okay, so let's discuss with for each and every point. Okay. uh, the first one, shared instances. So shared instances, this is the default tenancy that AWS provides. Okay. Now according to this, when you have multiple AWS accounts, okay, those AWS accounts are using the same physical hardware. This thing is called shared instance. Let's say you are working in an organization A, and Akbar is working in an organization B, and Min is working in organization C. Now they have selected their tenancy as shared instance. So as they have selected their tenancy as shared instance, there will be a chance, I mean, whatever the resources they are using, they might be or they may be sharing the same physical hardware in the backend. For an example, let's say if Min selecting EC2 instance and Yashan is also selecting EC2 instance in his organization, and uh, for an example, let's say Akmal is also selecting a EC2 instance with shared instance tenancy, then what will happen? This is an example. This is your this is for Akmal, this is for Min, and this is for Yashan. Now this is your AWS data center, and this is one of the rack under your AWS data center. Now what will happen when all of the three accounts are using the uh, shared tenancy? It means that there will be a probability that all the three accounts are using the same physical hardware. This thing is called your shared instances. Let's talk to the second one, that is dedicated instances. Now, what is a dedicated instance? Now, what will happen? Forget about this rule. Okay. forgot about this rule. Now what will happen? Let's say this is Min, Akmal and Yashan. Okay. Now they have selected the dedicated instances. So this is the, let's say this is the Mumbai region of AWS. Okay. This is data center 1, this is data center 2, this is data center 3. Now, as they have selected the dedicated instances, then what will happen? Akmal will have its own hardware. He is not sharing his hardware. Min will have his own hardware, and Yashan will have his own hardware. So this thing is called dedicated instances. Okay. Now the another thing here is, and the last thing, which is called your dedicated host. Now what is dedicated host here? Let me tell you. First of all, so guys, this thing is also covering your EC2 part as well. So please, you can stop me at any point where you are not getting the things. Okay. Now let's say we have discussed the shared resource, dedicated instance, and now the third is your dedicated host. This is your one user. This is another account. This is another account. This is your AWS resource. This is your AWS data center. Consider this as Mumbai region. Now, this is your dedicated host. This is your dedicated host, and this is your dedicated host. Now, what will happen when you selected a dedicated host? Akmal will utilize this complete host. Means he is this host is completely dedicated for Akmal only. This host is dedicated for Min only, and this host is dedicated for Yashan only. Now, what will happen? Consider a thing where, let's say, this host is having 3 GB of, let's say 300 GB of RAM and 32 core of CPU. Okay, 32 core of CPU. Now, what is the difference between, you can say, a dedicated host and a dedicated instance is, generally your dedicated host will give you an additional visibility. So, and means you can say it will have more control over your resources as compared to dedicated instances. Means, let's say if you are using dedicated host, you are having 300 GB of RAM, you are having 32 GB of 32 core of CPU. Now, for consider an example that your 18 core is only being utilized, and here only 250 GB is used. Now, what will happen? Your remaining 14 core and remaining 50 GB will waste here. Why? Because you have selected dedicated host here. Whereas if you select the dedicated instance, what will happen? If you are using 18 core CPU, the remaining 14 will assign to other resources that you are creating. Let's say if you are creating multiple instances, then depending on the quota left, those resources will be attached to the remaining instances. So this is the major difference between your dedicated host and dedicated instances. So most of the companies use dedicated instances. Okay, so you have to select this option as well according to your use cases. Okay, which operating system you are selecting? Let's say I'm selecting the Linux one. Now guys, consider one thing here. When you are selecting only Linux, it is going to give you the Amazon Linux only. Whereas if you are selecting the Red Hat Enterprises, now you are going to be billed 2 times. How? One is for the resources that you are using from AWS, and another one is for the license of your Red Hat server. Because when we were discussing about Linux, I was telling you that whenever you are purchasing the RHEL or Red Hat Enterprise Linux, you have to purchase the license with it as well. As you know that this platform is public, so they cannot give you the free version of Red Hat. So that is why they are providing you this this version. So most of the companies either are using Ubuntu or they are using the Amazon Linux. In my career, very few cases I have seen where people are using Linux. Okay, now constant use, if you have any kind of a daily traffic, weekly spike or monthly spike, so we have to use the constant use. how many instances we want to provision. So for now, let's say if I want to provision one instance only, okay. Now here the whole picture comes, instance family. So what this instance family is about, let's discuss about each and every instance family in detail. Okay, so first of all, let me go with just a second. Okay, now let's, the most of the companies are using this family, that is T family. I'm noting all the things here. Okay, now AWS families, let's start with the T2 family. So what this T2 family is going to tell you about, let's say if you search for an example, let me just sort this thing. ABC is here. We are not having T and is just a second. So not getting people here. Okay, so I'm not getting T2 family here, but let me tell you what is a T2 family here. So T2 family is a type of, let's say it is a type of burstable performance instances. Burstable performance instances. So these type of instances are generally considered, let's say if you have a baseline. So let's say if you are using a 2 core of CPU and 4 GB of RAM, now your application sudden got a spike. Now what happened, your utilization goes above some kind of a baseline of CPU or some kind of a threshold value of CPU. Now what happened, there will be a chance that at that time those instances will either stop or restart. So this kind of a family is called T2, or you can say T2 type of family. So yeah, so this is the so these, why people consider these kind of instances, because these kind of instances are a little bit cheaper in as compared to the other AWS resources. Okay, now another thing here is, now I, although I'm not getting this T2 completely here, T2, okay, T2, okay. So let's jump on to the T3 family. Okay, the other family in the instance type in T3. So here guys, you can see we are getting T3 family. So what is this T3 family is about? So the T3 family is a new generation or new type of burstable instances. I'm again repeating, the concept of burst is similar, but it is a newer generation of burstable instances. Okay, now what are the features generally of such kind of a instances? The very first is they are using some kind of a Skylake processors. Okay, these are burstable. Let's say if you have a threshold value with that, then after some threshold value, these instances might get shoot up and restart. Okay, these are a little bit cheaper as compared to in day-to-day operation. Now where you can use such kind of instances, you can use such kind of instances where you have the medium size of databases. Okay, when you have a smaller applications, when you have the development environments, you have some code repositories. So for a higher critical business, it is a best practice to avoid such kind of instances. Okay, so those are called the T3 type of instances. Now you can see T3 nano, T3 micro, medium, large. So these things are T3 nano means 2 virtual CPUs and 0.5 GB of RAM, 2 virtual CPUs, 1 GB of RAM. So let's say if anybody is going to ask you, hey, can you please convert my instance to T3.2x large? It means that he wants your specification as 8 core CPU and 32 GB of RAM. Okay, so these are the difference. This is your T3 family. Now the another family is called your so all these things or all these instances are considered under the general purpose instances. Okay, so I'll provide you the sheet for all the general purpose compute optimized, memory optimized instances along with the use cases of them. Okay, so you can refer them. Now another thing that you can consider here is let's say we consider the compute optimized. So if any instance which is having C associated with it, it means it is a compute optimized. Okay, now what is a compute optimized instances? So let's say if you have an application which requires some high performance processors. Okay, let's say some you are creating some scientific modeling projects. Let's say you require some gaming servers. So where the let's say where the CPU utilization is higher, then you have to choose the C type of family of instances. Okay, now apart from this, the other thing is your whenever you get M, not M, we can say whenever you get R, then the R instances, any instance which start with R, so those are memory optimized instances. So what are memory optimized? You have some instances which require the larger amount of memories to be used. For an example, some sorting kind of algos you want to create, some kind of let's say let's say if you are creating a software for the best example that I can give you for memory optimize is those persons who are in India or let's say abroad, they might have seen the UI of what is it was New York Stock Exchange. So the server which is running behind at the New York Stock Exchange are memory optimized. Why? Because they require a higher memory for their instances to work. So this is the best example that I can show you. Okay, another here is, let's say whenever we say we are considering the P type of instances, this is P type of instances, or you can say VT or G type of instances. So those are the computing based instances. So let's say the best example for this is the persons who generally use the mobile gaming. Definitely they have heard about the Battleground. So the complete Battleground servers are on the accelerated computing type of instances where they require the higher hardwares, good processors, good functions, NVIDIA graphics associated with it. Some sorting algos need to be work at the same time. So they have to use the accelerated computing kind of instances. Okay. Another here is your storage optimized. So if I talk about the storage optimized, then let's say the yeah, these I type of instances are called your storage optimized instances. So these are basically used when you require some kind of a let's say you are having an application. For the best example for the storage optimized, the Domino's servers are configured onto the storage optimized instances. I'm not saying that all the instances of Domino's are storage optimized, no, but the major one, let's say the UI one, let's say the whatever the sorting algo they are using the storage optimized. Why? Because they require the low latency there, they require the higher input output operations at that time. Whatever the trading UIs you are seeing in the current scenario, all most of them are using the storage optimized kind of instances. Okay, now the another thing here is HPC. So EFG, we are not getting this HPC here. So HPC is basically the higher performance computing instances. So these are being used, uh, let's say if you want to consider an example of Amazon warehouse. So there they require they are doing the complex simulations over there. They are uh, using the deep learning over there. So in that scenario, they are using the HPC optimized instances. Okay. Now, so let's say here I'm selecting the instance family T3. Let me select the CPU as let's say 2, and let me select the memory as 4 GB, and network performance, let's say any network performance I'm considering here. So here either you can select the family, or simply what you can do, select, let's say I'm selecting the T3 medium, because this is the smallest type of instances that right now I'm having. So when I scroll it here, you can see that AWS says that if you are going with this approach and your instances are working hourly, then let's say 60% of the cost we are saving in this scenario. Okay. Now what is happening here, although AWS is providing 60% of air, but after doing, or after adding some taxes, or uh, uh, let's say uh, transaction charge, so it all cost around 30 to 20 to 30%. Now as we are taking the RI, what will happen, AWS will take all the bill from the console, and after that billing, let's say if they have a 50% of contract with us, let's say now we got a bill of 200 INR. After the contract, we will get a bill of 100, which will not be visible to us on our console. This will only be available to our accounts team, or whatever the person who is, or there is always a dedicated person from the any cloud vendor, which is called your TAM, that is technical account manager. So he's the one who is handling all your requests related to your cost, to your services, and whatever the after sales support. Okay. Now let's say if I select the T3 medium. Okay. So here, when I'm selecting T3 medium, it says that this is done. One instances we are selecting. Okay, now let's say if we are selecting the on demand. So it says that expected is this one. So now here you can see, the thing that I was talking to you, standard reserve instance and convertible reserve instances. Now under this, if I say on demands means my utilization will be going 24/7, whereas spot instances means that AWS will uh, do a bidding process. Okay, now under that bidding process, what will happen, let's say today your instance cost around 100 USD. Tomorrow this changes to 98 USD, but AWS is all going to bill you 100 USD only. But after some time, what will happen, your instance cost around 120 USD. Now at this time, what AWS will do, AWS will ask you, hey, the instance that you have asked with the spot instance is, you have asked on 100 USD basis, but right now this instance cost around 120 USD. I'm giving you some certain amount of time. If you want to avail the facility, kindly increase your bid, else I will terminate your instance. Okay, so this is the concept of spot instance. Whereas in on demand, my instance will not be affected, because I'm going to pay for what I have subscribed. Now here, standard reserve instance. So let's say there is a term of 1 year, 3 year that we were discussing. Now payment option, no upfront means I'm not paying anything in advance to them. Partial upfront means I'm paying 50% of the amount to them. All upfront means I'm providing all whatever the approx value I have, I'm providing all the payment to them in advance. Whenever we are providing our payment in advance, AWS is going to give us some kind of a discount as well. Okay, now let's say here all the things are done. So we have selected the on-demand instance. This is storage if we required. Let's say so it says that the instance that I have subscribed is this one. Okay. Now here Say, okay, number of instances I have selected 1. This is the operating system. So I'm going to pay around 1,494 USD for monthly of this instance. Now when I see the show details, it is going to give me the breakup of the bill. Okay, so in this manner guys, you can simply see that how generally, or now let's say if you want to attach some disk with this, let's say if you want to attach some elastic IP, so you will add all those things and you can see your billing according to that. This is generally not your task to create the bill for each and every service. This is a task of your let's say uh, what I was saying. This is the task of your team, accounts team, but you have to tell them this thing as well. Okay, that if anybody is going to ask you, you can simply see and you can share this thing with them. Now, here you can see that when we selected this as shared instance, okay, now under the shared instance, this is around 31.54 USD. Now, as you are using the multiple AWS accounts, so you can go with the shared instance approach. And you can see that when you click on T3 Nano and all those things, depending on your use cases, you can simply see that now it is costing around 36 USD. Now it is costing around whatever the instance you are choosing. So the cost is going to increase according to that. So now your one instance is going to cost you around 66 USD. Okay. Now, yeah, so this in this manner, guys, you can calculate your billing. Now, if no doubts, let's go on to you. Instead of EC2, you can select your other resources as well. Just select your service from here. Select your service and you can create your own billing mechanism. Okay. Now, let's say we are discussing about the instances. So we have discussed about the instance families. Under instances, we do have dashboard, we do have events limit, we do have spot request saving plan. So the things that we are going to discuss here will be auto scaling, the target group, load balancer, key pairs, placement group, elastic IP security group, life cycle manager, snapshot volume, AMIs, and instances and instance type we have already discussed. Now, let's discuss about each and every UI of our EC2 instance. So this is your UI of EC2 instance. When you click on this launch instance, guys, under this launch instance, you are going to get the very first, you have to give your name, you have to give the name of your EC2 instance. Okay. After that, it is going to ask you application and OS images. So from now onwards, if I ask you, hey, you need to select that AMI. AMI means Amazon Machine Image. Two kind of AMIs are there. One is your custom AMI, which you are going to create by your own. Second is your default AMI, which AWS is providing you. How to create a custom AMI? I'll tell you that as well. Okay. Now, under here, here you can see Amazon Linux, Mac OS. So whatever the version you will select here, you can create the instance accordingly. Okay. Now architecture will be 86 and 8-bit ARM. So majority of the time you have to select the this 64-bit architecture with x86 because most of the packages are related with this. Okay. Another here instance type you have to select that we have discussed. Now key pair, why key is important? Can anybody tell me? Because we have discussed this thing in a very detail in our Linux chapter. This is our VPC network. So this is the default network. Okay, just a second. So this is our default VPC. The subnet, we have not selected any subnet. Auto assign public IP. Now, auto assign public IP, when we enable this thing, the very first thing, this auto assign public IP feature will only be available when you are using the default VPC or default VPC. If you use a custom VPC, you are not going to get this feature, first thing. Second thing here is, this means that you want to assign a public IP with your instances so that you can connect with the help of that public IP. Okay. Another thing here is firewall and security. Now, what is a security group? So guys, security group is a virtual firewall in your AWS network. Now, those who don't know about firewall, let's say, uh, consider an example of your home. So, is there any one? I mean, can anyone? Easily, uh, let's say, come into your home without your permission, or they require your permission. So, firewall means the traffic that we are allowing on our resources will only applicable to perform the actions. Now the track in Linux, we have already discussed that in Linux, if we want to communicate, we have to use the port. I'm not sure that out of you who has referred the port PDF, but please refer it again. Now let's say if I'm allowing 443, it means which or any protocol or any mechanism which is using 443 as their default port can use your application. But you are also allowing some kind of a IP to enter in your network. Let's say if I allow it for everyone, it means that there are some man in the middle is also sitting. There is some fishers are also sitting. There are some attackers sitting, so they can simply log in into your server. Why? Because you have allowed it for everyone. No. So that is why you have to make changes in your firewall, which is your security group, to allow or to block the access of unidentified users. Here, after, you can see we do have configure storage section. So here we are configuring our root storage. Okay, so what is the root disk space we required? So we are going to mention that space here. Now under the advanced details, okay, under the advanced details, there is a thing called IAM profile. So this is related to attaching your IAM role within a newly created instance. So let's say if I attach this one, okay. Now let's say if you have some kind of a domain that you want to attach. So I'm not attaching it. Okay. Another here is instance auto recovery. So it means that, let's say, if you when you click on the info, you will get, let's say, so what this instance auto recovery is means, when you make a default, let's say if your instance gets down due to some kind of a check failed, now what happened, as you have enabled the default feature, your instance will recover by your own. If you have not enabled that feature, if you have disabled that feature, by default this feature is enabled. But if you disable this feature, then if there is any issue going on with your instance, you have to manually restart or manually recover your instance. Okay. Now another here is this stop hibernate behavior, which means that if you enable this stop hibernate behavior, your instance will not restart. They will be in a hibernate state where you can't perform any kind of action. By default, this feature is disabled. Okay. Now another thing here is stop protection, termination protection, that we have already discussed. That, let's say, if you want your instance to be not deleted accidentally, then you can enable this policy. By default, this policy is disabled. Now let's say if you want to require some kind of a detailed monitoring for your CloudWatch, you can enable or disable. Now guys, please be keep this thing in mind whenever you are enabling or disabling any, let's say, but the default nature of any service is disable, and if you are enabling this specific thing, then you have to pay for that as well. Although the charge will be very minimal, but yes, you have to pay for that as well. Okay. Now placement group, EBS optimize. So these are things we are going to now, this thing is very important. People are going to ask you, what is user data in AWS? Those who have faced any kind of a cloud-based or AWS-based interview, definitely you have faced this question, what is a user data? So user data means, let's say, if you want some action to be performed in your instances, while your instance is booting up, then you have to put those steps under user data. For an example, if my this instance is going to be created, this will be created blanks. But what I want that uh, the HTTPD should be installed. Okay, systemctl enable, sorry, start HTTPD and systemctl enable HTTPD. Now, what will happen when my this instance is getting created? During the time of the my instance is create, I mean, during the time of instance creation, my instance will install HTTPD. My instance will start HTTPD, and my instance will enable the HTTPD. I'm not going to make those changes manually, or I'm not going to wait for the time that my instance is getting created. These steps are going to be performed when your instance is getting boot up. Okay, so this thing is called user data in EC2 instances. So today I'm just making you friendly with the EC2 dashboard so that you can use it conveniently. Okay, now when you click on this instances, under instances, you will find the name, you will find the instance ID, instance state. This will be your start or stop state. Okay, this is your instance type. This is your status check. Status check will tell you whether your instance is live or not, whether you have configured any custom alarming with it or not. What is the availability zone? Is there any IPv4 attached with it, IP v6 attached with it, any public elastic IP, any IPv6? Have you enabled any kind of a monitoring for your instances? What is the security group you are using? What is the key? And at what time you have launched this instance? Now, this launch time is going to refresh every time you are rebooting your instance. Okay, apart from this, you can customize your EC2 instance dashboard. Let's say if you don't want any other field, for an example, you don't want monitoring, security group, key name, IPv6 alias, this, so you only want these things. So just confirm this. Now you can see that we are getting only the things which are launch time, instance type, instance state, these things we are getting. Okay, now another thing here is instance state. You have to just focus on these three: stop, start, and reboot. And the another one is your terminate. Okay, stop is for stopping the instance. Start. Now let me do one more thing. Here there is a thing called actions. So under actions, we are getting instance settings. Under the instance settings, let's say if I want you to change your instance type, so for that what you have to do, select your instance. Let's say select your instance, go on to the instance settings, change instance type, select whatever the type you want, apply, and start your server. And your instances will now be in a changed instance family. Okay, now you will little bit confused, sir. Then what is about, then let's say if I am rebooting my server, then what will be the state of my services that were earlier running in my instances? So your answer to this query will be your services are going to be restarted automatically. Why? Because we have already enabled those services. If we have not enabled, then we have to do it manually. But it is a best practice whenever you are creating an instance, you are creating any service, please enable that service. Okay, now under actions, you can see when you click on instance settings, we do have other things as well. Let's say shutdown behavior, auto recovery, modify. So whatever the things that we have initially taken at the time of server provisioning and we want to make those changes, we can simply do it in instance setting. Under the networking, let's say if we want to attach and detect any kind of a network card, we can do that. If we need to change any source and destination check, we can do that. If we want to manage any kind of IP, we can do that. For the security, let's say if we want to modify some kind of a IAM, let's say if we want to change the security group, yes, we can do that. Guys, remember, the change in the security group is going to affect your all services which are installed in the server. Now here, let's say if you have some unused volume, okay, unused volume as in say, let's say you have because as you are a DevOps engineer, so you should be make sure that you are also keeping in mind that the infra cost should be minimal. So for that, what you have to do is uh, you this is one of the scenarios where you can check your cost and how you can remove your unused resources. So let's say this is your instance. So this was created on around 472023. So let's do one thing. I'll detach this from the volume. So in this manner, I have detached this volume from the instance. Okay. Now let first of all let me start the instance. So here the I got the IP. Okay. Now we can set its user with the server. So there is, I think I have removed the wrong volume. Let me just reconnect this volume. This volume is okay. Let me refresh this. So we go here. What I will do, I'll attach the volume and I'll attach it with this instance. Attach the volume. Insufficient data. Okay. Okay. So guys, what is the error we are here? Because we have detached the root volume from the instance. Due to this, you can see that although my instance state is right now running, but status check is still initializing. So let me just restart the instance. So guys, I think there is some issue with this instance. So let me just terminate this instance. I'll also terminate this one. Okay. Here you can see that we have terminated the instances. Let's do one thing. Let's go on to the volumes. Under the volumes, uh, here you can see the guys. So whatever the root volumes are there, those are automatically deleted. So this is the additional attached volume. So what we have to do, we have to delete that volume. Now, there are no volumes right now available in our EC2 or you can say in our AWS account. So let's do one more thing. Okay. So yeah, what I was telling you, you just need to click on the detach volume. Apart from this, nothing special you need to perform. But again, let's say you are attaching a new volume, then you have to. I'm repeating, you are attaching a new volume, not the existing one that you have detached. Okay. Whenever you are attaching a new volume, simply you have to perform the same task where you need to format according to the file format of the server, and then you need to provide the entry into the fs tag. You need to create a folder and you need to mount that. Whereas if you want to uh, attach the existing volume that you have earlier detached, you have to just run the command mount, and whatever the partition name and the disk or the folder name you use, you should use that only. Okay. Now in the instances, so guys, first of all, let me create the instance. I'll go on to launch instance. Here we let's say x underscore 8. Okay. Now here we have Amazon Linux. This one we do have the key. I'll select this key. Let me just launch the instance. Okay. So now my instance is getting created. So now guys, the thing that I'm going to show you here is related to the cloning a server in cloud. Let's say if you are having a server A and you do not want to create another server, whatever the configurations that you have created in server A, you want the same configurations in another server. Then what we have to do, we have to clone that server, or we can say we have to create an AMI, that is image for that server. So how to do that? Let me first of all perform some actions. This is okay. Here SSH, this one I'll do this. Yes, sudo hyphen I. Okay. So let's say install HTTPD. I'm installing HTTPD. Okay. System CTL start HTTPD service. This one. Then first let me just see the status for this. Okay. This is the status. System CTL enable HTTPD. Okay. So I have enabled this service. Let me do one thing. CD, or what I'll do, add user because let me create another user. Uh, okay. Let's say I'll create another user as Yashan, another user as Jan. Sure. Okay. And let's say I use Ashish. So these are the all the users I have created. Now, when you go onto the home directory, you can see that whatever the users we have created, we also have the user directory for those uh, users. Okay. Now, when I do netset, you can simply see that guys, my HTTPD service is running by default. Whenever we are launching this instance, we are not having any configurations. Okay. So now we have done some kind of a configuration. We have created some users. Now what we are simply, let's say if you want to clone this existing server. So what you have to do, click on instance, app. Click on image and now create. Now give the image name. Let's say httpd underscore test you have given. The image is required for test httpd. There is no there is there is, this is not mandatory to give the image description, but it is always considered as a good practice that whenever you are creating an image, please give some kind of a description, so that if a let's say if a new joiner is joining your organization, he is a little bit aware that okay, why this specific image is being created. Okay. Now here there's an option is called no reboot enable. Now with this I mean, this might be you will face this interview question. So why this thing is important? So when you do this, I mean, when you check this mark, now what happened? whenever AWS try to clone any existing server, okay, so it always stops that server for some amount of time, okay, and takes a clone of that. Now there is a probability that you will get the downtime at that time. So you can enable this thing. Now what happened? Your server is not going to be rebooted. Okay. Now, so whatever the associated volumes with that instance, those will be available under your create image. Okay. Let's say if you want to give any kind of a tag, you can give. Just click on create image. Okay. Now here you can see that when we go into the AMI, okay, when we go into the AMIs, this HTTPD AMI is getting created. So once it is created, we will get a let's say available option here. So let's also I wanted to show you one thing. When you see the uptime of this image, you can see that this server has not been restarted. Why? Because we have check mark that no enable option. Although it is, let's say, some people may say that it is a bad practice to enable that check mark because there is no guarantee of the complete data when we are taking such kind of a backup. Whereas you can perform the same thing. But I have always I have always created the image without, rebooting the server. So I have always enabled that thing. So I have I have not get any kind of an impact in that. So because it is going to take a fraction of seconds or some few seconds to take a clone. Okay. Not to take a clone, but to initiate the process of a clone. So once the process is initiated, then it will automatically start your server. Okay. Now let's say here, when I reload it, under the status, you can see that my AMI is still creating. That is why I'm getting this thing in pending state. Okay. Now, another question here is, whenever you are creating an image with a instance in ready state, or I would say in started state, and on the other hand, whenever you are taking a AMI with instance in stopped state, then the time will be taken a little bit more whenever you are trying to take a instance in ready state image. Okay. Now here you can see that our image is available. So now how to launch an instance with this image? So for that, what we have to do, click on this check mark. Just a second. This one. Go under the this thing. Another things are, let's say, if you want to deregister this AMI like this. So what is deregister and register this AMI? I'll tell you. So before that, launch instance from AMI. Okay. Under here, just give the name of the instance that you are creating. So now the whole process will be the same. Whatever the number you are giving here, your images, your instances are going to be created. Let's say if you are give 5 numbers, then your instances are going to be created 5, or let's say whatever the number you are giving. Let's say uh, created from AMI. Okay, this one. Under here, we do have T2 micro. Here you can see that, guys, earlier we were getting the AMI options. Let's say AWS AMI, say Amazon Linux AMI, Red Hat, CentOS, Ubuntu, like that. But now we are not getting anything. The reason is that because we are creating this instance with an existing AMI. Okay, that we have existing image that we have taken. Now in production, you will maximum of the time are going to take a clone, and you are going to launch your instances with that clone. You are not going to create your instances from the scratch. The reason is because whenever you are launching an instance in any infrastructure, there are some prerequisites which need to be fulfilled by the information security team according to your company infra. So they will create a golden image. That term is called a golden image, where they will do all the configurations. I'm repeating, they will do all the configuration according to the information security. Okay. Now the golden image that you are getting is passed by your compliance team. Now on that, with that image, you are going to launch an instance, and after that, once you create an instance, you are going to do the configurations according to your DevOps needs or whatever your client asks you. Now, once you create that instance, you again going to take a AMI of the completely configured instance. Let's say the instance or the configurations of information security plus the configurations of DevOps. Now, you are going to create that image, and from now onwards, you are going to use that image only, where the infosec work is done as well as the DevOps work is done. Okay, so now consider this thing as a image where the infosec and DevOps work is done. Now let's say here we have to give the key name. You can take a different key depending, but it is not a good practice. Always use the same key that from which you have created your image. Here you can see that we have not selected any volume, specific volume. Why? Because the volume is already attached. You can see that storage volume of 8 GB is already attached. Now, let me just launch the instance. Okay. Now, guys, when you click on this instance, let me just reload this. This instance is getting initialized. And don't worry, you need not to terminate this instance again and again because those are already terminated. It is going to take some amount of time to refresh your dashboard. Okay. Now, my instance is getting created. Let me just connect with the instance. Okay. This now I'm connecting with the instance. Yes. Now right, you can see that if I do netstat -tnlp, the HTTPD service is not a raw instance. We have not created this instance from the scratch. What we have done, we have earlier launched a raw instance. On that raw instance, we have done some kind of our DevOps task, and after that, we have taken a clone of that instance, and now whatever the uh, instances we are launching from that clone only. Okay, CD home. When you go into the home, you can see that whatever the users we have created, all the users are in this instance only. So in this manner, guys, the IT works or our DevOps culture works. Now what happened? Consider this scenario as 1000 servers. If we are going to configure each and every server manually, then you can think that how much tedious task is going to be for us. So that is why cloud is preferred in each and every industry. Why? Because we have such kind of a good facilities. Let's say taking an clone of an existing instance. Now you can perform any kind of operation in this clone. Now this is not your clone, this is your instance. Okay, you can perform any kind of a operation, but remember whatever the operation you are performing in this instance, it will be available only in this instance. It will not be available in the other instance that you have created with the clone. Okay, guys, there is an interview question that generally being asked to each and every person. Let's say this is my AWS account. First of all, this image that we have created is always a region specific. If you want to use this, let's say when you go in under the AMIs, so right now this is our Mumbai region. When I switch it to, let's say, North Virginia, you can see that I do not have any image in that region. So whenever you are creating an image, it is always a region specific. You can see that we are not having any images into the North Virginia region. Why? Because we create into the Mumbai region. So if we need to transfer our images, yes, we can do that. But always interviewer is going to ask you this question. If I have created an image in region 1, can I use it into the region 2? Your answer should be, sir, by default, we cannot use that, but we have to transfer our image from one region to another region. Okay, so how to do that? Let's click on this image. This is the image. Go under the actions. Okay. Now copy AMI. Okay. This is my copy. Now, which destination region you want? Let's say if I want to transfer this to North Virginia region. Okay. If you want to encrypt the AMI or whatever the copy, let's say whatever the tags are associated with this AMI, you want to copy those tags as well. You can. Let me copy the AMI. Now my AMI is getting copied from Mumbai region to North Virginia region. Now my question is that, let's say if I copy my AMI from Mumbai region to North Virginia region, then is my AMI is going to be deleted from my Mumbai region or not? Because we have copied our AMI. So now simply guys, go under the North Virginia region. Under this region, you can see that the AMI that we have copied is right now available under this account, this region. Okay. So this is one of the questions that you can face, that how to copy a image from one region to another region. Okay. Okay. Now, as we have copied our AMI, now whatever the operations that we have performed into the Mumbai region, we can perform the same operation into the North Virginia region. Let's say creating the instance, starting the instance, stopping the instance, whatever. So same operations we can perform here as well. So you can see that in this AMI, we are having the source and the owner. Source means this is from which account it is being transferred and who is the owner of this. Okay. Another thing here, just click on this, go into the actions. Okay. Now, okay. AMI. So, this. Okay. Now, yeah, this is, first of all, let me delete my AMI that I'm not going to use. This is my AMI. Okay. One. So first of all, before deleting the AMI, you have to deregister the AMI. Now the image is being deregistered. You can see that our image is being removed from this region. Okay. Under this, let me again go to the Mumbai region. So first of all, let me delete the one, then terminate this. Okay. Now here we have created the AMIs. So another thing here is, so guys, I think I have also told you how to attach an uh, persistent IP with your instance. If not, I'll show you an example. Okay, so there is a concept of elastic IP. Okay, there is a concept of elastic IP in AWS. So this thing means you are attaching a persistent public IP with your instance. So although it is not mandatory to attach that because it is going to cost you so much, but there are some scenarios where you need to attach. But how to create the elastic IPs? So first of all, go onto the elastic IP section, allocate IP address. Let's say what if you want to select the pool here, allocate. Okay. Now you can see that there is a public IP right now available. So when I scroll it to there, you can see that this IP is right now available. Now let's try to create a EC2 instance. Okay. Guys, always remember whenever you are creating this EC2 instance and you are attaching any Elastic IP, always delete that Elastic IP because it is going to cost you so much. Okay, let's create the instance here. Let's say Elastic IP. Oh, what's our description? My apartment new AC. Okay. Now, okay. Now, IP instance. Whatever the name you want, you can give. Okay. Elastic IP instance. Here, this is your instance. This is this. Select the key pair. I will select this key pair. This one. Okay. Now here, advanced details. Under the advanced details, there is a thing called the key pair network settings. Yeah. Here you can see auto assign public IP is enabled. First of all, you need to disable that. Click on edit. Go here, disable. Okay. Now, as you have disabled it, so here, just click launch instance. So now your this instance first of all is going to create without any public IP. Okay. Now I'll show you. This is my instance. That is here you can see we do not have any public IP yet. Okay. Now do one thing. Action, networking, manage IP address. Not this one. Just a second. Go under the Elastic IP. So here, click on this action, associate Elastic IP address. Select the instance name. Let's say, just wait for the instance to be created. This is pending. Okay. Now this is running. Just reload this instance. Select this. So Elastic IP instance, this one, the public this IP will be created automatically. Create. So now my this instance is now having the Elastic IP associated with it. How to verify that? Go here. Okay, this one. Let me just see this. You can see that the public IP is associated. Now let me connect with it. This one. Now you can see guys that my instance is created with the new public IP. Okay. Also, if you need to verify the public IP on the server, not from to verify the public IP. I forgot the exact command for that. Public IP of Linux server. Okay. So yeah. If config.me, you can use this command. Okay. This one, go on to the server. So this is your public IP. Correct me if I'm wrong. You can see 15.206.237.84. Same thing goes with this server as well. Not this one. Let's say this is my Linux server. This is my public IP and this is my home address IP. Okay. So in this manner, if you do not have the access to your Google account, let's say Gmail or like that, but you want to verify the public IP, simply use curl if config.me command. Okay. Now, as I told you that this IP is persistent. So to show you the example, let me just restart this server again and again. Okay. So you can see that this IP is here. Let me just stop the instance. This one, reload. Let's just wait for it and let's just restart the server. Okay. So my server is getting, just wait for a few more minutes. Also, guys, till the time this server is stopping, I have sent 2 jobs on yesterday. So do let me know, have you received that jobs as well in the group? One is from the Zupi Gurgaon for DevOps intern vacancy, and another one is for Concord, which is in Pune location. Now you can see that the server is getting restarted. So, guys, you can see one difference, that whenever we have the uh, when we do not have any elastic IP and we stop our server, the public IP get vanished from the here. Okay, but as we have attached the elastic IP, the IP is still showing, and whenever we are going to restart our server every time, the same IP will be on the server. Okay, so in this manner you can attach a elastic IP. Now, as I told you that elastic IP is going to cost you so much, go do one thing, go on to this elastic IP section, release elastic IP. Okay, first of all, I have to disallow this elastic IP, disassociate elastic IP. Okay, now I have disassociated this IP. Now I have to release the elastic IP. Now you can see that this elastic IP has been removed. So when you become a DevOps engineer, always make some checks on your infra, and always verify that which resources are getting utilized or not. Those are not getting utilized, you can check with your team whether we can delete those resources or not, because it is always considered as the best practice whenever a DevOps engineer is making notes of the infra, that whether we can delete the resources or not, or is there any unused resource available in our infra. Okay, so in this manner we can create our resources, elastic IP, and we can assign and delete our elastic IP. Now you can see that the server is in stopped state. I have to, now you can see the public IP has been removed from here. So let me just terminate the instance, because I just wanted to show you the example. So in this and also let me terminate this, stop this as well. For the questions, guys, if you have any questions, do let me know.
Hi, Vikas.
Yeah, Ganesh.
What is the exact use of elastic IP?
So the exact use of elastic IP is that, first of all, the companies are not going to use the elastic IP on your instances. Why? Because you are going to have thousands of instances, and if you are allocating thousands of IP or instances, you can imagine the cost that you are going to pay for that. First of all, second thing is that elastic IP is always attached to your gateways, cloud gateways, where your infra is going to connect with your outer world. Let's say. So what happens whenever, although when we are going to discuss the VPC, I'm going to tell you this thing in a very detailed manner, but for now you just need to remember one thing here. Let's say uh, this is my AWS network. This is not, I'm not talking about my AWS console, this is my AWS network. Under those network, or with the help of those network, I have created several resources. Okay, this one, and this is my custom VPC. It is not my default VPC by AWS, but these are my custom VPC. So these resources are created with the VPC one. Let's say V1. Okay, now there are two mechanisms that you have to follow here. The very first, that as all those resources are identical to each other, first of all they need to communicate with each other, so should be some mechanism. That mechanism you can say as subnet, uh, I forgot the term. uh,
I forgot this term. I think, yeah, this is net. Just a second. Let me just recall the. I go under the VPC. Sorry, guys, I forgot the actual terms. That is why I'm locating it. Yeah. So let's say you have, whenever you want to communicate with these resources, you require the net gateways here. Okay. So that net gateways can communicate with internally. Now what happened? Your resources can internally communicate with each other because you have attached them with the net gateway. But what if, let's say, Gyaneshwar is going to come, is need to, let's say this is my website, let's say www.youtube.com. You want to connect with the youtube.com. So as your domain, which is www.youtube.com, is not publicly hosted or is not having any public IP associated with it, so nobody can access that. Which means if you want to access your infra, not infra, but whatever the services your infra is serving, if you want to access those services, there is some kind of a public internet medium you required. So in AWS, that medium is called the internet gateway. So always this internet gateway will have a public IP associated with it, and people, and in AWS, that public IP is elastic IP. Either you can attach that with any of the resources, but most of the companies attach the public IP or elastic IP with the internet gateway, so that the resources can communicate with the external world, or external world can communicate with the services that the infra is serving. Okay. So this is about the instance. Now uh, let's say this is AMI we have captured. We have covered the instance type, EC2 dashboard. So another thing here is volumes. Okay. Now the volumes are, as I already told you, that there are two kind of a volume. One is your root volume and another one is your uh, attached volume that you want to attach with any instance. So how to create a volume? Okay. So first of all, create volume. There are volume types, which is SSSD, SSD, IOPS. So I am giving you a task. You have to, so in tomorrow's class, whenever you are coming, you have to uh, do the research and just come with the detailing of each and every volume type. Because guys, you can also understand that we cannot capture each and every definition. Just check the type of volume which are mentioned in AWS. You will get all the answers of your queries, that which volume we should select in an let's say, if I'm selecting, because I have told you that which instances to be select, but also what kind of a volume we should select as per our cost optimization, as per our use case. Okay. Most of the companies generally use GP2 and GP3. Those are general purpose one. And but what about the magnetic volume? Because people are going to ask you this thing. Definitely you are going to face this question: what is the difference between the magnetic volume and general purpose volume, or what is the difference between this throughput volume or magnetic volume? Now let's say if I select this volume, there is a thing, whatever the size I want. Let's say I am creating a volume of 10 GB IOPS. IOPS means input output per second. So when you click on this info, it is going to tell you that uh, let's say whatever the operations are going to be performed in every second, it totally depends on input IOPS value. Now let's say right now I have the IOPS value as I have selected my size as 10, but I'm getting IOPS as 100. But what if I select the size as 100, or I'll select this one? So why this IOPS is getting increase or decrease depending on my size? Okay. The reason is, whenever here you can see that baseline of 3 IOPS per GIB with minimum 100 IOPS, which means whenever you are selecting, let's say I'll select 1 GB, so I'll get minimum 100 IOPS associated with it. If I'll select the 10, I'll still get the 100 IOPS. But when I select the 100, I'll get 100 into 3 IOPS, which means 300 IOPS. Which so This means the maximum IOPS you have, the better input output operation speed you are going to achieve. Okay. Although if I talk in terms of, let's say, GP3, you can see that GP3 always starts, let's say if I select this one, so it always starts with 300 IOPS. When I select this IO2, it starts with this IOPS. Okay. How about IO2? So all the things change depending on the IOPS. So when you select the GP2, always remember the minimum IOPS you are going to get will be 100. Maximum will be, let's say, 3000 IOPS, and IOPS will be into three format. After 100 GB, repeating, after 100 GB, it will be IOPS into three value. Okay. Now this is your availability zone. So first of all, let me create 10 GB. This is your availability zone. So this now again this thing, availability zone 1A, 1B, 1C. So guys, the availability zone in which your instance is located, it is always a good practice that you are also launching the volume into the same availability zone. Let's say if your instance is in availability zone A, always try to create your volume in A availability zone. If it is in B, create in B availability zone. Now there is a thing called snapshot ID. What is snapshot? I'm coming to that, but before this, you can skip it as of now. So I have selected 10 GB, this one, and let me create the volume. Okay, now volume is created. You can see that the 10 GB of volume is created. Now let me just refresh it. So your volume is created. You can attach this volume with any instance. How to attach this? Just click on this and attach volume. Let's say you have this instance, click on this, save, and the same operations that we have performed, you can perform this. So in this manner, we can create our volume and we can attach our volume. Okay. Now, I will also, okay. First, now there is a thing called snapshots. Here, a snapshot means that whenever we are creating the backup of our volumes, I'm again repeating, whenever we are creating the backup, or whenever we are creating the backup of our volumes, those things are called our snapshots. So how to create a snapshot? Go on to the volume, select the volume, click on actions, create snapshot, give the name, let's say test 123. Okay, this one, create snapshot. Now our volume snapshot is going to be created. I am 100% sure you will face this question. What is the difference between an AMI and a snapshot? Okay, so incremental backup, let's say guys, there is a volume. Okay, this is your volume. This is your volume. And this volume is of 100 GB. I'm again repeating, this volume is of 100 GB. Now what happened? Today is 6th of July. You have taken the snapshot of this 100 GB. Okay. Now on tomorrow, don't consider this thing that this is your 100 GB of disk space. Disk space can be of n size. Okay. Let's consider that this is your disk space. This is 100 GB is full as of now. Okay. And the total space is of around 500 GB. Today is 6th of July. The data that you have taken the backup is of 100 GB. Now, what happened tomorrow? Tomorrow is your 20 GB is being utilized. So now it is 100 plus 20 GB. Okay. What happened if you consider AMI? Okay. AMI is always going to take your backup from the zero level. From the zero level means from the very beginning, which is going to cost you a bit more. Whereas the snapshots are always taken in incremental order, which means today is 6th of July. I have taken the backup of 100 GB. Tomorrow is 7th of July. Now my size is 120 GB. But when I'm taking the backup, it is not going to take the backup from 0 to 120. It is going to take my backup from 100 to 120. 100 to 120 means for this extra 20 GB only my snapshot is going to take the backup. So this concept is available into snapshots. So that is why taking the backup of the snapshots is considered a little cheaper as compared to taking the backup of AMI.
We were discussing about the S3. Now, under the S3, we have covered up most of the majority of the things which will be related for your production scenarios. Now, few of the things are left, which is, let's say, S3 and IAM binding. It is not just a binding; it's a that how we are connecting our EC2 instances with S3 bucket with the help of IAM. The same thing goes with the second is load balancer log. So those I will cover. These are the two practical implementations are left. So I'll cover up. I'm starting one topic which is very, or I can say the backbone of AWS. So we have covered up most of the things which you will expect into the interview of AWS. Now we are going to start the I mean few I have already made a note that which are the things that are left and I need to cover up in the whole topic. So in that series, I'm starting a topic which is generally considered let's say elephant in the room for AWS, which is VPC. Now, what is VPC? Why VPC is important for us? What are the components of VPC? So we are going to discuss about that. Generally, VPC, when you are preparing for the certification exams, let's say AWS certified cloud practitioner exam, okay, when you are preparing for AWS certified solution architect exam, when you are preparing for AWS certified system admin, SysOps admin, when you are preparing for AWS certified uh, developer associate exam, most of the things, or I would say maximum of the questions are going to be taken from the VPC. So we are going to discuss about VPC, that what is VPC, why it is so much important for us, and how VPC is important for us. Now, guys, as we are going to discuss about VPC, now whatever the resources we have created in our past experience, let's say EC2 instance, load balancer, all those things we are going to uh, revisit again, because now whatever the resources we are going to create are completely based on the custom VPC. Now, this VPC will include your most of the queries that, let's say, if I, most of the questions I can ask, let's say, uh, you have launched a EC2 instance, but you are not able to log in on that EC2 instance. So, what could be your possible answers on this question? Can anyone tell me? Let's say if you have launched an EC2 instance, but you are not able to log in on that instance. First is key. Second, will it be related to port? That is, let's say if the port is different and I'm using default port, will it be the reason? Yes, it could be the reason. Apart from this, wrong username can be there. Apart from this, network connectivity. Okay. Now, when we consider about network connectivity, we have to consider VPC as well. Whatever the components are mentioned into the VPC are need to be focused when we are discussing that, okay, my server is not able to log in due to the network connectivity issue. Okay, now let's say, guys, this is although this is a very basic question that I'm asking you, I wanted to ask you before starting VPC. So, guys, when I say IP, then IPs are always of two types. Okay, the first one is uh, this is your IP, this is your another IP. Now, guys, this is very detailed. This is very much detailing about the IPs. Please ask if you face any issue, because let's say if you stuck somewhere, you will not able to cope up on VPC chapter. Okay, now let's say one is IPv4. Okay, so one of the IP or type of IP is IPv4. Second type is IPv6. Okay. Now, what is IPv4 and what is IPv6? So, whenever I am repeating, so IPv4 is, you can say, widely used. This is widely used in internet world. Okay, internet world, or you can say commonly used type of IP. Now, the second point for this is basically this kind of a protocol will consist 32-bit. How 32-bit? Let's say 0.0.0.0.0. So each dot is comprised of one octet. Means when anybody is going to ask you how many octets are in IPv4, your answer to this, there are 4 octets. Okay, octet means per in one column how many bits you are considering. So in IPv4 it is 32-bit, or you can say 4 octet. Okay, now the another thing here is uh, if I say under here, the first thing is IPv4 is having 32-bit, 4 octets are there, it is commonly used. Apart from this, this IPv4 is having different of IP addresses. Now, what are those IP addresses? I'll tell you, but before this, let me tell you what is IPv6 then. If it is IPv4, then what is IPv6? Okay, so if I say IPv6, so guys, IPv6 is, first of all, it is not a commonly used, okay, it is having 128 bits, or you can say it is having 8 octets. Okay, now per octet will have the 16-bit of data. Means in IPv6, how 16-bit of data? Let's say when you consider the IPv4, the syntax of IPv4 would be like this. Let's say here 192.168.1.0. So here maximum of the data that can be used in a single octet is of 8-bit, whereas the maximum of the data which can be used in IPv6 is of 16-bit. That is why the IPv4 consists of both kind of a characters. It is it, you can say it is a alphanumeric. Let's say 2001, then we will say colon 0 DB6 colon 096 B, like this. So you will find this IPv4 in this manner. Okay. Now, this IPv4, IPv6 we generally do not consider in our day-to-day operations, where we require the high computational or high mathematical or high reasoning. Let's say for some, consider an example of NASA. NASA for their satellites, they generally use the IPv6. Okay. Now, this is the difference between IPv4 and IPv6. Now, let me just remove this, and here most important thing is going to be started. Guys, if I say IP addresses, okay, then if I say IP addresses, then different type of IP addresses are there. Now, what are those IP addresses? Let's discuss for each and every one in the detailed manner. The first one is your private IP address. Yeah, so you guys are correct that private IP address is the one which is used in internal network. Okay, and we can say that this IP address is you can use for your office network, you can use for your home network. Okay, so you can use example of such kind of a IP address is you can say 192.168.0.0/16 like this, or you can say 10.0.0.0/8 like this. You can consider these kind of IP addresses as private IP address. Now, second one is, guys, the public IP address used by, it is used publicly. Okay, so this kind of IP address is being used by publicly, where let's say if I assign any IP address, that IP address is suitable to route my traffic to external world. Means, for an example, let's say 32.45.56.67, something like this. So this is the public IP address where any person can easily access that IP address and the services can be served. Next is the dynamic IP address. Now, what is dynamic IP address? So guys, this is being used DHCP, which is Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. Okay, this dynamic IP address is generally, you can see that whenever you are restarting any instance, or let's say whenever you are creating an instance, then a private IP is auto assigned to your instance. Now, why this IP is getting auto assigned? Because there is a DHCP running into it, which allows your servers that, let's say, if you have 113 IPs available in your network and you have launched around 8 servers. Okay. Now, DHCP is dynamic host configuration protocol. Configuration protocol. Okay, so this protocol is very smart. So on the basis of the availability of the pool of IPs, it will choose 8 IPs and assign those IPs to your servers. Okay, so in this manner, this dynamic IP address generally works. The fourth one is, guys, static IP address. Now, what is static IP address? This is the IP address which do not change. Which do not change means once you have created this IP address, you cannot change it after some time. Okay. Now these kind of IP addresses are being used by your servers. Those are being used by your network devices. Let's say whenever you try to check on your server, you will find a static IP there. Your IP is not getting changed frequently. Why? Because there is a concept of static IP address there. Now, fifth type of IP is loop back IP address. Now, what is loopback IP address? So commonly when you log in onto a Linux server, you will find this IP. So this IP is a special IP. Okay, you can say it is a special IP which is used to test network communication on your local machine. On your local machine means, for an example, if I'll show you here, when I run this command ifconfig, let me clear it, ifconfig. Now here you can see you will find one of the IP addresses 127.0.0.1. I'm not sure where, yeah, here you can see this is the IP address. Now guys, this loopback IP address will never change. 127.0.0.1 is the standard loopback IP address. Now let's say this question you will you will face, that people are going to ask you what is a loopback address. So your simple answer to that means loopback IP address is the IP address of your local machine, which is generally being used for checking the network communication onto your server. Okay, so this IP is your loopback IP. So now guys, what happened whenever you create a, let's say whenever you are working on some project and in your configuration you have given this 127.0.0.1 IP. Consider this, look at this chart. Let's say whenever you are working in a project, this is one server, this is another server, this is another server. Now what happened in the configuration, you have mentioned the loopback IP for this server, loopback IP for this server, and loopback IP for this server. Now the result of this is your website is not getting executed. Your website is down. Why the website is down? Because I already told you that in our configuration we have mentioned the loopback IP. So as the configuration tells that you need to provide the IP address of the respective server, whereas loopback IP address is always for the same server. Let's say if you want this server to be communicate with this server, you need to provide this server IP into its configuration. The same goes with this server as well and this server as well. So guys, whenever you are doing some kind of a configuration in your network, please do not give loopback IP in any of the configuration. Otherwise, your service will not work. Then let's jump onto the next section. Now we have discussed about the IP address. We have discussed about the how many type of IP addresses are there. Now let's discuss the next point, which is very important for you. How many classes of IP address are there? Okay. Now just a second. Now when I say classes of IP address, you can say I'm mentioning it as CIP. Where's the rubber? So classes of IP address. Okay. Now the first one is class A, second one is class B, so the first class of IP is A, second is B, third class of IP is C, then we do have D class of IP, and the fifth one is E class of IP. Now guys, your IPs are always varies from 0 to 255. Means whenever I say that how many IPs are there, so your answer to this will be that 0 to 255. Okay. Now not I would say 0.0.0 to 255.255.255.255. So in this manner you need to divide your IPs. Now how many IPs are there, or let's say what kind of a classes of IP there? So let's discuss about that. Before that, let's say the address range. Means let's say after this you will easily tell that this specific IP belongs from for which IP. Okay, let's say for A class of IP, the IP always varies from 1 to 126. Means let's say if anybody is going to give you the IP 126.0.0.1, it means that this class of IP is available under uh, A class. Okay, or this IP belongs from the A class. Second one is your B class of IP, which you will commonly use in your day-to-day operation, or you will find this IP again and again, which is B class of IP. Now this B class of IP varies from, I'm not able to select this. Now your B class IP goes from 128 to 191. Now, why it goes from 128 to 191, not from 127 to 191? The reason is because 127 is already registered for the loopback IP. Okay, so this is your B class IP. Now, your C class IP goes from 192 to 223. This is your C class IP. Then we do have 224 to 239. If I'm not wrong, yeah, 239. So this is your D class IP. Then we do have 240 254. This is your E class IP. Now, why we have not included 255? Because this is already reserved IP by the INA, that is Internet Authority, which is providing the IPs into the whole world. So 255 is being used by them. Okay. Now these are the classes, or I can say the IP address range. Now, how many IP address are there, and why or which kind of a IP is used for which use case? Let's discuss this thing in a detailed manner. Okay, so let me take this. So the first one is your class, second one is your address range. Okay, third one is your subnet masking, fourth one is your example of IP, fifth one is your leading bits. Okay, sixth one is your max number of networks, and the last one is your use case. So let's discuss first of all A class IP. As I already told you A class IP goes from 1 to 126. Okay. Now the subnet masking is for this class of IP is 255.20.0.0. Now, what is this subnet masking? But before this, I wanted to tell you one more thing, which is example for this. For an example, if anybody says that okay 1.1.1.1 I have a this IP, so according to I mean, as you already know that this IP belongs from the class A. Now leading bits, which is 8. Okay, leading bits 8 means, guys, here you can see we are having 255. It means that it has covered its initial all the octets. As I already told you that in the IPv4 we generally have 4 octets. So A class IP always captures your 8 octet value. Okay, and the maximum number of the networks that you can create with this IP is 128. And where we generally use this IP address for large number of servers or in large organizations. Let's say, consider an example. You are working in Amazon. So Amazon is having around I would say millions of employee, and if as a IT engineer I give each laptop to each person, I require millions of IPs for me, so that each and every person can have specific or a dedicated IP assigned to them. So that is why we need to use the subnet masking over there. Now again, what is subnet masking here, guys? So let's say subnet masking means whenever we want to divide any kind of a IP, subnet masking means always the IP is divided into two part. IP is always divided into two part. The first part is called the host address. Okay. And the second thing is called your network address. Now, what is host address and network address means? So whenever I would say, let's say how I can say what is so let's say when I divide this IP into specific manner. For an example, if I say what is a network address and what is a host address, so the first thing that tells us about is, so guys, network address is basically which represents your network, means my specific IP lies under a specific IP address. For an example, let's say if you are having 10,000 of devices in your infra, and all the devices are under the same network address. For an example, let's say 192.16.1.1. Now this is the IP address which is assigned to Suman's laptop. Now 192.16.1.2 is assigned to Gyaneshwar. 192.16.1.3 is or 1.4 is assigned to Akmal. So and so on. Now what will happen? Generally, this network address lies on the uh, I would say permutation and combination of your I would say host address and your subnet mask. The same thing goes with the host address. Now what is host or address? Let's say when we say that we are having 10,000 laptops in our network. Now out of those 10,000, how many are used, how many left? So on the basis of that we divide it into the host address. So this thing is called basically the host address and network address. Okay, now when I say subnet mask, then this is the subnet mask for this. It means that uh, you can say that you can create the 2 is to power 8 networks from a class of IP. Means where 2 into 2 4, then we do have 8, then 16, then 32, then I would say 64, then I would say 128. So it means that we can create 128 networks with a class of IP. So in this manner it works. Second thing is B class of IP. Now where this B class of IP is going to be used. So the very first thing here that you should know that B class of IP is always starts from 128 to 191. Now it is not me who is deciding this address range. This is a standard address range which is provided by the INA authority. Okay, now the subnet masking for this will be 255.255.0.0. It means that whenever example for this will be 128, this one leading bits will be 16. How many maximum number of networks or subnets we can create with this is 16,384. Now how to verify for that? Let's say what you have to do, 2 is to power 16. For an example, when I say 2 is to power 16 is yeah. So it goes from, let's say, 2 is to power n minus 1. Then it goes 2 is to power n minus 2. Then it goes in this manner, 2 is to power n minus 3, like this. So with the help of this, you can create 16,384 network. This is used for medium enterprises. Okay. Then we do have the C class of IP, which goes to 192 to 224, 223, and 255.255.255.0. The leading bit here is 24, and total number of IPs you can say 2 is to power n minus 3. So this is being used. This is used for local network generally, or you can say that in many of the cases, this C class of IP you will find in private IP address. I'm not saying that you will definitely find, but yes, in most of the cases you will find this. Now D class of IP is being used for multitasking. Means, let's say if you are creating some kind of a supercomputer, if you are working on the high computational values, so you have to use the D class of IP, where this E class of IP is used for research and development along with the IPv6. Okay, so in this manner, guys, this IPs and classification of IPs varies. Now, if you have any kind of questions as of now, just let me know. The components of VPC that we are going to discuss here. And if you are facing some issue, please make a practice of it. Also, I'll cover up from the very basics of networking when we are discussing about the VPC. Okay, now components of VPC that we are going to discuss in very detail. And guys, I think there are 9 to 10 components available in VPC. You will not get any other questions apart from these components. Okay, the first one is your subnets. Now, what is subnet? You can say when you are having a network, and in that network you are creating a subnetwork, you are dividing the network into multiple networks, then that thing is called the subnet. For an example, let's say if you have created a VPC, first of all, VPC is an acronym for virtual private cloud. Okay, where you can design your custom network. You can design your custom network. Okay, now when you are designing a VPC and you want to divide that VPC under multiple networks, it called a subnet. For an example, you want to create a network for the instances where my application is going to be launched. You want to create a network for you are creating a subnet where your databases are only going to be created. Okay, the third one is you are creating a network where your load balancers are going to be created. So in this manner, when you are dividing your VPC into multiple networks or into the sub networks, into the different availability zones, that thing is called your subnet. Okay. Now let's jump on to the next, which one is route table. Now, guys, this is one of the important thing. Without route table, you cannot uh, route a traffic into your VPC. So what is a route table? It is a set of rule which is used to route the traffic inside and vice versa in VPC. Means if you want any data or if you want any kind of a data packets to be transferred into your VPC and transferred outside your VPC, or you can say the external network, then that set of rules are created under route table. Okay. Now this route table is very important for you. Now, guys, uh, I asked you a very basic question into the initial, that whenever I'm not able to log in into my EC2 instance, you will have to answer, you have to add another answer into this, that sir, we have not configured the proper route table, due to which we are not able to log in into our EC2 instance. Okay. The third thing is your internet gateway. Now, guys, whatever the definitions, whatever the examples I'm giving you here, I would say that 40% of the interview questions are going to be asked from these definitions only, because people will ask you what is route table and how route table works, what is internet gateway, or they will say that, okay, I do have a custom VPC and my internet is not allowed into that VPC. How I can enable the internet into my VPC? So answer is simple. One word answer is internet gateway. Okay. Now this internet gateway, it is you can say horizontal, scalable, and highly available managed service. Managed service by AWS that will allow our resources to connect on internet. Means whenever you want your network to be publicly accessible, you have to use the internet gateway. Now, guys, remember this internet gateway always required, it always required a public IP. Always required a public IP. Now, remember we have discussed about the elastic IP in our EC2 section. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. If we have not used elastic IP in EC2 instance, I think we have used. So, as the logic of elastic IP says that if you want a persistent IP for your network, you should create a elastic IP. So, when you want or when you are creating an internet gateway, you need to attach a elastic IP with your internet gateway, because only you can assign single IP or multiple IPs to your internet gateway, but single IP is enough to handle your whole network. Okay. Now the third thing is your just the third thing here, not third, I would say it's the fourth thing here is net gateway. Net gateway. Now, what is net gateway? So first of all, net is an acronym for network address translation. Okay, network address translation. So under this, what you have to do, it allows your private subnet which is in your VPC to connect with each other. Means if you have multiple subnet, let's say this is one of your subnet, this is another subnet, this is another subnet. Now consider an example. In this subnet you have attached your EC2 instance. Here you have used your database instance, and here you are launching your EC2 load balancers. Now the internet should, the network connectivity should also work between these subnets. So with the help of net gateway, we are going to enable the network connectivity onto our subnets. Okay. Now the fourth one here is, guys, security group. Let's say the fourth one is security group. Now, what security group is tell us about? So it is a virtual firewall, as I already told you. Okay, it is a virtual firewall, and it is always inside a VPC. It is always inside a VPC. Now, with the help of this, we can control our inbound and outbound traffic. So this thing is called the security group. We can control our inbound and outbound traffic. That thing is called your security group. Okay. Now the sixth thing, this is not the fourth one, this is the fifth one. Now the sixth thing is your NACL, which is an acronym for Network Access Control List. Now, what is this NACL and why it is so much important? So it is an additional layer of security for handling our inbound and outbound traffic. Okay. Now, guys, you will face a question that then what is the difference between NACL and a security group? So the main difference in NACL and a security group is NACL is always applicable onto the complete subnet. Okay. Whereas your security group is only applicable for the resource on which it is attached. For an example, let's say if you have allowed port 22 or you have disabled port 22 in your security group, okay, but it is allowed in your NACL, then your traffic will route to your VPC, it will come to your VPC, but it will not reach to your resource. Whereas if you allow port 22 in your security group, but if you disable it into your NACL, then still you will not able to connect with your resource. Why? Because you have already blacklisted that port 22 on your whole network level. Now, whatever the resources, let's say load balancer, let's say database, EC2 instances, RDS, any of the resource which is created under that subnet or under that VPC, port 22 is completely blocked for that network as well. Whereas if you have allowed port 22 in both security group and in NACL, and you have attached security group to any specific resource, so port 22 is also allowed for that resource. Okay. So in this manner, this NACL works. Now the next thing here is peering connections, which is also called as VPC peering. You might have heard about this term multiple times. What is VPC peering? Okay. So guys, VPC peering is, let's say if you want to connect, you have two separate VPCs. If you have two separate VPCs and you want to connect those VPCs, then VPC peering is done. Means I have created one VPC. I mean, as I already told you that you can have multiple VPCs into your single AWS account, but by default you cannot connect both the VPCs. The reason is you required some medium between the VPCs so that they can accept and they can request the connection. So that mechanism of accepting and requesting the connection is called VPC peering. Okay. Now another thing is virtual private gateway. Okay. Now what is virtual private gateway? So it is basically you can say endpoint of your VPN. Endpoint of your VPN means uh, it basically enables the secure communication onto your VPC, and that VPC should be onto on-premise network. Okay. Now another last thing here is VPN connection. VPN connection. Now what is VPN connection? When you want connections to be established on your VPC, you want connections to be established on your VPC is called VPN connection. So guys, these are the 10 terms, and let me tell you what could be the expected or where you can expect the questions. The first question you can expect, what is the difference between I would say NACL and security group, how NACL and security group works. Okay. What is the difference between internet gateway and net gateway? Okay. uh, how you can enable the internet connectivity onto your server. Yes. How you can disable internet connectivity on your server, how you can enable the internet connectivity into your VPC. So such kind of a questions you can expect. Some of the questions are still there which I can answer once we start the uh, practical session for the VPC. Now, how to find VPC onto your server? So guys, before, let's say, creating a VPC, let's say if you want to create a VPC, always create some of the other resources as well. And how to create the VPC? First of all, create VPC. Okay. Let's say what kind of a resources you want to create. As of now, I want to create the VPC only. Okay. Now here I need to give the name of my VPC. First VPC. Okay. What kind of a CIDR? CIDR means /8/16/24. What kind of a block you required? So I want this. Now, what should be the IP range that you want? So let's say if I give 172.0.0.1 slash, this is my B class of IP. So I have to use 16 over here. Okay. Now, is there any IPv6 CIDR you require? No, I don't want required. What is tenancy? So this VPC you required a default one or a dedicated one. Let's create a default one as of now. Okay. So now I have, okay, it required a 10.0.0.0/24. Okay. Let me create the VPC. So now guys, you can see that my VPC is created. But when okay, before that, let me show you EC2. When I go into the EC2, let me launch an instance into this VPC, the newly created VPC. Let me launch the instance. So here, I would say new _VPC_EC2. Okay. So I'm selecting this image only. Most of the things will be same, but the change is to be done at this network settings. Now, what we have to do, click on edit. Here, this is our custom VPC. This is our default VPC, which was provided by AWS. This is the newly VPC that we have created. Okay, so let me just select this one. What subnet? Now here you can see, guys, that I am not able to select furthermore. Why? The reason here is when you are creating a VPC, I'm again repeating, when we are creating a VPC, before creating a we need to create the subnet, we need to create the internet gateway, we need to create the route table, okay, we need to create net gateway. Whatever the things that we have discussed, all should be created here. So let's go back to our VPC section, click on subnet, okay. So here you can see that there are 3 subnets available. Those are not created by me. Those are the default subnets which are provided by my AWS. Now guys, in a single VPC, you can create multiple subnets. It totally depends on you how to create different subnets, but yes, you can create multiple subnets in a VPC. First of all, I'll select this one. So first subnet that I want is, let's say, sub1. Availability zone, is there any preference? No, I don't want any kind of a preference. And what kind of a IP you require for this specific subnet? So let's say I'll take 10.1.0.0/24, if I'm not wrong. Okay. And let me select another subnet, let's say sub2. Here 10.2.0.0/24. Okay. 16, I'm not wrong, 16. It will be CIDR calculator. Let me calculate the IP range. What is to be given here? Let's say 10.1.0.0/32. So total number of IPs will be not 32, I would say. 1 IP, 2 IP, 16, 32, 64. I'll go with /20. Not, I will say this one. I would say let me try to do slash T. Let's select this slash 50. Okay. Now I'll forward this 0, 24 to 54. CIDR block. CIDR is not within the CIDR address range. Okay. Then is, if I use it, so Let me do one thing. Let me remove this one. I have created a subnet. So here you can see, guys, that I have created a subnet. Okay. So let me refresh this, and here you can see that I have created a single subnet. So single subnet is auto assigned into it. Now here you can see that it says that your resource is going to be created in AP South 1C, and IP address available is 251, which means I can create 251 instances under this specific subnet. If I need to create additional instances, I need to create another subnet. So in this manner, the thing goes like this. So let's say 0.0.0/24 is here. So when I say this /24, you can see that 256 IPs can be created with this subnet. But here, when we are launching on, we are getting 5 IPs lesser. The reason is here because those 5 IPs are registered by AWS for their internal networking purpose. Okay. So also, let me show you one more thing here. When you scroll up the things in a manner like, let's say, here, when I say /32, then I would say /31. Why /32? Because we as I in the starting, I already told you that in IPv4 we only have the 32 bits. Okay, so that is why it should be always in a decreasing manner of 32/32/30 slash 29, then /28, then I would say /27. So when I say slash this one, so it means 2 raised to power 0. 2 into 0. Then when I say this one, it means 2 into 1. When I say this one, it means 2 into 2. When I say this one, it means 2 to power 3. So here you can see that, where is this? Yeah. So with this, we can create one resource. With /32, we can create 2 resource. With /30, we can create 4 resource, 8 resource, 16 resource. So as the number is keep on decreasing, you have to put 2 raised to power to the decreased number. Let's say if I say 2 raised to power, let's say 26, then 2 raised to power 6 is around 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Yeah, 64 IPs are there. So in this manner, this IP segregation is being done. So guys, if any company is majority of the time working on a networking domain, so they can tell you an answer. Let's say, hey, I have a subnet range 10.0.0.1/23, and I need to create another subnet which is 10.0.0.2/20. Then how many IPs I can use here? So your answer to that person would be, sir, you can use 2 raised to power 12 for this, and you can use 2 raised to power 7 into 9 IPs. So total number of IPs that you can create under, or that you can utilize under this subnet, will be this -5. Why -5? Because 5 IPs are reserved by AWS for their networking purpose. Okay. Auto assign public IP. No, I don't want to assign any kind of a public IP with this. Create security group. Now I have to create a security group. Let's say test-sg-1. So now guys, this security group will not be under my default VPC. This security group will be created under my custom custom VPC subnet. Okay. Now this is the description for this. This port is allowed. Okay. This is here, all the things are here. Let me launch the instance. So there is some issue. Okay, the not supported in this zone. Okay, so let me select the T2 Nano if it is supported. It is still not supported. SUSE research instance type T2, this one. So this thing is not supported under this availability zone. Is there any another availability zone? No. Once my instance is created, I still will not be able to connect with my instance because I need to create my route tables. Now, how to create the route tables? Here you can see route tables are always referred with the name of RTB, which means route table. If I need to create a route table, I need to select, let's say, test RTB1. Okay, select a VPC. This is my custom VPC. Okay, now let me create the route table. So now route table is getting created. Now you can see that from my local to this, I can easily connect, but I need to edit the rules that how to create. Let me add a rule, let's say, for all instance. Let's say if I need to connect from a specific instance, if I need to connect from any local gateway, if I need to connect any local thing, I need to provide the values here. So in this manner we can create our route table. So guys, I think I have to create another VPC, due to which I'm not able to show you this thing. Okay, so once the route table is created, you need to assign the internet gateway onto your VPC. So here you can see that a internet gateway is attached to your VPC. I think this VPC is not created by us, if I'm not wrong. Let me check this. This is the default internet gateway. Okay, if not, let me create an internet gateway. Let's say test IG. Okay, create the internet gateway. Now this internet gateway is created. Let me assign this internet attached to any VPC. Which VPC I need to? This one. Now, okay, this is done. Attach internet gateway. Now I have attached a internet gateway with my VPC. So it means that now I have to create the route table. I need to create the remaining subnet net gateway. Then I can easily log in onto my EC2 instance. Okay, guys, if you have any doubt, just let me know. First of all, let me detach this because it is going to cost me a lot. I'm deleting this because I'm not able to show you this complete practical implementation today. Let me delete this route table as well.